Oh, there it goes.
There we go. All right, we are now live, finally. Hey, everybody, it is the weekly Alaboom. It is me, your host, the Undead Viking. I'm here with the co-hosts, obviously. Look, Anthony, you're here.
I am here. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I'm still waiting for Joe Wiggins.
Oh, where'd you get that shirt, man? Is that Boba Fett Born to Kill?
That's the Boba Fett Born to Kill shirt.
Where'd you get that?
The guy who designed it goes by Cupid's Art online, and he had them on one of the T-shirt sites at one point. And I was like, oh man, I love that. So.
Well, Full Metal Jacket is a great movie,
and you got a full look at it.
That's awesome.
It is.
All right. The ever loquacious Barry Reynolds.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, did you end up finishing off the campaign? Did you kill everybody? I'm sorry I didn't make it.
No, just you. You got killed off by a bear.
I got eaten by a bear. Okay, well, that's fine.
The other guys lived.
Oh, thanks. But the end of the world came, so how could they live if the end of the world came?
Yeah, they lived until that part.
Oh,
I don't know what happens next.
Fair enough. Sorry, horrible radio. Barry was kind enough to host a end of the world RPG via Google Hangout. Did you ever post those, by the way?
The last one just went up today. Like I did them live, and then I made them private and downloaded them and tried to edit them the best I could, which is really tough doing the Google Hangout because the pictures constantly switch. But then I edited them and then uploaded them again.
Sweet. Sadly, I wasn't able to make it for the final session, and apparently I got eaten by a bear. So that's fine. Whatever. I would have lived. I would have killed everybody if it hadn't been for me. Keith Collins, you took some time away from shooting things to show up today?
Yes, I did. But it's hard to shoot in the dark.
Oh, yeah?
Well, I do have night sides, but still, people would frown on it if I was waking them up.
Well, that's what the silencer is for, right?
I don't have any suppressors, but I could get it. It's just I don't want to wait.
I thought suppressors were illegal.
Educate yourself, sir. They are. Not everywhere, though.
Oh, very nice. Some guy named Richard is here.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Ronald runs through Alaboom.
Oh, no, you don't say that ever again, please.
Hey, everybody.
I picture him with a sword just skewering all of us.
Yeah, no, it's like, I guess, complete the brand, right? You know?
Yep.
Yeah, so...
Always on point, always on target.
Always running through things.
Yes.
Ronald runs through the airport naked.
Now that... I would donate to a Kickstarter for that. I'll tell you that right now.
Is that all it takes? I had no idea. I've been
Yeah.
barking up the wrong tree all this time.
I'd throw you a Mickey Finn for that. So you're stateside?
Yes, for just a couple more days. I'm out on Friday.
And
he was at Gamma.
Ooh.
Yes, I am swanky and fancy and all of those things.
That was cool.
Wait, before Gamma, though. Before Gamma, he got to go to Casa de Vassel.
Oh, he did. That is correct. I watched part of that.
He got to go to the Vassel compound.
Yeah.
Then he went to Gamma. Then he went to MeepleCon.
I can deny none of these things. Just the all truth.
Was it a good trip?
It was a very good trip. The Floridians were very accommodating. I had a great time with all of them. I actually stayed at Jason Levine's house the whole time. And and his parents were staying because they were visiting because it's wintertime and they wanted to get out of New York. So I actually spent quite a bit of time with Jason Levine's parents. And probably the most interesting part was talking politics at great length with them and getting in starting a really heated argument between his parents and him. And then just kind of stepping back and watching. The whole place exploded. So that was actually pretty cool. Nice. And Tom, I'm sure, I know you've met him. He's incredibly sweet and gracious.
I'm sorry, Tom who?
Yes, some guy. I kind of forget. He's taller than me, so I tend to tune him out.
Who are we talking about?
Those things. Yeah. You're taller than me too, aren't you, Lance?
I think we're right around the same.
Yeah.
I think you're what? You're 6'1". I think I'm 6'1", so I think we're right around the same height.
Yeah. I'm taller than you guys. Come on.
You're taller, Hassan?
6'4".
Oh.
All right. Get him off. Escort him out.
they grow them big up in Canada. Well, for those of you who are wondering, our son, Travis is here. Anyway, Travis, do your best, Tom.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why?
Travis did the Tom on the Board Game Geek segment. I think it was hilarious.
I hear he's got a good Rado as well.
He did it in Rado's video. In Rado's run-through.
That may have been what I was watching. Maybe been Rado's. I don't know. I was reloading.
I did it in front of Tom, and he just pulled like a promo pack of cards out of his pocket and started looking at it and was just shaking his head. And then he just looks up and he goes, "No, review games, right?"
Well, anyway, so I was actually in the process of introducing our mystery guest, our son. From where are you in Canada?
I'm in Edmonton, Alberta.
Edmonton. I went to the giant mall there when I was like 15 or 16 years old. My parents took a trip into Canada, and I went to that giant mall. Is that mall still there, that giant mall?
Oh, yeah, it's still there. West Edmonton Mall.
Yeah, I don't know what it was called anymore. But it was like, at the time, it was like the biggest mall in the world. Of course, now like the Mall of America is bigger or whatever, so.
Yeah, like, I go there like once a month or something. Sometimes you forget it's there. The novelty wears out pretty quickly. Now I'm at the point of where if I need to go to West Edmonton Mall, which is a big mall, I have to do it strategically, where I'm going exactly to this place and then I'm getting out because there's hordes of people, tourists, and all that stuff. So, yeah.
They still have the water park attached to it, and also like the amusement park as well.
Yeah, amusement park. Ice rink.
Oh yeah, the ice rink. Yeah, I went skating there. That was actually pretty fun. Yeah, man, that was a long time ago. I remember when I went there, it was just because, and this is horrible, and I'm gonna this is honest moments or whatever. There were like a few music stores I'd go to, and I remember I picked up some I remember the Canadian version of albums were slightly different for whatever reason. The tapes. This is before like CDs. The tapes I purchased actually were like, instead of being clear, they were like black. Remember, I somewhere in my parents' house there's a bunch of REM and U2 tapes that are like black plastic instead. But also because of the fact that Canada was a little bit lax as far as their attitude towards
where the hell's Canada?
Adult-themed things. The posters in the area. The posters in that area, of pinup models, some of them were topless. And I remember as like a 14, 15-year-old kid being able to like walk back there and look at them. And I'm like, ooh, this is pretty awesome. But yeah, man, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say they didn't even have clothes back then, so that shouldn't be that big of a deal to you.
Fair enough.
Didn't you just wander the barren wasteland back then?
Yeah, probably. Clubbing seals to death or something, and eating their blubber, as nature demands. But Arsan is here because he is part of the team Tabletop, and they have a Kickstarter going on right now for the Lazy Gamer, which is a pretty awesome table. It's too bad you should have one you could like stand on behind you and you could revolve for us, Arsan. That'd be pretty cool. But no, I mean, I have a bunch of questions I want to ask him about the table here in just a little bit. But one of the really cool things about it, and you're a pretty heavy gamer. In the video, are those all your games that are in the background there? Yeah. So you're a pretty hardcore gamer, and the whole idea is that they wanted to come up with like a Lazy Susan, like a giant Lazy Susan for a table, so you could actually put an Arkham Horror sized board and still have room left over, and you could like then swivel it around so everybody could like be able to see it.
Yeah.
The right way, and plus it isn't just like they're putting a Lazy Susan like on the table and just slapping something down. It's actually really well made out of like leather and steel and hardwood, and it's just they're pretty intense. So I have a hardwood. Oh, hey, look at this. We have Keith doing the share. So yeah, so like look, yeah, I mean look at that thing. It's just like, and it's like good isn't it an inch off the table?
It's like, 2 inches off the table, I think, or an inch and a half, I think. But it stands 2 inches tall, basically.
So yeah. So you can swivel it, and it'll, like, you don't have to worry about it knocking over your stuff. That's
Well, yeah, it depends on the game, right? Like, so for example, if you have Blood Rage set up, obviously you won't have clearance over the minis. But the good thing about like the Goliath size, that's like the bigger one that's displayed in the videos, that like you can put like all the extra gods and stuff on there, you know, like the sea serpent minis, and they could all sit on there. So when you're like rotating the board, everybody can have access to it. But like when I'm just gonna ramble a bit about the lazy
No, go
game.
ahead. That's what you're here for.
Sorry. Basically, when I came up, like one day I was sitting around and we were playing like a really big game. Can't remember which one. I was like, you know what would be cool is having a lazy Susan for board games, right? But there isn't anything that's that big, right? They're all like circular, and I wanted a really big one because I was like, oh, what happens if I want to play Arkham Horror or like Concordia or something like something large? So I just kind of went, you know, up here in Alberta, we're like the Texas of Canada. We have like really big trucks. And,
Wait, whoa, time out. The Texas of Canada.
that's what they're called.
And wait a minute, did you just say time oot?
I think he did. I'm still waiting for his first A. And I'm gonna interrupt your one. The first time when I was up late, and I want you to tell your story, and please do. But the night that I was up, like, just how I found the table. I mean, because like I didn't even know. I clicked on the link. I just happened to like track it down somewhere. I was editing videos actually that I'd made, and I started listening to. And of course, the video that you guys run is very Canadian, the way you talk, and which is charming. It isn't me making fun, but my daughter, who actually now is pestering me over here because she's getting in the house hammock and going to bed, she said, "What are you laughing about?" And I was like, "I'm just listening to these guys talk." And then she said, "Can I listen?" And she listened to you guys talk, and she was just giggling, and she got done, and she's like, "You should buy a table." And I was like, all right, I will. And so then that's why. And then when I bought a table, like the only reason like I'm talking to you is I don't know if it was you or I think it was Jordan. Like just happened to send me an email. He's like, hey, thanks for backing. And then we started up a conversation that night, and that's why we're talking right now. So, well, there you go. So I mean, go ahead though. Tell your tale of discovery with the table.
Well, yeah, I was like, we need something large, you know, like I want something big. And so I told Jordan,
want big wood, come right out and say it. Just get it all out there in the open.
Apparatus. And and so, but
you're laughing far too long at that. You gotta let that go.
And I couldn't do it myself. Like I could have tried to make one, but it would have been like half-assed, but right, it wouldn't have looked as good as it does now. So I was like, who do I know that does woodworking, right? So I contacted Jordan, and that's kind of how it started. I was like, hey man, could you make me a lazy Susan that's about 24 by 36 inches, 30, and the same night after I asked him, he sent me like a prototype, like a computer mock-up of it using like design software, and I was like, wow, that's it. So advanced 3 weeks later, you know, I paid him money for the materials to make it, and then 3 weeks later I had it like along, and I showed it on like some board game forums about like the initial prototype. I was like, oh, check it out, I'm getting this thing made. And naturally people expressed their concerns like, oh, what happens if you're rotating it and the board will slip, or what happens if you're rotating it on the table, you're gonna knock pieces over and all that stuff. So I gave Jordan that feedback, right? Because I wanted it to be efficient. You know, I didn't want it to just be like, you know, I didn't want it to be useless. I wanted it to be useful for gamers. And so he increased the height, and then he had the prototype done in 3 weeks, right? Just using what tools he had. And then I tried it out, and it worked perfectly. Like it had clearance for Concordia, and I had a group of friends over when we had a game night, and we played like the certain games, and like just like we were just oohing and awing as it like just gently glided. And my girlfriend, who gave it the name Lazy Gamer, she like imagine Concordia being set up on the board, and we were trying to rotate it to see how fast it would be before pieces started. And so finally she just went, and pieces everywhere. We're like, right? So I was like, no, and 2 hours later. So anyways, yeah, that's that. And then right after that, we started talking. You know what? We should offer this to people because if I wanted one, I'm sure other people would want one. So we spent some time, and we I backed a bunch of Kickstarters. No thanks to you, Lance or Richard, with check out these cool Kickstarter games. Forge War, yeah, I'm gonna back that. All these, So I used my knowledge of how I saw successful Kickstarter campaigns run, and we were like, we can't wait on this. Let's just do it right away. So in a month and a half from me thinking about it to it being made, we launched the Kickstarter, and we put the asking price at the funding goal at 10,000, and in 12 hours, which totally blew our minds. We just had
you okay there, Barry?
idea.
Yeah, I'm alright.
Sorry,
Barry was blown away. He was.
Yeah.
Totally...
Barry knocked over his tray full of pills that he has to take every single day, so now he has to collect them.
Everybody pause.
Hold on. I'm noticing something different about Barry. His beard is longer. He's not drinking a giant thing of high C punch. Is the fog machine broken?
Does he have his hookah though?
Yeah, he's got his hookah though still, so he's got his R2-D2 arm. He's sucking away.
Sorry, one of the batteries just rocketed out of the charger at something. What were you saying about your lazy Susan?
Yeah, you're killing the pitch, man.
Yeah, you're killing it. Like I said, if you came here expecting professionalism, well,
yeah, good luck.
Well, there's Richard.
Our son, I'm curious about. Oh, and he's out, folks. That's it. He's done.
Who cares?
Arson, I'm curious. How big is the base compared to the top? Because it seems like another potential use for this, putting aside the fact that it rotates, is people who have really tiny tables that literally can't fit Concordia comfortably. If the base is small, they could put that on top of their existing tiny table, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the rotating thing is about probably a third of the size, right? It's pretty big. I can look up the specs, but it's a 12-inch swivel plate, 12 inches.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So
that's
it's
a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
So it's
well, I said it because I had a game on a ridiculously tiny kitchen table for a few years, and it was painful.
The glass that you used?
No. I say, and also, when you're not using it, does it come apart into two pieces, or does it stay as one big thing?
It just stays in one big thing. We're thinking about other ways of making it more compact, but that's down the road because we'd have to figure out we need to figure out a way to have the sides compact, right? But the initial design that we have right now is just the way that it is. So basically, it weighs 22 pounds, the bigger one, right? There's 3 different sizes.
Oh, wow.
So that's what provides the stability. If you ever used it, you would see this thing is it feels nice. But basically another good thing, and this is if you only have limited amount of table space and you're playing a longer game, you just you have your game on there, and then you can just lift it and put it somewhere else, and then you have your kitchen table back, right? So it's good for spending games. So yeah.
So yeah.
So what ends the pitch?
What is the turning mechanism there? Is it ball bearings or?
Yeah, it's ball bearings.
Are they enclosed, or is this I'm wondering down the road, if they seize up or something like that?
There actually somebody asked that on the Kickstarter page. I can actually go look it up because basically I'm kind of we're a team, so Jordan is in charge of he does production, he does he builds furniture and all that stuff, and I'm just kind of the
you're the idea man.
Yeah, I'm the pretty face trying to sell you guys this with my hopeful board game reputation or my I know how to play these games or whatever, right? So
hold on, let me rephrase Barry's question. Could Barry take the ball bearings out of his spine and put them in the table if needed?
Don't you have another Heroes 1 expansion to make? All right. I also had another question. What about the spinning itself? Is there like a clutch or something on it to prevent it? You said you and your girlfriend were spinning around to see how fast. Is there something to prevent that from like pieces flying off the game?
Well,
something to slow it down?
It's I can't exactly describe what the Susan is because we source it, like we buy it from somewhere and then we just use it as part of the assembly. But it's pretty sturdy. Like if you watch like the videos, like the proto, like the promotional video, you can see like how it spins. Like I have like Catan on the board or Arkham Horror, and I'm spinning it, and that's me like giving it like a good push. Like you can see how much resistance there is, right? Like it spins nice, but in order for it to actually go 360, you have to put the force on it to gradually turn it.
I just look at it like an easier way to flip the table. So you can even be lazier in flipping the table with this thing.
Well, I looked at like the one that I thought like there's the Commodore, which is like the 3 foot by 3 foot square, which like you don't realize.
Lionel Richie's picture on it.
But like that, if I was like a hardcore X-wing player, I mean, that would be awesome for you because you could you wouldn't have to get up from the table to like go and find your Millennium Falcon and decide where he's gonna go. You could just spin the table, get to him. Like truly lazy playing of like any miniatures game. I think that would be amazing. So
yeah, the Commodore was pretty much conceived with that in mind, like because Edmonton has a really strong X-wing community. And so we started a project with a lot of like effort to like for like we have like local pickup options, and like there's a ton of people in Edmonton that play X-wing miniatures. So and a lot of people asked, oh, do you make it that size? Because I believe it's regulation size. Is that regulation size 3x3?
I believe that is like for standard for tournaments or whatever.
Yeah, so we made that with X-wing in mind exactly, because X-wing players, the other mentality is if people like that play X-wing could drop like hundreds of dollars on that game, like with the waves that come out, like what is it, wave 9 now? Like for sure they can afford to drop a couple hundred on this thing that would improve their playing experience potentially.
Well, and plus now you have like the different you've got stretch goals that you've met, like the different colors of the panels as far as what you want, and so it can match like your table or whatever you want. You've got the really super cool dice tray that'll just actually, because it's got steel on the sides, the magnet it'll just stick right on the side of it, so like you can spin around and then like that dice tray is available for people to and then that you're just giving them a free dice tray right now, aren't you? Like if any backing.
Yeah, it's just part of backing. Yep.
Yeah, and pretty soon it looks like you guys are definitely going to hit your big stretch goal 5, which is the like the engraving of the different like Cthulhu or Elvish runes and all that other stuff that like you can pick one for your table, which that looks awesome. Yeah. So yeah, I can't wait for. I definitely want to get the dark one with the Cthulhu on it. I think that'll look pretty amazing. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this, man. It's this is. I mean, I know you put down like estimated delivery of September 2016, but that can't. If you can meet that, that'd be awesome. If not, I don't care. It'll just be a very lonely wait for that to show up, of course.
If we're 2 years late on it, I'll be like, well, Lance said he was okay.
Send all complaints to Uncompleted Videos. That's cool, man. Well, I mean, no, please hang out and continue talking. And like you said, you're a hardcore gamer as it is, so we're just going to be prattling on here and letting Richard probably wind me up about something here eventually. So.
Sure.
Oh, I'm very excited.
I'd like to know where he gets the invisible iguanas that he has in that big tank behind him.
Oh, yeah. That's for when people beat me at board games, I throw them in there and.
Oh, okay.
Like.
The cool down thing.
You got some hardcore art going on the Half of those look like album covers for the Sword.
It's they're actually some Godzilla artwork. I'm a big Godzilla fan, so I filled my room up with Godzilla because I'm bored. Because looking at white walls is boring.
What you think of that last movie? That last
Oh
Godzilla
my
movie?
god! Oh my god! Do you want to like sit here for an hour listening to me see how disappointed I was in that movie? No. It was good. It was good. I'm happy that it gave Godzilla a respectable presence in North America. That, especially considering they're going to do a second film. But overall, my expectations, like I was like, oh man, this movie can't fail. But like they just challenge you so much. Like the two monsters, Godzilla and one of the Mutos, are about to fight, and they're going like it, and then it cuts to like what's Elizabeth Olsen feeding a baby or something, and I'm just like, oh my god. Anyways.
Well, that built the tension. I mean, they wanted the reveal to be there. I liked how fat Godzilla was. I thought that was cool. Like
very American.
Yeah, he was very chunky. He'd had a few blue whales on his way in, and definitely. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I thought the movie was cool. My daughter's a big Godzilla
Godzuki in it?
No Godzuki, unfortunately. But
well, that's why it failed.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, Jim, thanks for joining us.
He's been there for like 20 minutes.
I know, but everybody was talking, so I just wanted to... And Jim, of course, is still rocking the tapestry behind him, so... And good for him. And Jim is apparently muted today.
I did not like Godzilla.
Well,
I did not like Godzilla.
Why? Did he crush your town?
I thought
or
it was
something?
too... No, I'm a big Godzilla fan for ages. He's one of my all-time favorites, and I'll watch him in anything. But that movie was two movies. They didn't follow up on the Ryan Cranston story. And if they would have done a better job on that, I would have really dug it.
Fair enough. It looks like Batman vs. Superman is going to be a boatload of butt piss. All the early reviews have come out that it's going to be awful. So.
Oh, can I complain?
I predicted that as soon as I heard the title.
And they actually, like the reviews, and I'll let somebody else talk here, but the early reviews that I've read are like all over the place. Like you'll read like 4 or 5 reviews that are saying that like Ben Affleck does just a fine, if not excellent job as Bruce Wayne / Batman. And then the complaint is about actually like Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor, who is just doesn't do Lex Luthor justice. And then like you'll read another review that talks about they love that, but they hated Ben Affleck. And I don't know. It just seems like everybody has like almost unilaterally said that this is not a good movie. So
I think I haven't seen it, of course, but people are just walking into the theater wanting to hate it, looking for any opportunity to hate on it any way they can. Just
Are you
because
really eating
of
ice cream in front of me?
Oh, jeez.
But the thing is though, it's like
it's Greek yogurt. Disgusting.
Okay.
When you see Batman carrying a gun, that was like when I said, "Oh, Batman doesn't carry a gun." He's just like that made me upset. That
don't even know. They should just stop making them because everyone's always forever bitching about superhero movies. Like more than anything, they bitch about.
You know why they're making them? Because it's free money.
No, they're making them so guys like Tim Norris can't sleep at night. Like Tim Norris, I remember whenever Tim Norris, he posted this thing where it showed Apocalypse and Doctor Doom guys in cosplay, like the comic book character. And then he posted Doctor Doom and Apocalypse from their respective franchise movies. And he was like, how come cosplayers can do this right, but the movies can't? And I'm like, are you... Apocalypse looks terrible. He has a giant A on his belt buckle. Like, he is the most ridiculous-looking piece of shit that I've ever seen. And I don't know how they take that ridiculous piece of shit and try to transform it into any other kind of piece of shit. And Tim lost his mind. He was, oh, you're crazy. Apocalypse is the most powerful mutant in the entire X-Men universe. They should do him justice. Dr. Doom is amazing. He's rich and he's smart. And I'm like, dude, translating these ridiculous characters is really, really hard. Or like I worked in a comic book store when the first Spider-Man, when the Raimi Spider-Man movie came out and the organic web shooters controversy. Oh my God, just forever whining these comic. I love comic books. And for what I don't expect them to make an incredible translation from comic book medium to movie medium. The Watchmen movie, I thought the end of the Watchmen movie was better than the comic book end, to be completely honest.
Agreed.
They did a good job in Deadpool, I thought, in making it feel like a comic book movie.
Yeah, I mean it was fine, but like ultimately what Deadpool did was it was like a fugue of dick and fart jokes and vulgarity to the point where like you weren't really questioning. I don't know very much about Deadpool. I know probably more about Rob Liefeld's Deadpool than any contemporary Deadpool. I thought it was amusing. I thought it was funny. I laughed whenever he called that woman less angry Rosie O'Donnell. I thought that was the funniest part of it. But I don't know. I mean, it just
Jeez, spoiler alert.
Oh yeah. It just seems like an unending. And I myself was complaining about this Daredevil, a character in the Daredevil. I just finished watching the second season of Daredevil, and if I could like hit a button and make that Karen lady's head explode, I would do it. Have you guys watched Daredevil season 2 yet?
I'm still watching it.
Yeah, I've gotten through 7 or 8 of the episodes.
Did you? Okay, when you get through it, it's literally a formula. It's like Force Awakens all over again. It's like episode 2 has the really cool continued fight scene. Episode 8 is the introduction of a specific character. Episode 9 is all about the same character in both seasons. And the last episode is big Project Runway superhero costume reveal episode. So I thought that was a little strange. But I like the second season a lot more than the first season. The first season went off the rails for me because of the...
Crazy Train?
This stupid air. Guess you guys did too.
1 second.
All right, Richard, we got a couple questions in the feed for you here.
Okie dokie.
Paul wanted to know what happened after Nintendo. I'm assuming that's geared towards you, because none of us work for Nintendo.
Paul knows I can't talk about that publicly.
Paul, you can't talk about it publicly.
My wife has forbade it because it does involve a certain lax latitude with the law. And while the statute of limitations has passed, I did check this, she does still not want me talking about it in any sort of public forum.
Were you a prostitute?
What it sounds like to me, Keith.
No, but my brother actually was.
I didn't know you had a brother.
Yes. He's a good man.
He's a very good man.
What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man.
Great.
Kabuki Kid wants to know what was it like playing competitive games with the guys from Dice Tower?
They were cool. I mean, we only played one game that was we were playing party games for the most part. We played Carson City, and the very, very first placement Jason Levine did is attack me. Because as it turned out, I did what he wanted to do. And I think I kind of ruined that game because I decided I'm going to play the entire game without ever attacking anybody. And I know Tom actually started feeling very guilty about halfway through the game when he kept trying to hit me. And I'm like, I'm not going to hit you back, man. Hit me all you want. So I think I kind of upset their vibe a little bit with my Care Bear ways. But, they were all sweethearts. Really, really good guys. Very fun to play with. Sam Healy is so entirely unlike his Dice Tower persona. He is not a crotchety, angry, throat-punchy guy at all. He's a big teddy bear sweetheart. I had a great time.
Okay.
Was Z in the game?
Maybe you should give up being the Care Bear guy. I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe.
Maybe you should, Lance.
Yeah.
Please.
Perhaps you should play more tend your own garden games. I mean,
why? Why? You know what? We'll table this. Well, this is a good discussion. We'll table it.
I got my dryers here. I'm ready to go, baby.
I'm here to defend Tom and his voice if needed.
There you go.
All right. Kabuki Kid also wanted to know. He was wondering how you handled playing some of the meaner games with those guys.
Well, I just talked about that actually. I stayed true to who I am and what I stand for. And I think I acquitted myself admirably, I must say. They were so busy fighting each other, they just didn't even notice and let Jason win the game.
Right.
But I did okay for a Care Bear in a den of wolves.
Did you at least enjoy playing the game?
Oh, yeah, it's a great game. And I thought, I made the decision right up front that, okay, I'm just never going to attack anybody. And I was curious to see how well I would do, if the game would actually work out. And I did. I tied for third, I think. Actually, no, it was a three-way tie for third. Jason Levine just, smoked everybody because everybody was fighting and just ignored him. So I placed as well as everybody else, never firing a single gun.
But okay, and this is what I'm saying here is that if you play the game obviously for a purpose, and that it supposedly isn't to win, it's to just to have a good time and you test yourself and what have you. But once you're done, I just find that it's much more satisfying if you didn't win, you had glorious moments where you beat somebody else down, where that you can reference and then cheer about after the fact.
I get that. I totally do. And I intellectually understand it, but on a gut level, it's no offense. I just don't see how that's even remotely fun. I just cannot take pleasure from the suffering of others, even if the suffering is all in good fun and everybody's.
But you used to make.
Did you make a video game that was about people sneaking in and killing the shit out of people?
Sorry. Not video games. Murder simulators. Please, let's get the terminology straight. I made murder simulators.
I'm sorry, Jack Thompson back in.
So is this your way of making it right?
My penance.
Your penance, your come to Jesus moment kind of thing.
Why is that? I got nothing.
Okay.
Let's say yes.
Okay.
Yeah, mostly I was a young, stupid guy, and I thought making a game where you could use a taser on somebody so long that they would catch on fire and scream in a violent, bloody death. I thought that was really cool.
Siphon filter.
Yeah. In my 20s, I thought that was awesome. In my 40s, I'm like, well, that's maybe a bit gratuitous.
No, but in your 20s, it was awesome.
Yep, I'm not denying that. I do.
Interesting.
Yep.
But Rado, what I don't understand is, if you don't like confrontation, why were you just choke slamming women over and over again to Gamma?
with his Rado wrestling mask on and.
I did have someone say to me, whenever last and you gave me a hug, and then right before that someone went to shake your hand and you just did the fist bump, and then as you were walking away they're like, man, screw that guy. He gave that one guy a hug and all I got was a fist bump.
Are you serious? Or are you being sarcastic?
Yeah. No, I'm being serious. They asked me they said, is this guy a germaphobe or what? And I'm like,
oh my God.
Yeah, we're at a con. It's disgusting here. We're in Vegas of all. We're basically in America's toilet.
Wow, I would like to apologize to that guy. If I'd known, I certainly meant no offense.
Oh, he'll be fine. Don't worry.
Why would you apologize?
Yeah, why?
You have a strict policy that you told me you don't shake hands with Jews, women, Hispanics. They're all sticking to your roots, Rado.
I got to be true to me.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna hear that and think you're being serious.
It's a shame you can't vote. Richard, is it true that you're coming back in November to vote for Trump and then just fly back immediately afterward?
Yeah, I'm just trolling the entire country just for that.
Is this your only U.S. tour this year, Richard?
I imagine so. The only reason I'm here is because Tom Vassel paid me to come. Or I wouldn't have come for any of this stuff. I was a stretch goal in his Kickstarter fundraising campaign. It's too expensive to fly over here.
What is it, like $1? Couple bucks?
It was the flight from Malta to Florida, and then returning from Seattle, where I am now, to Malta was, what was it? It was $1,003.
Yeah.
I don't know if I should give that away.
As I thought it would be.
I'll send you the $3.
All right, man. then I will be there in beautiful Michigan.
Okay. Well, here, let's actually talk about games. Anybody have any? I mean, how boring were the Golden Geek Awards? Just give it to Pandemic Legacy, everything, and then let the crumbs fall where they may. You know, just like.
Yeah, that surprised me, but not so much that Pandemic Legacy did so well, but that like Blood Rage and Time Stories didn't do as well as I thought they might have.
Well, they did well. They took like second and third in a lot of the places. You know, it was, I don't know. I mean, it's just, you know, it's still, it's ultimately it's just still Pandemic, so it's horrible with some story aspects. I mean, I don't know.
Pandemic with stickers, and everyone loves stickers.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah,
As grade school kids, we love stickers on our peaches. Come on, man.
I remember when I was young, when I was a kid, like people collected stickers. You had sticker books, and you'd bring those to school, and you'd show them off, and like you'd trade stickers with friends and stuff like that. So that makes sense now. It's tapping into that young feel, you know, that like stickers.
So the only one I took exception with was Pandemic Legacy being most innovative.
Yeah.
I squawked about it on Twitter a little bit because it's not innovative because Legacy games, if we just go Legacy board games, we can go back to Risk Legacy and stuff in between.
Well, you can go back
to all RPGs, which are all Legacy style games, if you will. It's the board game equivalent of an RPG. And then the rest of it is Pandemic.
RPGs don't destroy themselves. RPGs, you know,
But they destroy the characters. The characters grow and get destroyed, and the world gets destroyed and changed, which is essentially what that's mimicking. But then the rest of it is just
think there's something different with physical, one-time use, disposable components. And while many people that would argue that's the worst innovation of all time, I think it's actually really cool and gives everything such a really strong sense of permanence and meaning every step of the way. Like, as you said, it's a fair point, a good RPG. But the problem is, Risk Legacy already did it. And Pandemic Legacy did a few little interesting twists on what had already been established. But 504 got robbed royally.
Yeah. I heard 504 is just terrible.
Think it was innovative at all.
I was waiting for Travis to say something.
Innovative.
Well, no. It's just like as I've referenced this before, but the old Bloom County thing where Oliver Wendell Holmes comes up with the big long process of how to solve the world's energy crisis because it is a brand new idea. Because his teacher challenges that he says there are no brand new ideas, and he goes through the whole process, and then he using raccoons and Raisin Bran or something, and he's able to solve the energy crisis. And he goes, but you're forgetting, Oliver, raccoons are allergic to raisins. He's like, failure has never been innovative. So if you don't like 504, then yes, it is. It's I don't know.
Whether you like it or not, I mean, it's hard to argue that it is actually pretty innovative in what it sets out to do. Although, actually, even more than 504, I think World of Yoho really got screwed out of innovative.
Well,
right down to it. Although maybe it didn't come out in time to be eligible.
No, it really didn't hit mass until about a month or so ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it came out this year, I believe.
Oh, is that the case? Okay, then I take it back.
And the weird thing about World of Yoho is that it's like, I don't know, nobody, I don't know, people are totally doing a leave it on the take it or leave it decision on that one. Mm-hmm. So I don't know.
Why do you suppose that is?
People don't like electronics in their board games, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somewhat, but I don't think they just like using their own. I don't think they like everybody having a phone or something like that. I think it's a little clunkier looking integration than some of the others.
I own World of Yoho because I thought it would just be kind of fun just to goof around with, and it has been. It was fun just to goof around with, but I didn't think it was all that great either. I mean, it was it was kind of neat to throw your phone on the table and pilot your ship around, and for that purpose alone, it's kind of neat. But yeah, it's kind of annoying because it was I wanted to play with my daughter, but my daughter doesn't have a phone. So it's like, okay, honey, can I use your phone really quick? Oh, you can't get any phone calls for an hour? Okay, so there's limitations there too, which kind of stinks.
Your daughter doesn't have a phone? You're the worst dad ever.
She is 8.
Right.
What are you waiting for? All her other friends have had them since kindergarten.
She's looking at me right now. I suppose she has an iPad. We could just put her giant iPad on there, and
Shove it on there.
yeah, there you go. That'll work. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, anybody play anything new recently that they enjoyed?
I haven't played anything.
Well, actually, you would be very interested in a prototype I just played the other day from designer Chad Jensen. You know who that is, of course.
Yes, I know who Chad Jensen is.
Yes, of course. Yeah, Centerville, which is basically Urban Sprawl, the dice game, for all intents and purposes.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was pretty good. It's, it's a lighter Yahtzee style game. Roll, re-roll, try to get the perfect hand for what you want to do in a given round. But it has a lot more going on than your raw the dice games or your roll through the roll through the ages. Yeah, I would actually almost classify as kind of a medium weight game, almost, in spite of the fact that it's got just about the lightest central game mechanism you can imagine. And yeah, it worked really, really well. I really enjoyed it. I'll be putting up a video for it, when I get back from ye old United States. So that was actually pretty cool.
Did you snag that at Gamma?
No, I did not. I when I first heard about it, there's actually somebody else contacted me and said, hey, you should get him to do a run through because it's been languishing on the P500 forever. It's just it's been sitting around 300, and there's a lot of people who are really interested in it. And I was interested in it because I thought Urban Sprawl was great, and I think he's a brilliant designer. And so I'm hoping that'll get it kickstarted, or not kickstarted, but P500'd, so it'll actually get made because of their crazy system. I mean, if that game went on Kickstarter, it would fund overnight.
Wait. You like Urban Sprawl?
Yeah.
Okay, but Urban Sprawl, you literally have to in a lot of ways crawl over the dead bodies of your opponents to make yourself better by crushing and destroying their buildings and what have you to make yourself better.
And you're right, and that is not certainly not my favorite part of the game. Although as a two-player game, the board's pretty big, pretty wide open. You don't really have to get very nasty. The teeth don't have to come out. I can't imagine I would even remotely enjoy Urban Sprawl at a full player count with people just ripping down what everybody else has built. It works as a kind of live and let live when you're playing with two. Sorry, buddy. It hurts your soul, doesn't it? You died a little inside when I said that, didn't you?
Well, I'm just glad you like it because that's one of my favorite games, and I just when I hear people everybody loves to bash on it. Everybody loves to say that it's just too chaotic. It's just well, yeah, that's the point of the game. It isn't. Never mind. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole.
I just got a copy because you love it so much, Lance, and I want to be like you.
Well, damn right.
That's why I put on my blue flannel so I can match you.
Oh, well, mine isn't blue. Mine's gray. But anyway,
looks blue.
Well, is it blue or is it gray? It's like the dress, So, what color is it? It's gray. So, I played the Devil Pig Games has their Kickstarter for Carnage come out tomorrow, like a little battle card game where each person you have a line of units, and each there's a goblin army, a orc army, a human army, and a dwarf army, and each of them have different abilities and whatever, and you all are attacking this hill in the middle, and you just beat each other senseless over 4 rounds, and you murder each other and all kinds of wonderful things that are all about the only way to succeed is by destroying each other, which is a game I'm sure Rada would love. But Devil Pig is the same guys who did the Normandy games, and that game's pretty cool. I had a lot of fun with that. What about you, Arsan? You play anything new lately?
I did. I played Watch the Skies on Saturday.
Watch the Skies?
Yeah, it's like what is it called? A mega game where you can play with 40.
Where did you play that?
Some people in Edmonton organized it. It was at one of the post-secondary education schools, and some people organized it, and they bought the kit. Apparently, it cost $250 for all the print materials. There was a huge world map. The way that it's for those who don't know, there's it's the the teams are divided into two. So think XCOM, the video game, if you remember that. There's the aliens, and then there's the human side, and the human side is divided into nations. So each nation has like four players. So one of them's like the president or the prime minister. One person's the military. One person is the scientist, and one person's like a vice advisor to the president. And the catch is all the human players can only do certain things. So, for example, the scientists can only go to the research table and talk to other scientists and like gather theories. And the military people, which was myself, we went to the huge map. Like it's a huge map, and we got to deal with like where the aliens were, and we got to place out units, and we had a certain amount of time. So also the president talked to the media. So at the end of every round, there's 12 rounds or 11 rounds, 12 rounds. Anyways, at the end of every round, the media they made like a newsletter. So at the end they would give all of the countries like a newsletter of like everything that happened in the rounds, like what president said, what deals were made, etc. Yeah. And the team that I was on was Russia, and of course everybody didn't trust. I was the military, the head of the military, and so basically the aliens put like UFOs on the around the planet, and we choose to go attack them, and if we don't, then it increases the panic, and if the world panic reaches to a score of 250, the alien side loses. So right away, our game plan as Russians were like to advance our technology as much as possible and like lay the smackdown on the aliens so we can get their technology to get ourselves ahead. And yeah, right away, like the aliens had it out for us because we did some damage to their UFO, and then it was really interesting because the aliens pretty much turned every nation against us. So on like the second last turn, half the planet declared war on us. So before we died, before we were like before the game was over, we launched an assault on their moon bases, because through intelligence we found out the aliens had bases on the moon. And so we went and destroyed them, and then the game was over, and the humans won by 5 points. So it was a phenomenal experience. Like it's an 8-hour playtime because the rounds are structured in half-hour turns. But like it's so neat because like you go and do what you have to do at your station, then you have to run back to your country's table, and you have to quickly tell the rest of everybody else the information that you have so that they can use it for themselves, right? So for example, at the board I was like, oh, all these countries are attacking me, so I have to run back to my table, tell our president, tell our UN representative and our scientist, being like, look guys, all these countries are now against us, and then we basically just all sat back and were like, oh shit, right? So but anyways, it was really fun game, and I encourage you to try it if you ever have the chance.
It's basically diplomacy, the LARP, the live action role playing game with like 200 people playing. How big was your play group?
Ours was because it wasn't advertised very well. There was like 30 people, but you can play it like with that many people, 300 people. I've read that. So
did you find any issues with the game? Like I watched Shut Up and Shit Down to a thing on it. They had some issues with it. Did you find any?
Yeah, the one thing that can break the game for people is if the people who are organizing it don't know the game mechanics. So unfortunately for our event, like the people who were in charge of the stations, they're called controllers. They didn't know the rules because they only learned of what their stations were like an hour before the game actually started. So they have like thick books of like all the rules, and like and they have to answer the questions of 10 players asking different things. So that was like a big wall. And so like the first turn actually ended up taking like an hour and a half because people are trying to learn what you can do. Even us as players, we didn't 100% know what we were supposed to do or what our roles were. So anyways. Other than that, it was really fun. Like if you have good table talk and like diplomacy, that game could be gold. Like it was really fun.
That sounds amazing. It's just it's the whole process of like my mind is kind of rolling like how could I run this at like a convention or something, and get people involved and get people signed up. It looks like you can order the pack fairly cheap if you want to print it off yourself and create it. Like you can get the pack of all the components for it around like $40. But then you have to make everything yourself. As far as like print it all off and put it on board and things like that. It looks like from what I've read just quickly now, it's like they're talking about how you'll need to, you should probably have some place that has an overhead projector so you can have the information posted so people can have that so you're not like printing off. Oh, that's cool, man. I wish somebody would do something like that around my area. That'd be amazing.
Well, why don't you?
Watch, I just said there, funny guy. It's one of those things where I'd have to do my research into it, and so maybe I can, I can figure out when to do that. So there you go.
They said for it to run efficiently, you have to have like 15 people who are like just organizing everything and controlling like the flow of the game. For our event, there was only like 6 people who were organized, so it was like less than half of what was required. But anyways.
Fair enough, man. That's cool. Anybody else play anything recently that they liked?
Yeah, we had.
Yes, go ahead. We interrupted.
We had a really interesting game. So every couple of weeks, a group of folks at work we have an innovation meeting. Self-selected people come in. So we had in this particular meeting, one of the guys brought in the game Compounded. Have you guys played this game?
Compounded?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I played that, yeah.
Yeah, so we played it with an IT guy, a statistician, a toxicologist, and 3 chemists. And
Sounds like fun.
It was, the really interesting thing was we only got through a couple of rounds. But by the time we were done, the folks were talking about how similar mechanisms for moving knowledge and learning from failures and claiming space and things of that nature were replicated in our work. So it really did a nice job of getting people to play a game, but also getting them to think differently about the situations that they're in, which is why the person brought it into this group. So I'm a big fan of using games for education, and this was a really fun example. So I'll play the game again.
Anthony, you play anything? You never play games.
No, I play lots of games. I played Mombasa finally.
What'd you think of that?
I really, really liked it.
I really liked it too, but after I got to like my 6th play, I started getting into the weird, it seems like this is the only strategy I should use kind of moment. Oh, puppy! What's the puppy's name?
His name is Poe.
Hey, Poe. I love puppies. What kind of puppy is Poe?
I don't know what a border collie. He's 13, so he's
Oh,
not a puppy, Lance.
Well, he's a puppy he's a puppy in his heart. He looks very friendly and playful.
I need to go let him out to pee. I'll be right back.
All right, very good. Oh, what a cute little puppy. I love puppies. We just Travis left.
Yes, Travis left.
Oh. Sorry. Well, I was talking to Anthony, I believe. Anthony, you play. Well, it was Masa. I don't know. It was like after the 5th or 6th play, I started getting into a weird kind of feel where I don't know. Like the game didn't really have anything left for me. I mean, I still got 5 or 6 plays out of it, but I was disappointed. I thought with a heavier game, I expect it to kind of last more on those as far as that goes.
Were you playing with the same people every game?
I have 2.5 gaming groups, so okay. I played it, I guess, equally with them.
Okay, so you were mixing it up then, right? Okay.
Yeah. So I was just, I don't know. It's still a very good game. It's a wonderful heavy game, but Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, what's you play? I'm assuming you played it once, Anthony.
I played it twice.
You played it twice. Okay, so what do you like about it?
I like that there is my favorite part of the whole thing is that decision of when to use your workers.
Yeah.
What everyone hasn't played, because you have cards you're playing out, which are basically deciding what your action is, but you have these extra workers that you get to put in certain spaces on the board. So it's sitting there going, well, I do have the most bananas right now, but do I really want that, or do I want to go and take the first player marker and be able to do something else with the other one? Or do I want to wait because I also have the second most in something else, and I'd rather go up on that track, and hopefully I'll wait till you use your resources to get the cards, and then I can go ahead and claim that, because at that moment in time I have the most coffee beans. So I like that aspect of it. I like that whole let's try to figure out when someone is taking particular action and when is the right time to use your worker for that. I like the whole where you place your card and which pile it goes in to try to figure out for your next turn which ones you're going to be picking up. I like a lot of it. It's a really interesting game. It flows really nice. I went out and ordered a copy after I got to play it because I liked it that much, and R&R never sent me a copy. So, yeah, I liked it a lot.
Where did you play it, Anthony?
I played at a local convention, and I played that, and I played Food Chain Magnate. And the convention I go to, they have like slots that are set up, for people to play certain games, but they don't do them all day long. The slots, so they do a slot at like 8 o'clock in the morning. The next slot is at 1. They do one at 7. They do one at 11:30. So I basically signed up for every slot of Mombasa and Food Chain Magnate that was open, just to make sure I got to play them, and I got to play both of them twice. So I was really happy with that.
Yeah. And you mentioned Food Chain. I mean, Food Chain obviously is an excellent game, and it was one of the better games I played in 2015. Was that your first play?
First 2 plays, yeah.
And your opinion?
Love it.
Yeah, that game's amazing.
Well, worth all the hype. And the thing about it is, it's probably the simplest splatter game you'll ever play in your life.
Yeah, it is. And like before, it was in Indonesia. And now it's this one. So, because Indonesia was the most straightforward Euro that they had. Zimbabwe came close to Indonesia, but then I think they kind of realized it was a weird thing. I mean, I'd hate to think that because Splatter is totally I mean, they've always been just kind of like I'm not going to say not a serious. I don't want to say not a serious publisher, but they always kind of like they did it as a side project kind of thing. And I think the success of Food Chain Magnate will kind of tell them that they're actually pretty good designers, and they have a pretty good publishing group there, and maybe they can come up with more games, I guess. And it's good too. It looks like they're going to be reprinting a lot of the stuff that people wish that they were still in print, like Indonesia and things like that. So. And
then they have Passport, working on Passport now, so. Yeah. It'll be easier for them to get games over here.
Yeah, instead of that weird, we have 17 pre-orders that you can use to, and then at some point in 2017 we will ship these, and it was always weird getting a Splatter game, and it was like you just sat there and waited for them to make their post online, where it was and so for the next 87 hours we have open pre-orders.
What's funny about it is you'll go on Board Game Geek in the marketplace, and there are copies there, and they're all in shrink. And they have multiple copies by the same people, because they know that as soon as they're able to go and pre-order it, they order as many pre-order copies as they can, because they know it's going to sell out, and they're going to be able to sell it anyway.
But this one, they realized that they had a hit on their hand, and they just kept on reprinting it, because they're in their third printing of it now, which basically ruined the secondary market for it. Which good,
Yeah.
I mean. I'm all
the print runs are still small.
Well, true.
The print runs are still small.
I'm all for people making money, and I'm all for people taking advantage of that. I believe in that sort of thing, but I also believe in publishers taking it upon themselves to ruin the secondary market as well, and you know, because it's a risk. You know, in the past it was just like, make sure I order 3 copies of whatever Splatter release. Make sure I order 3 copies of whatever. Who are those brothers? The Lamont brothers. Make sure you order that. You know, because like you'll have like whatever. You'll have their totally overproduced thing with crazy miniatures that will go out of print, and then you'll have a copy that you can sell later and things like that. But even that, like, you can still go ahead.
Is this why they call us gluttons at Asmodee?
Yes.
We make 3 copies of games so we can sell them later to other people.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what people did. I mean, it was just like it's like what was the game that Game Sleuth did a Kickstarter for it? The thing with the dice, the wave that
Poseidon's Kingdom.
Poseidon's Kingdom, which is an okay game. I mean, it's not amazing, but it's fun. But they had 500 copies of it, and they sold out. And then everybody wanted it because they had the cute little fish. Woof woof woof. and then so the secondary market for that game, even though it was like at best just a good game, there people were selling copies for $300, just because they couldn't get a hold of it. Whatever. I mean, it's that weird out of print thing. I mean, I understand that there's other things in the world, and we can talk about this forever, I suppose. But the out of print world of board games always just stuns me. Like, what comes in and out.
Here's the thing about it. There are certain out of print games that they're going for double the original MSRP or even 3 times. That you look at them and you go, oh, this game is not getting reprinted, and it's a really good game, and I want to get my 150. Then there's ones where people just go out and go, oh my god, it's out of print. It must be great. No, it's not. People are paying like ridiculous amounts of money for some games that are out of print, and I'm sitting there going, it's a good game. You don't need to run out and get it. Trois is a fantastic game. Now it's getting reprinted, everyone's all excited, but people are going out and spending ridiculous amounts of money. Ginkopolis is another one.
Yeah.
Ginkopolis is not worth $85, people. Do not go out and spend $85 for a secondary market copy of Ginkopolis.
Yeah.
Unless it comes with a hand release, then don't.
I mean, Trois needed to be reprinted, though, because Trois might be my favorite dice hero. And that's tough for me to pin one down. But because Trois is pretty amazing. Or I like calling it Troyes just so I can drive people crazy, however. I'm
curious. What was the somebody mentioned apparently Asmodee made some Gorger comment at Gamma? Because I totally missed it, but I saw somebody mention it in the...
Yeah, they were talking in the comments about how we're a bunch of gluttons, basically.
Sorry, what was... That is what they actually said. Gamers are all gluttons.
Not exactly. Like
Anton Torres said that he would rather gamers buy 2 games that they will play a lot than 20 games that they'll barely play, in response to them effectively raising their prices for online sales starting April 1st.
Which, okay... and I knew this was going to come up in the conversation as far as... No, I mean, that's fine. That's fine. It's a very honest conversation as far as, like, the change in prices. I mean, it's just like... So what exactly is the percentage it's going to be increased by again? I mean, what was...
They haven't said.
I don't think that was revealed.
It's out there rolling whatever.
Yeah.
They know the market will bear an increase in prices, so they're going to go ahead and do it.
Yeah, what it is, but what ticks you off is they're being disingenuous about it. Because they're saying they're doing this to help the brick and mortar store, which is complete bullshit.
Well, I
don't know
they're
about that.
Doing it to help them.
I'm sure there's a part of that too, but having just come from Gamma, spending 2 days going to seminar after seminar, which are all about brick and mortar stores, because it's interesting. I mean, there were no online retailers at Gamma at all. It was all brick and mortar stores from all around the world. Every publisher is trying to find ways to strengthen the brick and mortar retail chain. I mean, not just Asmodee obviously Asmodee is the most well known because everybody's up in arms about it. But I mean, as many publishers as there are many different unique ways they are trying to strengthen that market, because the argument being that it is the brick and mortar stores that actually bring new players into the hobby. Cool Stuff Inc. never converted a muggle to a geek. A board game store did. I mean, in my case, that's what I did. Blue Highway Games in Seattle.
Game store hasn't done anything for me, and I don't have one around. Actually, Gen Con did it. But here's the thing,
well,
though.
there's stories on either side of that, so comparing that isn't going to change anything. So yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So the thing is, they're calling it a discount for brick and mortar stores, but it's not, because
it's an increase.
It's an increase to the others.
Yeah, I've worked in credit cards, and the thing is that in the credit card, this is weird, because in credit card contracts that you have with merchants, so they can accept a credit card for payment, one of the things is they say you can't say have a different price for something if they use cash versus credit card, because of course, like, you know, the credit card company gets a few cents of the dollar for everything that you sell, you know, like but the way people get around that is they say, oh, okay, well, the price is $1, but if you use cash, we'll let you use a coupon that takes 5 cents off $1 if you use cash. I mean, that's the way around it. So it's the same thing. It's
passing on the 3% surcharge to the.
Oh, look who's here!
Hey, everybody!
That's terms of service. Hello, everybody. How's it going?
He heard Richard was here, so he decided to show up again.
Yeah. He was slumming.
I was missing Richard from Vegas. Missed him. He's hanging out in our booth a little bit.
I'm going to get back on my horse here on this, though, because here's the thing: is while it is increasing the cost to the online store, that's not going to magically make people buy more games at the brick and mortar store. And here's exactly why. I go into the brick and mortar stores whenever I'm near one to look for games. Yeah. I don't, but every time I go to Indianapolis, I hit like 3 of them because I will. And you know how many new games I can find on the shelf to buy?
7.
None.
Because I was going to get 7 also.
They don't get them in time, or they have very limited supply and they sell out. This policy change isn't going to magically increase the amount of capital a brick and mortar store has to buy games with, to put on the shelves, nor is it going to magically increase the amount of shelf space they frickin' have to stick the games. So all it's going to do is raise the price to everybody else.
And that's because they'd rather hold on steadfast to getting their full MSRP and hold the game for 6 extra months than reducing the price and selling it right away, because I would gladly buy from my brick and mortar if the price was not as low as like Cool Stuff. But if it's not full MSRP, I will gladly walk. Well,
I've even tried to pay MSRP. They just don't have the crap on the shelf.
So that's because they have no shelf room, because they're holding on to that copy of.
Exactly, because they've got 40-year-old games that are garbage and haven't sold because they were crap. Nobody's ever going to buy the turd on the shelf.
So
that would be a good game name. The turd on the shelf.
Just taking the business thing into it, okay. And then why they say they can't discount, because they have more overhead, because they have more employees, they have to pay for rent and blah 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 and so on and so forth.
Wait, you said online game stores don't have employees?
No. It's a different thing. This is what the brick and mortar say, why they have to be higher rents, because they're renting retail space as opposed to renting warehouse space. But here's the thing: if you are turning games around, you're still making a profit. You're paying 50% of the MSRP to get a copy of the game. If you are selling it at 75% of MSRP, granted, you're not making as much per game. But if you're turning around more games and you have people coming in because your price is lower, you're going to make more money. People complain about Walmart all the time. Why do people go to Walmart? Because it's cheaper to buy the same stuff as somewhere else. Walmart goes and tells Heinz what they can buy ketchup for. They say, we're going to give you 12 cents a bottle. And Heinz goes, wait a minute, everyone else gives us 24 cents a bottle. And they go, we don't care, we're giving you 12 cents a bottle. So they can sell it for
if they don't buy it, they go to that other brand or whatever.
But but that's how they work, and that's why people go to Walmart, and that's why Walmart's is a big evil empire. But they turn around and say, look, people come to the store because we sell it cheaper. It's a brick and mortar store. That the Walmart online. There's a Walmart online, but no one goes to Walmart online unless you order it and have it shipped.
Is the price do the brick and mortar stores get a cheaper discount now than they would have if they
No.
were? But so they just raised the price on.
Actually said that some of the brick and mortar stores will have an increase in their price in the interview.
Well, here's the deal. So wait, I want to say this. First of all, Aldi, 79.75 million. So way to go.
Fair.
There you go.
What webpage did you get that off of, by the way?
Worthofweb.com.
Thank you. Continue.
You're welcome.
Rada's going to see what he's worth.
Yeah, Rada's going to go see what he's worth. You'll have to let us know.
No, I've got a thing for YouTube channels, Rada. I'll send it to you.
Please do.
So then we have so you have what basically online game stores. What are the online game stores that exist right now? I mean, honestly, there's
Miniature Market Fun again.
There's more than you think because
there's more than you think.
Amazon Prime, all those guys on Amazon are independent.
Yeah. Well, fine. But the thing is that it's like
you just don't know my name.
Sure, fine. But I mean, the thing is that when people think online game store, they think Card House, they think Miniature Market, and they think Cool Stuff Inc. And in Card House, admittedly, is like down the path. I mean, it's like again. But Fun Again is a total niche thing, though. I mean, it's like they've always charged more for their games. They've always done, but they always get more imports. They always get more. Like they have a more eclectic group. Plus, they have puzzles and games and things like that as well. They have Lego sets, so they're more of like a game store, if you will. So, I mean, there's other ones like Game Surplus and Roll for Crit and stuff like that are out there, but they're just obviously not. They don't have the presence of the big two or big three. Mm-hmm. But look at it this way: another puppy. But look at Miniature Market and Cool Stuff both have brick and mortar stores. And I know the thing is that basically they're going to have to decide like which one they're going to be, categorized by. But I'm just curious. I don't know. Would Cool Stuff and Miniature Market both be able to say, "Oh, we're brick and mortar. We have an online presence, but we still have this store sitting here"?
No, they have to go. Well, but see, they're not going to be allowed to do that because that's what it's exactly to go against. And Anton said they'll have to make a choice. That was his answer.
Yeah.
Well, so what's going to stop them from saying, "Fine, we're a brick and mortar store. We get the cheaper price"?
They will have to have a contract that says they will not sell online. They're not allowed to sell it online if they're a brick and mortar store and take the brick and mortar pricing. That's what the whole deal is. So if you think that's part of it. So let me ask this question though. You think Asmodee's going to go and enforce this exact same policy with Barnes & Noble and Target, who carry their damn games? No. Who have an online presence and sell it in store? I guarantee you not. They're getting a cheaper price than all the other sons of bitches put together.
So the difficulty that I think the brick and mortar stores are in, and I'm talking about the smaller ones that are not like a Barnes & Noble, is that if they start to compete on price, they're going to lose out to the online folks because the people who are in it for the price are not going to go to a brick and mortar store. They've got to come up with something that differentiates them from just the price hounds. So you take a look at Magic's success with the in-store tournaments and the Friday Night Magic and all of that. I've heard that a lot of the brick and mortar stores are making most of their money just on Magic. What are they going to do when Magic falls off the cliff? So they need to come up with something to differentiate themselves to get people in and build a loyal base. Then they'll sell the games, but they'll be bringing people in for other reasons. And I think the successful brick and mortar stores have some sort of store culture or other attraction besides just saying we have the new games.
I mean, I'm spoiled. I mean, a little bit. Well, I mean, let's be honest. It's like I don't pay for a lot of my games. I mean, I definitely buy some, but I mean, and so like we're just if we're gonna go that route. But I mean, the thing is that I have a very good online game store. They regularly they have sales. If you are a valued customer, which you just get there by the guy knows you, he gives you 20% off. Just says 20% off everything you buy. Just because you've come into the store, you've been purchasing from him from an X amount of time. There's no set way to get that. You just kind of he eventually just says, oh yeah, and make sure then he puts your name on in the computer, and then he just gives that to you. And he actually has a very good policy of if it's sat on the shelf for more than 3 months and nobody's buying it, it goes in the clearance bin. And he said just get it out of here, get it off my shelf, and get it gone. And but he's also been in business doing this, for almost 30 years, so he knows what he's doing. And there's too many brick and mortar stores, they just have no clue. They just don't have the business acumen that he does. They just think it'd be cool to run a game store. So I don't care. Honestly, I just don't care. I mean, it's just because it'll either work or it won't. The thing that maybe bothers me the most is that, remember 2-3 years ago when Game Salute did the same thing where they're basically you can buy the game at full MSRP from our store, or you can have your online, you can have your local game store buy the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can buy it through them. And everybody was just like, fuck you. You put your games into distribution. And everybody had this huge problem with them doing it. And I think there's some backlash right now too against Asmodee and stuff like that. But I mean, hey, that's what being the Borg does. If you control a bunch of it, and you can make that decision, if you can make that and you are supplying that large of a percentage of the popular items that people want, you get that. And
Mayfair's been doing this forever. We're used to Mayfair, you could only get 10% off online versus what you get elsewhere. But it's still, what ticks me off is the fact that they're raising their price for it. I understand, that's fine. Raise your price. I'll buy more of somebody else's games if it comes to that or whatever. But it's the attitude of, we're doing this because this is going to help the online store, when it's not, in essence.
Well, it will.
You mean the brick and mortar store?
The brick and mortar.
It'll also put more money in their pocket.
No, they're doing it to put more money in their pocket. Period.
But
here's the other comment is what Anton said, and this is the one that really torqued me off. Is he said Star Wars Rebellion is a $100 game. People should be paying $100 for it. No, Star Wars Rebellion is a game that is worth what people are willing to pay for it. It is not a $100 game.
But people will pay $100 for it.
Hell yeah, I'll pay $100 for it. But I didn't. I paid $75 for it because I bought it before April 1st.
$76.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want Star Wars Rebellion, put your pre-order in now. No, I don't know. It's just it's one of those things where
it's only going to help the brick and mortar guy if he actually puts the crap on the shelf for me to buy it.
You know what's kind of ironic is that it's sites like Board Game Geek and shows like Yours, Lance, and Rados that are actually hurting the brick and mortar stores from one of their classic ways to do business, which was personal relationships, right?
That's
they
were
my
cancel the show.
Actually, when I first went to Gamma Trade Show, walked down the hallway, someone said they hated us. We hate you guys.
But think about it from the customer's point of view, right? They were my filter. I would go in and say, good Lord, look at all this crap. I don't know what to buy. Oh, Jim, I know you. You like this. We talked before. I think you'll dig this game and this game. So that was a great service that they provided. They were on the lookout. They scouted. They filtered. They turned people toward the games that they knew that they'd like, and they built a relationship. I don't need that anymore from one person. I've got all these sites on the web that show me how to play, show me a game, and I can use that to make my choice now.
Well, here's a perfect example. There's a second game store in my area, and it's and the games they have are like a subset. They're like a hobby store. So they have like modeling kits, they have model railroads, they have remote control cars and vehicles, drones, that sort of thing. But they have a game thing. And I was in there one day just wasting some time while my daughter was at a dance class, and I was just kind of perusing the shelves, and somebody came in and had mentioned this is a few years back, but this is they had mentioned they had played Dominion at somebody's, and they are you aware of the game? And they're like, yeah, but we don't have it in right now. And they're like, oh, well, can you order it for me? And they're like, yeah, sure, we can order it for you. And then the guy said, looks here, that looks like there's 3 expansions for it. And they're like, expansions? What is that? Oh, it looks like it just adds to the game. And the person just flat out said, order them all for me. And I'm sitting there and I was like, and I want, part of me was just saying, I could take
2 minutes and I could show you where you could find this stuff and you could save yourself probably $70 right now. But I didn't say anything. But it was like because I was like, well, the guy's there and he's making a sale, and he doesn't know anything about Dominion. He just happened to see in his little order form that there was more. And I was just kind of like, and and in the back of my head, I'm saying, well, you really don't need all those expansions because it kind of makes the game crappy. But but it was one of those like, you bite your tongue because you don't want to hurt the local store, but you feel like they're not really doing that person a service in any way. They're putting an order into their distributor that's going to like get them the game between that time, like he said, well, we'll have it in about 7 to 10 days. And I was like, I could tell you where you could go online. Where you could then order it, they would ship it tomorrow, and you'd have it in 3 days, and you spend way less money for the exact same thing, and it's just like you're not. I don't know. It was a weird situation where it's like you can't go up and like say, whoa, don't give this guy his money here, give it to these nameless morons here.
But Lance, the fact that they even went and said they could order it for them is more than you get in some stores. I was up at something that my son had a wrestling match up in Albany, and in the Albany area, I should say. I took him up there, and I just happened to look on my phone. There was a game store. There was one like a mile down the road. I said, I'm gonna go check it out. I usually do that when I'm traveling. I went in there, and there was a woman in there. It was right before Christmas. A woman in there was looking for a copy of Sentinel of the Multiverse for her nephew, because he had said he wanted it. They didn't have it. And the guy who was working in the store, wasn't the owner, anything, just the guy who worked in the store, was trying to help her figure out something else to get for him. And I just was looking at what they had on the shelves and checking out the store, and I was basically stalking them, listening to him talk. And I was so impressed at how much attention and how much this guy knew, because I've been to so many stores where the people don't know anything. And I went and bought a game that I didn't even have to buy because I know where cool stuff is and all those places are, because I thought that store deserved it because of the service they were giving out. And that's the whole thing. The F in friendly local game stores is basically stands for a different thing than friendly in a lot of places.
I'm still looking for the mythical friendly local game store.
Oh my God, they're everywhere. I'm sorry.
No, I've got a lot of local game stores, but none of them are friendly that I've been in.
What's funny is if you come to New York City, there is one game store in the city. It's the Complete Strategist, and everyone knows about it who comes here, and everybody goes. And people say, oh, I'm going to finally come to New York and go to the Complete Strategist. And the first thing everyone does is you warn them about the place.
Yeah.
The place is full of the most crotchety people in the world, and they've been that way for years. I used to go there when I was 13 years old, so 34 years ago, and they were miserable people there, and they're miserable people now.
Well, so why do you keep going then? If they're so horrible, why do people go there?
Well, back then they were the only place to go, and I worked in the city when I was a kid in the summer, and I went there and I'd spend my lunch hour there, and I bought Magic Realm there, and I bought the Marvel role-playing game there. They have a lot of stuff, and it's the only game in town, no pun intended. But they are miserable, horrible, crotchety people. But they, again, only game in town, and they still have a lot of stuff that you can't get in other places because people have walked out of the store without buying them, so they have Avalon Hill games from the 80s and 70s, brand new in shrink on those shelves still. They're stacked up real high, and God forbid you ask someone to help you get one down.
Kabuki Kid actually mentioned that Stefan Carville is the financial planning and analysis director for Asmodee, and he formerly did the same for a video game company and decided to kill all of their projects to make more money that way. Because they made more profit for them as write-offs, and the company ended up dying soon afterwards.
Yeah, they had to pay a $175 million fine, I believe, to somebody.
What?
The guy that runs Asmodee, the CEO of Asmodee, used to be the CEO of Vivendi Universal.
Yeah, Chaz was talking about that. Chaz Marler was talking about that.
So, what, it was just, so, and that... What did they do? Can somebody explain that in fuller detail to me if you know the background to that?
Just watch Chaz's segment of Board Game Breakfast or something he's pulled off instead of Instead of plagiarizing his story.
Well, just give me the nuts and bolts.
Basically, Chaz worked for a company that got bought by Vivendi, who came in and basically killed all their projects and just shuttered the studio that they bought because it was worth more money to shut it down as a loss, as a tax write-off, than it was to actually make the games and finish the projects.
Huh.
And that's his example of how the people running Asmodee don't necessarily give a crap about the games. They just care about the dollar.
I love Chaz, but oh my God,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. You're all wearing crazy tin hats. I'm sorry. They are making games. I mean, the people at Asmodee, do they want to make money? Yes. Does that make them evil? No.
But what they're saying, but Richard, what they're saying is that some bean counter somewhere saw where they could implement a new strategy that would line the pockets with more money. But if they came right out and said, we're going to raise the prices of our games because we know you'll pay for it, and because we know you're going to want to pay for our Star Wars Rebellion, we know you're going to want to pay for the brand new, like, whatever Euro goodness that Days of Wonder, like for Quadropolis or whatever, we know you're going to pay that money. So we're going to raise the prices.
More money. They just raise the prices across the board for everybody.
But
there's no reason to engage in any kind of crazy skullduggery and cloak and dagger to try to pull the eyes over the entire geek community. If they want more money, they can just rise prices, and the geeks will still pay them.
You're so wrong. Because you honestly believe that in this business that people don't actually say, whoa, the PR hit we're going to have here is horrible. People are going to say, F you, I don't want to pay more for the games. And it's like, so then somebody
said, I honestly don't believe that's the case, because board game prices are rising all the time. And people are not saying F you to it. People are happy paying more.
People will pay more, but the fact is they won't come and say, we're raising the prices. They won't even answer the questions that are being asked straightforwardly. They give a different, manipulated answer every time. And
10 years ago, around 10 years ago, Fantasy Flight Games just flat out said, we're raising the prices of all our games, and this is the date we're doing it. And I remember them posting that. And then they actually posted games that cost $39.99 right now will cost $45.99 after this, or whatever it was. They actually had a bracket, and they just posted that, and people were just like, well, that sucks. Get your orders in now. And that was it. But the thing is that you can't tell me that if you were sitting in a boardroom and somebody's like saying, we could raise the prices easily, the market can bear this. Oh, but is there also a way that we could do it, that we could hide it a little bit and make it sound like we're not doing it to be jerks? Oh, definitely. Here's a way we could do that. Okay, it's a business.
It's called business. It's the truth.
Business and PR.
It is. I
just came from Gamma, where I listened to pretty much almost every single publisher in the industry trying to come up with a vast variety of different ways to help ensure the health and well-being of brick-and-mortar stores. Like the one that really sticks in my head is Yellow. What they're doing is they have set up
strangely
a system
not part of the Asmodee board, but okay, yeah, fine.
They have set up a system where you can order the game online directly from their website, and the orders will get passed along to brick and mortar stores in your area for
nobody
pickup
will
or
use
short-term delivery. I'm sorry?
And almost nobody will use that. I'm just going to say that right now.
Okay. Thank you, Gloomy Gus. It was an example of a publisher actually trying to drive more business to brick-and-mortar stores.
But that's
now, are you saying that they are doing that for nefarious purposes to try to cover up Jimmy Hoffa's assassination so that people are misled into not realizing the fact that they're evil? Because, of course, all board game publishers are evil.
No,
of course they are. Because they want to make money. That means they're evil. Let's try and find a way to justify our very, very cynical, such a ridiculously cynical worldview people who try to make board games.
Not all of us live in an island and get to stare at the ocean all day. So just
it is good work if you can get it. I do recommend it.
Here's my counter argument. First of all, nobody's saying they're evil. I don't say they're evil. They're just they saw a moment where they can make more money and they're doing it. They have shareholders. They have to. Because remember, Asmodee isn't like.
So you're saying
its
they
own
don't
thing.
give a damn about brick and mortar stores? They genuinely don't.
No. You once again are putting words in my mouth. So let me finish.
That's why I ended that with a question mark.
Okay. So here, first of all, point one. Let's not forget that Asmodee is owned by a giant conglomeration, and at the end of the year, Asmodee has to show that they are worth money to this conglomeration. They've done what they can to improve their brand, improve their shareholder, whatever. They have to so that is who they answer to. They don't. Asmodee isn't like this one person standing there and saying everything stops with me. No, they have a boss. They have a giant company that they answer to, that they have to take care of. So nobody's saying they're evil. I'm saying they're capitalist, and there's nothing wrong with being capitalist. They're trying to make as much money as they possibly can, and for you to think that a conglomeration does not have an idea of saying, well, we need to can we improve our
example from 10 years ago of Fantasy Flight Game doing the. By the way, Fantasy Flight Game led by Christian Peterson, the same guy who we are now espousing as a Machiavellian mastermind, coming up with clever ways to obscure the fact that they are just money-grubbing bastards trying to bleed every cent dry out of us gamers.
Okay, first of all,
apparently he was a bastion of light and truth because he was open and honest about the fact that, hey, you know what, we're going to raise our prices.
Okay,
they did it. They clearly didn't go out of business. They
is
were
Christian
totally
Peterson
fine.
in charge anymore? Does
he is.
the buck stop with
that choice made this choice?
Does the buck stop with him, or does he report? All right, that's enough.
10 points for Anthony.
How did you get that wrong out of that song?
No. Here.
So realistically,
no. Christian Peterson has a boss. He has a boss. He has somebody that he speaks to.
So he is sold out, is what you're saying.
I'm not saying. Well, fine. The moment that you take $1 for something that's art, you've sold out. So by that definition, we're all sellouts. For the moment that I told YouTube that they can put ads on my videos and then they can send, I can make money, I sold out. So by that definition, yes, he sold out. He's making money to do something that he does. Whether he enjoys it or not, I have no idea. I assume he does.
Yeah.
But it's a giant company. They want to make money, and if they can figure out a way to make more money, then they're going to do it. And if on the same side they can actually then spin it in some way to make it sound like they're not just doing it to make more money, they're going to do that too.
Because they couldn't actually be telling the truth. Because of course that would actually upset someone.
I'm sure.
People, of course, are liars.
I know.
Of course they're lying.
I am sure.
Why would they tell the truth?
I am sure one of the people said, it'd be really cool if we helped out the local game stores as well. Yeah, that'd be really cool too. But we're still going to make more money, right? Yeah. Okay, that's really cool too. 2 birds in one stone. I'm sure. If you honestly believe that they decided to do this for the only purpose of just help the local game store.
My entire point by saying, of course they're making more money. Of course that's in their best interest to do. Your fundamental statement was, and it's not just you, it's Keith, it's half the people in the chat thread right now, it's people exploding all over the place, is that, okay, we don't necessarily mind the fact, yeah, great, you got to make a buck, raise your prices, that's fine, but don't have the unmitigated gall to lie to my face about what they're trying to do. Don't you dare, sir. Tell the truth.
Nobody's coming out and saying we're doing this to make more money. Nobody's saying that.
I take equal exception to the fact that everybody should just immediately assume the worst, cynical view that they are actually doing it as a ploy to cover up as you say, spin. That must be the only possible explanation for what they have actually put forward as a viable path for them, for brick-and-mortar stores, for online retailers. It's spin. It's all spin to cover up the fact that they're money-grubbing bastards.
I don't consider them money-grubbing bastards.
That perspective.
But if you can find me a one quote from somebody that with Asmodee, some CEO or whatever that says we're doing this to make more money, then I will say, okay, fine. Then yes, they were completely honest about what they're doing here. But all of the things are, we're trying to nurture the hobby. We're trying to get the local game stores back in the fold. We're trying to, that's what they're saying. They're not
You're saying that they're lying when they say that.
No, I believe they think that that's a byproduct of what they're doing.
So you're saying they're deluding themselves.
The whole point
No, not
is
at all.
that-
Once again, Richard, you're spinning me. Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Notice I'm putting question marks at the end of these sentences. I mean, just for the record, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to understand your perspective, because it strikes me as very cynical. And I apologize. Somebody else should jump in, because you and I have been monopolizing for a while.
Okay, well, I'll be quiet until you drive me crazy.
I'd like to read a prepared statement. This was sent to me from Joe Wiggins. Stop complaining about people making money. You have a lot of butt hurt. You stinky loser. Love and kisses, Joe Wiggins.
All right, Jim. What did you want to say?
Let me add something in here. As far as I'm concerned, brick and mortar stores are just an outlet channel. That's all there is. And as far as a company producing a product, they care about consumers only to the extent that they can sell their product. The only reason to care about a brick and mortar store is to preserve a low-cost channel, or because you think it will engender more demand. So I really think it's disingenuous for someone to say, we're doing this as a company because we want to support the store, when they're really saying, in my opinion, we're doing this because the stores drive patrons to us, we make money that way, and therefore we want to preserve the channel.
Oh, I
you
completely
find me
agree with
a
that.
cheaper channel to reach all those people, I'll jump on that channel like a flea on a dog.
Yeah. To me, that strikes me as a reasonable approximation of the approach. Yeah, because at the end of the day, I do think, yes, of course, they've chosen this path because it makes them more money. That's great, just in the short term. But they've chosen this path predominantly to grow the industry as a whole, because brick and mortar stores do drive more gamer conversions. They turn more muggles into geeks than Cool Stuff Inc. ever will, and they know that the more geeks there are out there, the more money they'll make in the long term. Not just them, but everybody else. I mean, rising tides, raise all boats, whatever. And I think that's a perfectly reasonable way to look at it as well. I would imagine, in my overly charitable perspective of the world, that they also do it because they love the hobby, they love everything it's given them, they do want to give back. But I'm willing to put that aside and say, yeah, they can be doing it for cold capital concern as well. I'm down with that. I'm down with the OPP.
Well, and
the rest of the
industry, they call it a discount for the brick and mortar, but it's not. It's a price increase to the other, and they always use the word discount.
Which is functionally the same thing. Which is, in the end result, is the same.
No, in the end, it is a price increase, and they decrease off of that.
The brick and mortar is paying the same price they're paying now.
Correct.
Yes.
They are
Yes.
not lowering the price of the brick and mortar,
Right.
but
the brick and mortar do work in the greater context of the entire industry.
Yeah.
And they do have to compete. Yes. But no, make no mistake about it. Asmodee, is price fixing, which is an interesting thing in and of itself. I have no idea what the legality of that is. It does seem a little interesting that they're doing that. And I mean, we're not even talking about the really interesting thing. Forget about the fact that some game is going to cost $10 more. As a European, I just have to admit, I laugh whenever anybody in America says, "Oh my God, I have to pay $10 more," when I have to pay 30 to 50% more for everything because I live in Europe. That aside, the more interesting thing is
you live on an island. It's near
restrictions.
the ocean.
Yeah, but yeah, I know. I'm not complaining. Don't get me wrong. I love it. But surely the more interesting thing, which I have to admit, I personally have a harder time kind of justifying, is the restrictions of, hey, you know what? You have to limit yourself to distributor X, Y, or Z. I mean, those kinds of controls they're putting in place struck me as a little interesting. Now, my assumption is that it's really just more for streamlining and keeping bookkeeping straight. But that's me trying to come up with a justification that I'm not quite certain rolls as trippingly off my tongue, I have to admit.
Well, Game Salute's experiment in this went horribly wrong because everything's back in distribution.
But they didn't buy everybody before they did it.
Well, but the other thing is too that the rest of the industry is all excited about this because they're going to get the benefit, like Richard said, of the hobby growing, and they don't get to look like the bad guy. Because they can say, hey, our prices are still the same as they were before.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll say this. I mean, yes, like Cool Stuff or Miniature Market. First of all, both of those do grow the brands because of the fact that they do have brick and mortar stores, and they, and people, dang well, people go into those things like, whatever, looking for whatever. They're at their buddy's house. They play code names.
The brick and mortar outlet, definitely, 100%.
So those two companies do actually do that process. The other thing is that I would venture to say that yes, fine, what nobody walks into the Android dungeon just as happenstance. Just like they were at their buddy's house. They played code names. They said that game was amazing. I want to buy that game.
Let me tell you a story.
Well, you are the aberration, not the norm. You can't.
I very much doubt that.
No.
I am here talking to all of you guys because of a brick and mortar store. If that were not the case, I would not be here. I'd still be working full time in the video game industry. I owe, really everything in my life these days to Blue Highway Games in Seattle, because I did go in there specifically looking for a copy of Scrabble, and I walked out with a copy of Pandemic because they would not sell me a copy of Scrabble.
So you got lucky.
No,
and somehow you played that horrible game, and you still wanted to play more.
Yeah, in spite of it all. Admittedly, that is an anecdotal tale, but all we're talking about, nobody has mentioned anything that is not anecdotal about what the impact of any given store is. What makes sense to me, and in large part is because it was my personal experience, is that face-to-face is going to do a better job at convincing. I'm looking at my mother right there. She is not going to go to Cool Stuff Inc., the website, and have an experience that's going to get her to play Ticket to Ride for the first time. She might go to Cool Stuff Inc., the brick and mortar store, and she might walk out of there with a copy of Ticket to Ride because she decides she wants to play it with her granddaughter.
You're talking about two different types of consumers there, though.
Yes.
You're talking about people who know what they want and are searching for it. They buy it online, versus people who don't know what they want and want to experience the possibilities of what they might want. So your brick and mortar store in that case is a much better representation of possibility for people who are trying to do self-marketing, as opposed to someone who's decided, I want these 5 games, now I'm going to go find a place.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about earlier, the fundamental difference between a muggle and a geek.
Well, and here's the weird thing, though, is that, and two or three pointed topics, and I'm going to shut up for a while, which I won't, but I will try to shut up for a while, is that...
I will, too. I will join you. I will make a pact with you right now.
So, one, I would say that, by and large, I mean, if you want to go anecdotal, gamers do a better job of selling the board game industry than all of the stores, online or brick and mortar combined, because they're the ones that are showing it to their friends, they're the ones showing it to their families, and whatever. And so that is where that's coming from. I mean, admittedly, that's not exactly proof, because there's more gamers than there are stores, but I think gamers are much better advocates of the hobby than anybody, and all of the YouTube channels combined as well, and everything. The people out there. Secondly, gamers, and this is a generalization, and I could very well be wrong, but gamers in general are going to be internet savvy, and they're going to be, and they are the ones that are going to, more often than not, they're going to go online for their purchases. They're going to go and check out their Amazon. They're going to have a Prime membership. They're going to do that. They're going to look for those things online, and maybe, inherently, possibly that's the reason. Like, one of those things, we're going to try to get people off Amazon.com and going and trying to get off their chair and go in and experience the world, kind of thing. And I don't know if that's like ultimately a goal, but who knows? I have heard from people, and I forget who I heard this anecdote from, and I think it might have been Scott. It might have been Aldi. Did you say that the Amazon guy said that their goal was to have every single board game for sale on their site at some point? It was just
that's Amazon's goal overall. They want to sell every single thing in the world.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where it's. I think what it is here is that is that corporations are like politicians in a weird way, and I've always had this attitude about any person that's in any kind of power to make decisions that affect large groups of people. When you are a politician, your job is to you can believe them to be altruistic, you can believe them to like believe in their thing, but ultimately they've been bought and sold, and they want to stay in power or increase their power or whatever, and they are going to do whatever is going to get them the most backing, the most votes, the most donations, the most everything. And if they happen to help their constituents along the way, great, perfect. That's good. But it really does. In the long run, it doesn't matter as long as they maintain that position, they maintain that place of power, or increase that place of power, and they aren't voted out of office. The same thing goes for corporations. Corporations are in business to make money. That's the bottom line. Doesn't matter what anything else is. They're in business to make money. That is their goal. They want to keep making money. They want to make more money, and they want to gather up and keep that money, keep those shareholders happy, keep the revenues coming in, and always increasing those revenues. And all their policies that they make, their decisions they make, are based upon how much money they can make. If there's any backlash, how do we mitigate that backlash? And anybody who thinks that like Asmodee didn't make this decision without coming up with some sort of plan, it's like, how can we increase our prices but still not come and come up with a way to make it so we're not the bad guy? And the thing is that none of them have said we want to make more money. They're always saying we're trying to help the local game store, and that's why it's BS. And that's fine. I don't care. Make all the money they want. Increase the prices. We're going to pay it. We're going to pay the money because it's the game in town and we want to play those games. And we can complain till we're blue in the face, but people are going to say, vote with your wallet. But voting with your wallet sucks because you don't see, you're going to be sitting there saying, I'm not going to play that game. But then you watch 10 people walk out of the store with it and you're like, we can't vote with our wallet if nobody else does. So you're going to pay the price. You're going to say, well, it's $10 more.
All right, so
here you go.
Here's my question.
All I will say is,
wait. I want to hear what Richard
That's all I'm going to say. I respectfully disagree with your worldview. Thank you, Anthony.
Scott, to verify something for me. Scott, how many new users of BGG did you have in the past year?
200,000.
Out of how
many?
All right,
so 200,000.
Yeah, we grew 20% in the last year. We had 1 million last January. I checked this year.
So 200,000 people.
So
I bet those didn't come from freaking game stores.
1/5.
That's what I was about to say. Well, I was about to say
that's just registered. That's just registered users.
I just want to make a joke here, and then I'll shut up. But it's like you got 200,000 more users, and you didn't go to a bigger damn hotel for BGGCon. You suck.
I know. I don't have the shareholders. I need to consult with the shareholders to make sure I'm optimizing my profits before I double the price next year.
Come on, man.
Give him enough crap and he'll have one extra spot available.
Oh, maybe.
No, it was actually kind of staggering. Like, to have 20% of our users registered in the past year is pretty crazy because we've been around for 16 years.
Well, and Anthony's going to the same point that I was going to make because I've looked at the growth of this hobby. Well, I think we're on the...
I'm used to this, Richard. I say something, everyone else talks.
All right, everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet and let Anthony talk.
No, it's all right. Go ahead. I'm drawing a picture.
I think Anthony and I both have the same thing to say. Go ahead, Anthony.
No, I'm saying it has nothing to do with...
Do it like John Travolta.
Asmodee's big push to help the little guy and grow the industry. The gamers are coming. The game, if you've noticed... Games have been mentioned in more places. They're here. They're queer. They're here to stay. But they're growing. It's funny because there are groups on Facebook that I'm a member of, and I see people talking about stuff. And me a few years ago, when there were less people and everyone was sort of like not really coming into the hobby, everyone was there already. When people said things like, "Oh, what." I saw this game, Ticket to Ride. What's it like? You'd laugh at them. Like, really? You don't know what Ticket to Ride is? But now we see all these people that are discovering games because they're available in Barnes & Noble and in Target and so on. And they're discovering other games. And they're naturally just going and seeking them out. I got back into gaming because I bought HeroScape for my son. And I went and searched online to see what else was available for this game. and I came across a whole entire website dedicated to fans of this game. I started hanging out there, and from there, I started learning about other games, and then I found Board Game Geek after that. So there are people in this world who are resourceful enough that don't know there's a game store to go to. And when they go, literally, I've been to game stores, and here's my criteria for a bad game store when I walk in. If you still have a copy of Stonehenge on your shelf, you're a bad game store. And I'm hoping there's people right now who are listening to this, whether live or afterwards, who are laughing hysterical because they have a game store in their town that has Stonehenge still on the shelf. That means you do not do anything to promote this hobby because you have no idea that that game is garbage and you should get rid of it and buy something to put on the shelf that you could sell to someone who wants to play a game.
It's an anthology board game, though.
On that note, I'm going to say goodnight, everybody. I got to work tomorrow.
Good night, Jim.
Jim, wait,
great
Jim,
conversation.
Wait, are you a big fan of Stonehenge? Did I insult you? I'm sorry.
No,
I have a prepared statement.
I
Dear
have the
Jim.
real stuff. All right, guys. You have a wonderful night. Thank you very much for the conversation.
Good night, buddy.
I wish you all the best.
Bye.
Good night.
So, I started with the hobby 5 years ago, and I've seen the growth as evidenced through conventions, sales, and everything else that we're seeing in this hobby and industry. You know what I haven't seen increase in that same rate, and I've actually seen decrease, is game stores in general, at least in the areas around me.
No, they're decreasing.
Exactly. So, if
and board game cafes are on the increase, so it all evens
the
out.
hobby. If they're key to the growth of the hobby, why is the hobby doing this while they're doing this? They are not key.
Well, again,
YouTube and Board Game Geek and the community is key, not that stodgy game store full of Magic players that won't
I'm
even.
so sorry that that's all you have available to you because a great game store is a big, big deal. And while game stores are going down, game cafes are exploding.
And that is a good thing, and I like that.
Yes.
But those are different. You don't have to go in there to buy a game. You go in there just to play a game, and but it's not the cafe.
It's a different take on brick and mortar, and they, as a general rule, sell games there, so they will benefit by being able to have a more competitive landscape to sell.
And the nice thing about game cafes is you see people actually playing board games, which I don't see in game stores.
Well, again, you're going to terrible game stores, and I'm sorry.
I'm going to game stores in 3 major metropolitan areas around me: Indianapolis, Louisville, and Cincinnati. And Louisville's got the only good game store in any of them. It's a dump, but at least the people are nice.
We have like 7 million people in the DFW area, and there's 2 game stores.
Although one of them is ridiculous.
Oh, no, you know, there's 3. Now I think about it. Yeah, one of them is like one of the best game stores I've ever been to.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. And they're very friendly there.
But we have no cafe. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Texas is weird.
It's just harder to become a brick and mortar. There's so many other.
And I do everything I can to, even though they're not even friendly. If there's a game I want and it's on a shelf, I will buy something just to try to help keep those guys open.
You're a good man.
They do provide a service for some people. There are the complete muggles that walk in and, like happened to you, they get steered towards the right game. But usually, all the ones I go to, they're perfectly happy to sell them Scrabble.
And I think a lot of those stores, they don't have the resources to put into that.
No.
Well, they don't tend to train their employees.
No.
They don't tend to teach customer service.
That's because their employees that they usually hire are people who know how to play Magic the Gathering.
Yes.
So they have the people on staff for Friday Night Magic and Saturday Night Magic.
No, it's
and
people that know how to
Magic.
sell Magic the Gathering. That's what they seem to have.
Yeah.
I think YouTube has done more to grow this hobby than anything. That is my personal stance.
I don't know. I don't think my show does much to grow the hobby. You know,
Lincoln and Nikki got recognized on the street in L.A.
Who?
Lincoln and Nikki, my friends that do the game night show.
Yeah.
They got recognized on the street in L.A.
Well, that's cool. That's cool, but they have a very definitive look to them as well. You know, and that helps.
I'm sure people recognize Tom too.
Richard, you are
geeks
responsible for a
recognize
lot of
Tom.
sales.
What? Oh,
You're
yeah,
responsible for a lot of sales.
Well, of course.
Me personally have bought many games because of what you've
my
shown me.
show does not convert anybody, or it converts very few people. All my show
that's
does.
totally wrong.
No, it may not convert
Richard,
nobody,
I've bought so many
but it
games after
converts
I've seen you run through them.
But no, he's talking about converting a non-gamer
to
becoming a gamer.
No, that's not exactly true. I'm sure it happens. When people discover the tip of the iceberg that we have, through Tom or Tabletop or your show or my show or whatever, that leads them into this thing, and then they start utilizing all the things. So who do they associate with the most, right?
Yeah, and that's what happened with me. Is I bought my first game at Gen Con in 2010.
Our reach is further than any game store can have.
Right.
It's just not even.
Yeah.
But after I got my first game, I'm going to find more, and that's where YouTube came in.
But your reach still targets geeks. And there's, the number of geeks in tabletop. I will give you. Tabletop grows the industry. Tabletop converts muggles to gamers. I mean,
when we went to South by Southwest, we shared a booth with them. So many normal type family people came up.
Normal type family.
The norms.
The normies. I mean, you can spot them a mile away, right?
Yeah.
They're not wearing like a geek T-shirt. They're not wearing like jeans.
Yeah.
It's very easy. Go to South by Southwest, the free part.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's like, I mean. And of course, I mean, I don't think any of us, we're all just talking out of our asses. We're all just...
Of course!
Yeah.
If we weren't saying it, it would be no fun.
That's true. Yeah.
Talk.
All I'm saying is I got mad love for y'all.
Likewise.
All right.
Hey,
so Lance is going to turn into the grumpy gamer. Lance, I'm going to buy that game you did last night. I can't remember the name of it. Villains and something, or Vigilante.
Oh, Agents and Operatives.
Agents and Operatives.
We have a question for Aldi.
Agents and Operatives is amazing. I'll talk about.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Ask the question for Aldi, and I want to talk about Agents and Operatives real quick. Go ahead.
You have a question from the chat, Aldi, about your opinion of the Dice Tower's coverage at Gamma and their other interviews and coverage at conventions and stuff.
I'm interested in that as well. You guys were toe to toe.
Yeah, we must have covered every single game between the two of us. Yeah. Well, no, it's awesome. I mean, to have two companies covering board game press, how crazy is that?
Yeah.
I mean, they had like eight or nine people in their booth too. We only brought 4, so.
Well, good for you.
Pretty crazy.
So, I'll criticize Board Game Geek a little bit on this.
Sure.
Oh,
and constructively.
As this thing is over the cancel on your.
I never
No, it's constructive though, and this is my feedback. Is it was much easier for me to find the Dice Tower's live stream coverage than it was to find yours.
Really?
Yeah, because I had to actually go to Board Game Geek and then follow that to live stream to find yours.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas the Dice Tower was in my YouTube feed.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know my problems with live stream, right?
Yeah.
Like we lost.
Did you lose everything again?
No, it's all there. But it's actually their fucking system is hung again, and if I push a button, it'll lose the video. I know it will. So I'm just leaving it. They have a broken system, in my opinion. But I didn't realize that I was prepaying for the whole year when I made the payment. So that's why I'm just using it for one more show.
We'll probably switch back to YouTube at that point.
Yeah, we'll probably just switch back to YouTube because it's free. I mean,
okay, cool. That's what I was going to ask.
But the thing is, live streams chat is really great. Like, I don't know if you've hung out in there at all during the show.
No, I haven't.
Although YouTube, I guess, is probably okay. Like, back to okay.
It's adequate. When I'm running a live show, I'm literally having to copy and paste the feed into Notepad so that I can actually read it because it's Twitch, really archaic.
Yeah, Twitch probably has the best chat and the lowest latency. So that's
that's pretty cool.
I agree, Keith. It's an inferior system, but I had already paid for.
Yeah. So I'm watching theirs live, and I'm watching yours on makeup, basically.
We're actually. I just finished editing the videos. I did a 20-hour work marathon here and edited all the videos after I got back home.
They're all uploading right now as we speak. So.
Yeah, it's also
there was some great stuff. I don't know if you guys have talked about any of the games, but some really interesting things coming out.
What? You want to talk about games?
It's really cool, and yeah, talk about.
So the things that caught my eye. Number one was last Friday. Did you check it out, Richard? Last Friday? Anybody heard about this game?
Is that the Friday the 13th type thing?
Friday the 13th.
Oh yeah,
It's the twist
from Ares Games, right?
Yeah, it's the twist and I'm drawing a blank on his name.
If only there was some way to look it up.
Oh, shoot.
That's a good idea.
He might not be. He's probably not listed on BGG.
Antonio Ferrara and Sebastian Fiorillo. Fiorillo. Yeah. But yeah, a slasher horror movie.
Yeah, it's the guys who had developed Whitechapel and Garibaldi, which is actually kind of a underrated hidden movement game. Yeah. And that really caught my eye. I was like, oh, that's the game I want to take home, right? Like any of the games that come by the booth, if I want to grab them right there, that's the ones that I find the most intriguing. But that one came up, and I'm like, oh, cool. I don't think any hidden role game has turned, except for Fear of Dracula, has turned the player against the hunters. And Fury of Dracula, you don't really want to get into combat, so I'm excited about that. Mystic Veil, I didn't get a quite full demo of it, but I just caught the little piece of it, of the mechanism. The mechanism of putting the cards into the sleeve where you get to build your own card.
It's phenomenal. I was this close to walking out of there with a prototype. I almost talked Todd into doing it, but at the last minute he chickened out and said, "Oh, we've still got to do our proofing." Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you talk about that one a little more from standpoint of? I'm curious. Is it an innovative mechanism that just looks really cool, or does the game itself that it's built as the engine for look really good?
I will defer to Aldi.
No, Rado. I only saw the basic overview. I don't know the underlying game part.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to go over there and actually spend a lot of time with it, but I mean, they were actually every time I walked by AEG's, there was 4 or 5 people crowded around the little table they had that set up, and I was hoping I was going to walk out with it, but then at the last minute I didn't, so that's why I didn't look about. I'm excited about that the same way I was excited about those Gears and Solkin when I first saw that, and my gut feeling is it'll have the same kind of impact, and yeah, you know what, it is a gimmick. But yeah, it really does create a different experience that would not have been achievable without this gimmick. That's my positive outlook on it. I know Tom did actually play a full game, and he talked about it, and he raved about it. I think it was maybe his game of show, because he actually did play it hands-on and was really stoked about it.
Excellent.
I'm sure it'll be in that system. I don't know what they're calling it. Something card creation system or
card crafting is what they're calling
card crafting system, and they're going to use that in other games. Didn't
Gloom use it? Honestly,
Gloom is fun. I played it. I had never played it before, and I was real anti-Gloom for a while, and I played it. I had a good time with it.
Yeah. I mean, it just annoys me that people are like, "Oh my gosh, this is so amazing! Look at it!" Yeah, it's been.
But Gloom is not even close to the.
Well, fine, but like the idea behind
it's been done.
It's been done.
But Hecatome, do you remember Hecatome?
I do.
Collectible? Yeah. That did it too. Nobody.
Yeah, and it's just I don't know.
It was before its time, I think.
Yeah, like when you stand on the shoulders of the giants, people just don't see the giants anymore. It's just.
That's Mike Elliott's game, Hecatome. Another game, the Star Trek Frontier, I think it's called.
Yep, Frontiers.
The Mage Knight version of Star Trek, or Star Trek version of Mage Knight.
It will be awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if it'll also have mind-blowing amounts of AP, and you're just basically playing the game solo, like when you're playing the predecessor. But I mean, I'm sure it'll be great.
I've never played Mage Knight with other people, and I think it's a great solo game.
It's
and after playing it solo, I said, I will never try to play this with other people.
Oh, I played the game with other people. I just didn't even know they were there when I was playing the game. It was just...
Have you tried the co-op version, where against the army that marches across the board?
Yeah, co-op's really the only way to play Mage Knight. Or solo. Solo is great, and co-op I mean, you do need to do that. It's a terrible.
Because you either got to play by yourself or you got to hold hands while you play. Because that's the only way you can. And everybody talks about how great everybody else is. That's the only way to enjoy board games.
They're doing two Cryptozoic, right? Is doing two Rick and Morty games. Mr. Meeseeks.
So they'll ruin something I love. Well, great. Cryptozoic's been doing that for like 10 years.
I hope excited about something.
10 more.
Yes.
I'm Mr. Meeseeks. Look at me.
They're doing Mr. Meeseeks game, and they're doing the Total Recall episode.
Yeah.
So they've made 2 games from 2 episodes.
If you're not watching Rick and Morty, you're missing the most brilliant
I
show on
watched the
television
pilot.
right now.
It's ridiculously good.
I watched the
So
pilot.
every once in a while, a show comes across that is like, they made this for me.
Yeah.
So Rick and Morty, Mr. Robot, those shows.
Well, is that you see that, Summer? You see that out there? That's my dead body out there. I buried it myself. You just need to get over some of these things and just move forward. It was yeah. Or what's his line? He's like, don't worry too much about it, Summer. Love is just a chemical reaction in your brain that helps that's there to make sure that we keep our species going. And then as soon as you pulled that off, it just slowly dies away, and then you just have to stare at the same person for the next 40 years of your life. Just that show. Do you watch Rick and Morty there, Richard?
Of course.
Okay.
Keep Summer safe.
Yeah, keep Summer safe. Just when they spits out the baby or the child, all of you have loved ones. Back off, or you will meet them. Keep Summer safe. so awful. So
the most wonderfully twisted thing ever. Yeah.
Oh, it was. It was just what a great show. Just
yeah.
Speaking
of Cryptozoic, though,
Anthony, there's going to be 3 Godfather games.
And one of them might be good.
I think the Eric Lang one will be.
I think they'll be.
Surely Eric Lang's will be great, right?
Well, what's weird is they're not going to go. They're not going to go through Kickstarter for the Godfather one. Eric
Bloodborne, right? Bloodborne,
and here's what people are actually giving them a backlash because they're not going to have Kickstarter exclusives for the game.
Oh, what a shame.
What?
Yeah, seriously, people are like upset that Cool Mini or Not is not doing a Kickstarter for Godfather because they want their Kickstarter exclusive pieces. Because
I would be happy if they never did another Kickstarter.
Because Kickstarter exclusive pieces have like just a stupidly
huge resale.
Huge resale, and people are buying.
They want to do their secondary market bullshit.
You could buy every if you bought every Cool Mini or Not exclusive, you could just pay for all your games for a year with just those.
Yeah.
Reselling them.
Is that what you're doing with those painted Arcadia Quest figures? Oh.
Dude, I have not even played that game yet. I'm so bummed. I need to get it out.
Arcadia Quest is great,
You're making me look in the direction of where they are.
Yeah. Just you should play Arcadia Quest. That is like one of my daughter's favorite games. And you know what? She loves killing her dad in that game. Not something that nothing brings her more happiness than when she can slaughter my people. So I'm bringing her up right.
Yeah, I'm sure you're very proud.
I am. When she maneuvers her
it.
characters in a perfect spot and then rolls the dice and bumps me off, and
Are you kickstarting your Mountain Dew? Look at the side of that can.
Hey man,
Black
Cherry Kickstart is the bomb, yo.
Hey, Lance will promote anything that's on Kickstarter.
Hey, not to bring us full circle, Scott, did you back the Lazy Gamer table?
No, I think I need to do that though. I was thinking.
Yes, because if you have any questions for the man behind the idea, he's right here.
Yeah, I think we did we email you about BGGCon Spring? Did Jeff talk to you about that?
I'm not sure. I'll check.
We were trying to get a prize giveaway for Spring.
Oh, can you give him something for free?
Not give me. No, we're willing to pay for it.
I'll take the free.
I buy the crocodile boards and stuff.
Hey, I actually have a question about the Lazy Gamer board. While I'm thinking of these things, are you going to be able to have like some sort of lock system? I know you guys have talked about the possibility of having some sort of way to lock the board in place if need be. I know you've mentioned that the board itself is just heavy enough and has enough resistance that, like, you know, you're not going to bump it. It isn't going to, like, fly off like a helicopter. But that's something that I was wondering about.
That's one thing there. Jordan's looking at is like incorporating that. Another thing that we're going to see, like we can't tell right now, is like using the dice holder as the mechanic that holds the board in place. You know what I mean? Because it'll be on the table.
Yep.
Aside, potentially that can hold, but again, that's things we have to figure out because, you know, we only just have the one prototype.
That's like, yeah, the engineering of it that you have to work on.
Yeah.
And when is Stretch Goal 4 coming out? You guys have been hinting at Stretch Goal 4 like with every update and like.
They're waiting for it to cross customs and for us to actually get it. My fear is that we won't get it before, because the Kickstarter only has like what 8 days left.
8 days left, yeah.
So we'll be pretty screwed if it like comes in like 5 days and it's like, oh well, the campaign's over and we're, you know, like the campaign's almost over unless we miraculously get like what is it, 50.
Bounce over to Crowdox after the campaign. You can sell more if you want to, you know. And they only charge you. They only charge you based on what you sell as far as percentages. They don't charge you on your project total.
Well, hey, off the record, you know, because we're not recording right now. Can you tell us what update 4 is?
Actually, tomorrow we'll announce what update 4 is. I was just told by Jordan, the other guy. He also said that.
Hey, there's a little dude behind you. You got a little dude behind you. Hey, buddy.
Customer.
Hi.
Hey. How old is that guy?
He's almost 5.
Sweet. My son is almost 5 too.
Where's the action figure?
Well, what's his action figure? I want to see it. What is that guy?
It's like a cobra warrior of some sort.
No, it's a action marker.
He likes to play Flashpoint, Fire Rescue.
Sweet.
Also, another note about the Lazy Gamer is there's no lock mechanism for now. So that's just that's what I've been told.
Since I played on a Lazy Susan before, it typically doesn't spin out of control. I mean,
yeah,
I think it'd be fine.
What was and the fourth one or whatever? That means you're gonna have like update 4. I know was there, you hinted at the possibility that the dice boxes were gonna have like a felt bottom on them or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Right, sweet. Yes.
So yeah, tomorrow night be on the lookout for Stretch Goal 4. That's what I've been told. So I'll let you guys know.
Awesome. Everybody should have a lazy gamer table. Those things, I mean, I don't know, those look really cool.
It's a conversation starter. We're here right now talking about it.
I can't remember. Oh, Agents and Operatives. I was going to talk to you about that. So yeah, Agents and Operatives. It's from the same guys who did Secrets of the Lost Tomb, which was a like completely weirdly over the top but really fun take. Well, it was like weird. It was like it had some of the same stuff that I'm trying to think of the game Betrayal at the House on the Hill. It kind of had the same thing where you built the tomb, but it didn't suck like Betrayal at the House on the Hill. So it was actually fun. And it's the same guys that did that are doing this one that's called Agents and Operatives, which is a secret role game with worker placement, which sounds weird, but like basically you divvy up into agents and operatives and mercenaries, and then each of you, like agents want to kill the operatives want to kill the agents, and depending upon the player count, the mercenaries have a separate goal. And so you move around on the table to collect gadgets and collect weapons and use different powers like sending drones to attack people or like steal things and things like that, and use different spots for their powers. And then like you put one of you have two people, you have two little meeples, and you move them to a spot, and then you can take the action of the spot you take, or you don't have to if you don't want to. and then you do, if you want to, a hostile action, which could be to shoot somebody or punch somebody or whatever. And everybody has 15 health. And once they get to 15, they're considered to be neutralized, but you're not dead. You just don't have, you're severely weakened as far as how much power you have and what you can do. And but you can still help out your team. And so, but the thing is, you don't know who's on your team. So, what was the coach ride to the Devil Castle? Remember, like your coach ride? I forget what the name of the game is.
Coach fart.
Your coach ride to Teufelsberg.
Yeah,
I can't remember, but they like the Devil Castle or whatever it was. Yeah, that's one of my favorite little card games. I love that game, and it's kind of like it reminded me of that because of the fact that like in that game you had like 2 secret societies, but you didn't know which secret society your friends were on, and so you would hand cards back and forth, and you'd slowly kind of determine who was on your team, and then you'd have, and you would then. This is the same way. So, like, if you're on the same spot as somebody and you've collected these cool little cardboard pieces that have, like, they look like jump drives. They're like a resource that you can collect on a certain spot, and you turn one of those in, and then it allows you to hand these 3 cards that either say agent, operative, or mercenary, and you hand them to the person, and then they take those and they pick the one they are, and then they put it on the bottom, and so then they hand all 3 cards back to you, and then you look and you see what they are. And then at that point, if you want, you can reveal your role to the other person. Obviously, you can't lie. You can't, I'm really a mercenary. You can't do that. And then so like you can kind of have information back and forth. But if like it doesn't, if you have a small group, like if you have like only 4 players or 5 players or 6 or whatever, and you start showing, if you show the person what you are, then it's like. You don't want to do that because of the fact that then like the other people are like, well, they're on the same team, so you shorten the list too much. So it's one of those things where it's like if you don't show it though, are you actually on the other side? And then that person might attack you because they think that you're not. And so there's a lot of conversation and like discussion and whatever. It's a lot of fun. The game is it's not like any. It's I know everybody's got
a new take on the social deduction.
Everybody's got a secret role game. Everybody's got a deduction game, but this is one that actually does something different. And I it was a breath of fresh air when I played it. It was really cool. So check that out if you like secret role games. Unfortunately, Rado, I know you can't play those because you don't have 4 to 8 people that you can play games with.
It doesn't work very well with 2.
No, but
I love the idea of them.
I think you'd like it. You should. We can play it at some convention if I ever see you again.
That'd be great.
Yeah,
I'd be there.
Social deduction feels like
a question from the thread, and it's actually I was just thinking about asking the same thing myself. Hey Aldi, we were talking earlier about the Golden Geek Awards. I'm kind of curious. I mean, everybody's got their opinion about what game got robbed, what game was misclassified, etc., etc. What's your opinion? What do you think worked or didn't work? With this year's nominees.
I always wonder.
I think the Golden Geek Awards were excellent. They are the best awards possible.
Yes, they are the best award. It's the only People's Choice Award out there, right? Mm-hmm. Unless I'm mistaken, I don't know of anybody that runs one at this scale.
Yeah, I think that's
thousands of people. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So popularity it's a popularity contest at this point. And when you have a game that is definitely innovative, definitely a amazing piece of work that a lot of people have played, it's going to get a lot of awards, right? And that's what happened this year. I don't know specifically which category you're speaking of. Maybe the innovative, that could have been.
Well, certainly I think that.
And I'll just tell you. Normally I don't reveal anything, but there were many close calls here.
Oh, really?
Not everything was a blowout.
Mm.
Yeah, especially in the innovative and game of the year.
Those
were close. Those were close battles. Yeah.
Well, but the people who voted for Pandemic Legacy for innovative, we've all agreed that they were wrong, right?
I don't necessarily think that.
I'm the biggest booster of the game in the world, and I have a hard time justing it as innovative. Now,
if you didn't play, I would assume most people didn't play Risk Legacy.
Of course, you're right. Of course, yeah.
And if this is their first time seeing this kind of game, then
it'll blow their mind. Yeah.
It blew my mind, and I played Risk Legacy. I thought, holy crap! To the extent they took it, right? Risk Legacy was just only kind of Legacy. You know what I mean? Like it did as much as they could get away with with the time and.
So you're saying that Seafall
the
wins most innovative for next year?
Seafall will probably win.
Probably.
Because what else is coming out? That's going to be.
So let's not even bother having the awards next year. Just give them.
Are you guys thinking? So what is your opinion like?
So
believe me, I mean I like variety in awards too. Like I don't like to see one thing win everything, but this is kind of a special game, guys. It's like it only comes once in every 10 years.
Yeah, it was what I expected it to be.
Sorry, I didn't. What? Say again.
Go ahead, Anthony.
I said every 2 years now, because we'll have a season 2 and season 3 and season 4. And Legacy this and Legacy that and Legacy the other.
Well, I doubt that's going to happen. I mean, you're not going to see a cavalcade of Legacy games, just like you're not going to see an overload of digitally implemented app/board games. I mean, they're just too hard to do. It doesn't make sense for people to chase after them.
I think the world of the legacy game, the throwaway board game though, is upon us though. I mean, I think there's gonna be more. I mean, it's because I mean, look at even like Mythos Tales, which is like the recent one from 8th Summit Games, which is a game I'm really excited about. You know, just to play the different like Cthulhu based mysteries, that are, it's technically, is it like really a game? No, it's kind of an activity, or that Escape Room in a Box, the fairly successful Kickstarter that just happened. That's technically a board game. But it's a throwaway game. But people forget that like legacy-esque games have been around for a while. I mean, that How to Host a Murder series. I mean, you can still find those. Just like you're selling something that has a very limited use. I don't know. I mean,
my Yahtzee company.
The big complaint is that
has everybody here played through the whole game?
Yes.
Nope.
Anybody not play through the whole game?
Is there anybody here who hasn't that is planning to?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, you are going to finish it.
Well, it's one of those things where.
Surprised.
Well, I'm a glutton. I'm a masochist. So, but I play it with my non-gamer group, non-gaming friends, and so like it's like a once every 2 months kind of thing. And the thing is that if I ever finally get around to finishing my best games of 2015, I will actually list it either an honorable mention or 10, because of the fact that like I personally did not have a lot of fun with it. But I recognize it as a like.
What month are you in?
I don't like third, I think.
Yeah, okay. You've not seen anything. Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying. It's still pandemic to you.
Yeah. I've watched the whole thing. I haven't, but I've watched the whole thing, and it's still pandemic enough. I can see the appeal, but it's still pandemic enough that there was not enough reason for me to invest in it.
Okay.
Fair
enough.
And some of the things that it did, I found surprising. Some of the things I saw that it did were very predictable to me. But it doesn't surprise me that it's that popular, and it doesn't surprise me it won a lot of awards. I mean, it generated more buzz on the Geek than any game since I've been
once every 10 years something comes out. Dominion probably was the last game of this level. Right?
And I knew that's what it was going to be. And I criticized it for not being innovative because of stuff, but I'm looking at it. It's not innovative to us sitting here because we are the geekiest of the geeky when it comes to that stuff. The average geek user doesn't follow every game in the world. And
I'm always amazed. I'm always amazed at the guys that reply in the forums. They're like, "Well, I played about 2 of those games, so 2 out of like 50 or 75 games." It's like, okay, well, I know it's a weird award. It does appeal to the masses, right? It's like the game that most people are going to play. Definitely has a leg up. But and I guess last year, Splendor was the big hoo-ha that people didn't think was good enough.
But people liked it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those. It's turning into an award that. It's a People's Choice Award. I don't know what else to say. It's like, and there's more and more people getting into the hobby that are not as crazy gamers.
Well, I think we know what we need to do. We need to limit the amount of people that can be part of our hobby.
Yes, we have to be.
Well, we should only allow people to vote if they're in a game store. So.
No. Why don't we do this? Let's do this. Next year, actually only let the people vote who are designers and artists and podcasters and video people, kind of like the way the Academy does it.
Well, isn't that the
This way
Dice
you
Tower
get
The
the
Awards?
Dice Tower Awards?
Dice Tower Awards is all insiders, right?
No, it's not all insiders.
I'm not a part of the
wait,
Dice
wait,
Tower
I
Awards,
have
by
a
the
better,
way.
I have a better idea. So if I say we let everybody vote, and this, but
And then we'll check
but
right.
but we should like make sure that, like you said, like anybody who votes at a local game store gets a discount on it. But
They don't have to pay the Geek Gold entry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
Aldi, what have you done for local gaming stores? Huh, Kyle?
Every time I go to Memphis, I drop like a couple hundred bills there. 200.
All I guess is that.
because the only way that this hobby will survive is if we help out that poor local game store, that's got tumbleweeds rolling in front of it and people panhandling for magic cards outside. That's the only way they'll survive, is if we bring in some.
My favorite
giant-
thing is going into the local game store that is part of a chain of local game stores and saying, "Do you have such and such game?" He's like, "Never heard of it," and it's like the newest Fantasy Flight game.
Yeah, I get that. Ollie, how much influence does the Golden Geek have? Like,
It's massive.
Oh, wait a minute.
No, what I'm saying is, like, the Field of Genres, if
They
you
should
get on
stick
the
their logo
nomination
all
for
over
the
the
Field of
box.
Genres, you're going to get, 30% increase in sales. Do you think the Golden Geek has that effect?
I don't know.
Not to that extent, but
I've not been told anything. They'll, I saw a lot of the publishers are putting the logo on the front of the box now.
Yeah. Is it true that the award is actually just foil-covered chocolate?
No, they're better actually. I've got a whole bunch of them here sitting around. At least
Hey,
I-
Richard, get ready.
Wait,
In
hold
2
on.
years, you get one.
Will you start a new Golden Geek category for Best Hanger-On? Because I'm looking for something I can win.
I had a stack of them around here somewhere.
So, actually, what's missing from the awards that you're planning on adding next year? I know you
Oh
posted
yeah, we're
online.
going to do. I think
Co-op
co-op was your
missing.
suggestion. So I kind of felt, and this is just my feeling of it. I didn't realize that there were that many co-op games coming out every year. And I thought, oh, if there's only like 20 games coming out, wouldn't they all kind of be dominated? For 15 in a nomination. But there's way more co-op games coming out now than ever. I had no idea actually. I ran a search. I did an advanced search with just the co-op category, and it's a couple hundred, I think.
Mm-hmm.
which is
How did
actually
Solo
fun.
Game get on here, by the way?
Legacy?
I don't remember.
No, it's the best solo game. But there aren't that many games that come out that are solo games, and of course they're going to pick something that's popular that you can possibly play solo. But
It does have solo rules. Like I made sure that all the nominees had solo rules in them. Instead of a game that you could play solo, like just because you could play any game solo, or you just play all the sides, but specifically a game that has solo rules.
Yeah.
I actually think
that was important.
Since there was no co-op
I mean,
category.
like someone, I think just people lobbied for it back in the day, and I just said, okay.
All right.
It's very easy. And I'll do co-op next year. I mean, what the heck?
But we already know who would have
I
won.
don't take this. I don't think anybody should really
Yeah.
take this that seriously. It's for fun.
well, you give it a big hunking piece of gold.
I know they get the big medal.
next, so they can take it seriously.
My medal stash. I think it's hiding up there, but I don't want to go.
I'm all ready. 52 years from now, I get to win. Best
Were you nominated this year for the?
no.
Did you guys make it?
No, I don't care. I look at it this way.
Rado comes out of nowhere, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, man. You've
I
done
don't even
the
know
time.
you had a podcast, Rado. That's how I found you had a podcast.
Yeah. I wouldn't call it a podcast so much as me just blathering for 3 hours every month.
That's what I do
call
on my
myself.
podcast.
Yeah.
So you only do it
Isn't it
once
like
a
every
month?
podcast?
Wow,
Yeah.
don't we do that every week here?
Yeah.
That's what I was saying.
Blather.
No, but that's 3 hours me by myself.
Oof.
Oof.
Do you get it all straight, or do you cut up?
No, I just pretty much go straight.
Wow.
I mean, he does kind of have a talent for that if you watch his videos.
It's true.
And I mean that as a talent. I'm not even picking on him.
So, Richard, if we had the co-op category, Pandemic would have won this year.
Yeah, of course.
And maybe Time Stories number 2, and maybe Mysterium number 3. I don't know. So I mean,
who wins the Hammy for second place?
Yeah.
This is my theory on the Golden Geeks, and there's no offense to anyone or the award in itself. Is I look at it like the Grammys. The really cool bands we like do not win Grammys. Justin Bieber wins Grammys.
Yeah.
That's true. That is a great comparison.
I mean, I played through all of Pandemic Legacy, and I feel it's a very worthy winner.
Darth at 37 actually is just saying you should eliminate the most best innovative category.
Why?
Because it's too nebulous, he says.
Nebulous?
Nebulous.
But that's what's fun about these things. People have different opinions, and it causes talk.
Well, I mean, for the most part.
In other words, you don't really care about the winners. You just want the.
No, I care. I certainly care. I mean, I would do it if I didn't care. But I mean, like.
Sorry, but I talked over you, so just
is innovative, like, I don't know, it's I don't know. I guess if people were hoping 504 was going to win, they should have voted more.
Well, it's just.
I mean, I'm always amazed at how little publishers promote this. Steven did not tweet maybe a single time that it was even up for an award.
Bonacore?
Bonacore, yeah.
Really?
He's a guy. No, I never. I mean, unless I missed it. I mean, he didn't. He might have mentioned it on his podcast.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, publishers got to get the word out sometimes. They gotta.
Yeah, that's quite annoying too.
Is it?
It is because as soon as the nominations go up, well, as soon as they say nominations are open, we have all the people. Oh, please nominate us, and then they get nominated, and then please vote for us. Like, you know what? If you are a fan and you're following Board Game Geek, you know the nominations open, you know the voting opened. You know what? You should vote for who you want to vote for, not because I'm like I reminded you to vote for me.
Yeah, I make it like it's sort of like the presidential race, right? You got to tell people to vote for you. I don't know. It's campaigning, right?
Yeah. I just went through the list again, and it is what was hot this year. I can't criticize the list. I may not agree with that being innovative, but I can't disagree with the list overall.
Ticket to Ride map collection was hot.
People like Ticket to Ride. I wouldn't pick that.
No, that was actually kind of surprising. I mean, after 5 expansions.
What about the war game that isn't actually a war game?
Yeah, it actually says it's not a war game in the rulebook.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do, though? I mean, like, that's what people say.
But the point is that people do not know how to nominate things. Every single friggin' day, somewhere, someone puts a list out. Who are your favorite reviewers? And Rodney gets named every single time, and someone has to say, Rodney doesn't do reviews.
But he's an influencer, is really what the question is.
But he's not a reviewer, and the people, who are your favorite reviewers?
I get it.
Well, the war game, though, you had control over that, right? I mean, it was only something people could vote on because it is classified as a war game via board game.
And I didn't know
it shouldn't be classified.
I didn't know it was not a war game.
Well, Scott's fault.
It actually says in the rulebook. Someone actually posted a screenshot. It's not a war game.
Yeah, I saw it.
Which I had no idea. I mean, it's in the board game category. It's about World War II.
Yeah, but it was more like a
more
political
themes.
situation than a war game.
Well, Pandemic Legacy is a war on pandemic.
A war on demic. Hey, actually, this is the perfect time for Barry to do. I'm going to give Barry 14 minutes because it's 14 minutes to midnight.
14 to midnight.
Oh, joy.
So
how many minutes will he actually get with us interrupting him?
Well, I actually have to step away from the computer, so he's going to have a lot of.
So you're not even going to be
So
around.
basically, it's the Lance is gone for.
Yeah, Lance
I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes to interrupt him. Don't worry about it.
Basically, Lance has to go to
We're
bed.
going to call the Larry the Lance PB break brought to you by the Barry 14.
Oh, well, after the berries,
They're also damn
I want to talk about Seven Wonders Pool.
Okay.
With Rado. I'm curious. I want you to defend your position on the game.
All right, I am ready to throw down in a very peaceful, bear kind of way.
Sure.
All right, so Rado, what are your thoughts on Seven Wonders Duel?
What? Oh, come on!
Barry took my question.
Barry is spoken.
I think I made my thoughts. I think it's a brilliant game. I think it's potentially the best two-player game of the year. And my wife and I hated it. We just
war mechanism.
One of the things.
So I'm very much like you, Rado, with two players. Like I don't like attacking games, especially when it's directly across the table. But it seems to, my opinion, like I love Seven Wonders. I've played it a bunch now.
Me too. It's in my top 10 of all time.
No, Duel.
Oh,
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
But it feels so abstracted to me.
No, I mean, here's the thing.
You're going to get us copyright infringements, Anthony.
Yeah.
You get flagged.
There's nothing abstract about it though. When I've got the money, I need desperately to buy whatever it is I'm trying to do. That I've worked very hard and I've tried to maneuver in such a way that I can get the card that I'm going to be able to build. And you have worked equally hard to ensure that you get that military card, whose sole use is to deny me the money I was going to use to buy the thing. And no, actually,
you're talking about when it cracks your hand or whatever.
It was I mean, I could just ignore there's several wonders that let you just out and out destroy your opponent's stuff, which is not in Seven Wonders. There was just no reason to add that. But plus the fact that, you're literally stealing money out of each other's pocket. And I should say, a lot of people say, oh, I'm just a crybaby. I don't like having my stuff stolen. It's not that at all. It's that I don't like stealing stuff. I have no desire to steal Anthony's hard-earned gold and then sit back and laugh as he's like, well, fuck. Now I'm not going to be able... Oops, sorry. I'm sorry, I have a clean image. I cursed. Well, gosh darn it. Now I am not going to be able to buy that thing that I was going to buy, and now it's out of the queue, and great. And it's not so much about the fact that it's been done to us. It's that neither Jen nor I we literally cannot enjoy a game when the game puts us in a situation where it's in our best. Jen and I both want to play as best we can.
Sure.
And a game that puts us in a situation where, you know what, if I don't take that card that hurts you, I'm actually hurting myself by playing suboptimally. That's a choice we just don't particularly enjoy. And as much as we both were blown away by the game, it's so wonderful. And there was just no reason. It could have been so easy to say, okay, instead of stealing $3 from your opponent when you hit that first war threshold, just give me $2 instead. It would have had, with tweaking numbers, it would have had the same net result, and it wouldn't have to be about me grinding you into the dirt. I just don't see why that's fun.
If that had changed, if they had made the game so that when you advance on the military, it doesn't strike from the other people, and you get rid of the wonders or whatever that steal their gold, would that have changed the whole game for you at that point?
Yeah.
If you could still win through military, still get the points.
Beautiful. And the military game in the original Seven Wonders is beautiful. I've played Seven Wonders probably 50 times or so with like every player count. I used to play it a lot at a job I used to work at, and never once did any of it ever say, man, you know what? I really wish when I beat you in military that I could take your stuff. It was satisfying to just know that, hey, I got the points that you didn't get. I mean, and you still felt a win. I've always felt the military in the original Seven Wonders is about the best military I've ever seen because it gives you the interaction you want without having to just stick a knife in. And I don't know why they suddenly felt, I do know why. It's because Bruno Cathala stepped in and said, well, I like the punchy and the kicky. At least I don't know that for a fact. I'm assuming that's the case. I'm assuming that was...
It'd be interesting to see who's responsible for which parts.
Yeah, I know.
Because I don't know if anybody's ever interviewed those guys like face to face on this.
It is kind of painful when you're building a plan, and that game is about trying to build a plan, and then somebody just comes in and destroys it.
Yeah. I always feel like that's a tactical thing. Right?
Jen and I, we love co-op games. We don't mind getting our stuff destroyed. We just don't like destroying each other's stuff. I mean, the thought of me walking up to you on the beach and saying, oh, nice sandcastle, let me smash it to the ground, I just don't see how that's even remotely fun.
So has everybody else here played it?
Yeah, I've played it.
Yeah.
All right. What do you guys think about it?
I mean, like, I loved it, but I felt like I guess I wasn't as distraught about destroying stuff because it's a very quick game, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, right?
True.
And B, when it happened to me, it's more like, oh, okay, well, I now have to come up with a new game plan instead of like, oh crap, I'm just gonna lose outright.
Yeah, and true. I mean, it was not about it happening to us. It was about us being the instigator of it that neither of us enjoyed. The very first game we played, Jen stole money out from me, and then later in the game, I ended up destroying a building that was crucial to her. And both of us were like, man, I don't think we'd ever want to play this game again. I mean, just because those two instances just ruined it for us.
And it's because that's not who you are as a gamer.
Yeah, it's a reflection of us.
It's totally, and believe me, I'm super sensitive to it as well. I have the same feelings, but that didn't trigger on me in this game for some reason, because I guess it was so quick, and like when you're playing like really fast, it's like, okay, I'll blow that up. Oh, you blow that up, and I take this, and I take your money, and blah blah blah. And, it's like it was so quick, you don't have time to think about it, really.
Yeah. I mean, the most common two-player games are LCGs and Magic and CCGs, and that's all about just blowing each other up all day long. So I guess that's why it didn't faze me in Seven Wonders Duel.
Oh yeah, and believe me, I know I'm the outlier. I mean, I totally am, and I try to make that clear every time I do a video. I mean, I'm a weirdo freak, and actually, I should say for the record, it's mostly me. Jen has more of a cutthroat heart than I do. She's a
competitive nature.
Yeah, she's more competitive than I am. She's more quick to gleefully just hope and pray. Man, I hope he doesn't see that, because if he doesn't see that, I will sweep in and I will destroy him. She's a little bit quicker to do that than me. I mean, she's a real card shark. Her whole family knows. Don't play games with her. And I think, if anything, I'm rubbing off on her with my extreme. I mean, like, fanatical Care Bearism, as evidenced by my views on Seven Wonders, because I know I'm crazy in the minority on that.
Hey, Barry, how do you and Jen? What's your chemistry of gaming? Like, do you?
Oh, Jen's fucking ruthless. I'm not. I play more from the gut, where Jen will analyze everything, like, to the point it's painful. I try to get a 30-second rule. You got 30 seconds, and I punch you in the head if you don't make a move. That didn't work out. So, but that doesn't really bother me, and it definitely doesn't bother her. My sister doesn't like. I call them "fuck the next guy" games, so it didn't work well. She's kind of like you, Rada. She doesn't like to initiate any kind of conflict or something like that. Yeah. But I'm curious, other than Rada, because we know what he thinks. How do you feel about with the two-player game? Would you rather play the duel or the Seven Wonders with a dummy?
Oh, that's going to be 100% sweep. Everybody hates the dummy. I bet.
I've not tried it. So.
I
just want more games to steal the draft out of Seven Wonders Duel to use in them, because I really love the draft in that game. That they can.
Yeah, the drafting mechanism.
The whole
awesome.
pyramid where things are going to collapse or whatever, and you have to choose what you want to take, but you want to not give somebody else something that's available if you take that. That's what I really liked about that game.
Oh yeah, it's brilliant, absolutely beautiful design. My hat's off to them.
Just take your copy and just paint over all the coin destruction cards.
Well, do you think the tension would be as high without that military mechanism?
I think you could leave the mechanism, and like Richard had it right. Instead of taking $5 from him, give $5 to the other guy.
Yeah, if you just took it from the bank, that might solve that problem, and you don't get to destroy cards or anything. You just maybe get some
Care Bear variant.
Yeah.
All right, go back in time and just keep Godzilla from touching it, and then you're okay.
Isn't the card breaker? The card breaker is on the Wonders, right? Is on the Wonder where you get to destroy their gray card. Or whatever.
I think there's a couple of Wonders that have. There's basically one for destroying each type of card, or something like that, if I recall correctly. Before I got rid of it. Actually, I haven't gotten rid of it yet, but I will. Yeah, and for the record, yeah, the 2-player variant in Seven Wonders is brilliant. It's the best way to play the original Seven Wonders, as far as we're concerned, because the game gets so much deeper and so much richer because you have so much more control. It's really phenomenal. And I don't know why people hate it so much. I don't know why there's such a gut check disdain for dummy players in board games across the board. Barry, ask the question. Why is there such a gut check disdain for dummy players across the board?
I don't think we would know. All right, why is there such a gut disdain for dummy players?
I don't know, but I hate them.
They don't bother me as much. Like, I tried to play Belfort with it because I was talking to Sin, and he says it gets real strategic with 2 players with that dummy player.
Yeah.
You know, but Jen hates them in any game, not only Seven Wonders.
Is it? I haven't played too many games with dummy players, but is it something that each person gets to control a dummy player in between turns, or is it more of just an automaton that just does something?
With Belfort?
Game?
Where you get, or for dummy players, I don't know. I really never played a game with dummy.
Well, it depends. So like in Roll for the Galaxy, when you play with 2, you basically just roll another die for them, and that's what the dummy player chose as the action.
Oh yeah.
Just so you get three possible actions to take during the turn. But other ones are they draw cards, or they just randomly take like an area control game. They'll take a space on the board.
Right.
They randomly go, oh, look, they're in Nigeria. We'll put them in Nigeria. But it's different in every game the way they use it.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
like
if you play coin games, you can play them by yourself with 3 dummy players.
Yeah.
But it has a whole flow chart you have to follow in order to what they do, and that's all designed in for a whole different experience, and it's all based on what's going on at the time. It's not a draw a card and this is what happens. It's
Right.
all right. Is this the situation that's going on now? Yes. Then they're going to do this. No. It goes to the next thing. Is this happening? No. And you move down. This is happening. Yes. This is what you're going to do for that person. So
That's more
it's really
like
going to depend on everything. Dummy player is not a uniform term.
Right.
Have you tried the coin game with the dummy player, Anthony?
I played 2 of the 3 ones I owned with the dummy players.
I haven't done that yet. I still play each faction. Like, I'll control them, but I'll play them as their own separate thing. Yeah, I haven't tried.
Correct me if I'm wrong. For the new one, the American Civil War, or not Civil War, the Revolutionary War. Yeah, you can play that as a full co-op, can't you? Against 2 people working together, allied against the dummies.
It's teams. It's like the English and the Native Americans are against the Americans and the French.
Yeah, you can play it that way, and then when you play it that way, you can play it as a 2-player game that way also. So you control 2 factions, and the only difference is you have to win both criteria. So both win conditions you have to reach.
Right.
So it makes it interesting because you're trying to coordinate it the whole time. Like, when you play the regular way, everyone's for themselves, you still kind of help the person who's on your side of the law.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing, but when you play it 2-player or you play it full co-op with teams that way, it's you're both working to help each other achieve your goal at the same time. That's the whole key is you want to hit both. So in that game too, you can say, okay, you know what? We're going to concentrate on making sure that the French don't hit theirs, and let the Patriots do whatever the crap they want to do.
Right.
As long as we keep the French at bay, and then we'll make our move and move up on the Patriots, and the French will be so far back that we'll get the victory for the Indians and the British. But yeah, but when you play solo play, I like it because my kids won't play the games anyway. But it lets me try to play as any of the factions I want to play as because they each have their own automaton system that they work on, and it is a little bit different for each one because each faction plays differently anyway, and they have different actions they can take.
Yeah, I've been meaning to try it. I haven't yet. I want to get the base rules down first. But
sounds like that game. Sounds like it needs an app to handle all that stuff for you.
You know what? The app would work on the Liberty or Death for the combat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because the combat is different than all the combat in the other ones, and it's a pain to get used to. Because you have to figure out how many dice you get to roll based on this really weird formula. You have to compare how many units are on each side, who has this here, who has that there, so you get this many dice. And you're only rolling the max of 3 dice.
Yeah.
But it seems like it takes an extra 5 minutes to figure out how many dice you're supposed to be rolling for each side, and then the one cool thing about it is when you do attack, you lose casualties on both sides normally.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different than the other coin games where normally I'm doing an airstrike and everyone's going, I strike from the air, you guys get killed. Hey, it's a good day for me. Where this is when with the dice mechanic and rolling it, it's okay. All right, you lose 3 troops, I lose 1 troop.
That's creepy.
What, Keith's pants?
At least he has them on.
Keith's pants are kind of creepy.
Hey, leave my stripy shorts alone.
Oh, speaking of apps, getting back to another thing that probably the thing that impressed me most at Gamma was a new service that these Finnish guys are putting together called Dized. D-I-Z-E-D. Yeah. Or you say it Diced?
I think it's Diced. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They were saying Diced.
Yeah. Okay. Spelled D-I-Z-E-D.
It's very what's the word? Hey Siri.
Well, what is it?
No, it's. Go ahead, Rod. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
Oh no, it's they're putting together a app to use on your iPhone, your iPad, your Android device that is an interactive teaching tool that they're making an open platform that pretty much any publisher can use to very quickly and easily put together high quality interactive tutorials that will walk you through the game to their goal is to obliterate the rule books as we know them and try to get past the single biggest barrier that prevents board games from getting wider acceptance, the fact that you have to make your way through a 15-page tome before you can actually have fun. I'm really stoked for it. I mean, working in video games for so long, I've spent a lot of times doing tutorials a lot of different ways, and I know there's ways that they could do it that would really, really work. And so I'm really hoping for that. I mean, I would love for once not to have to read a rule book to learn a game, but just sit down, set it up, and go, which is their stated goal.
I love reading rule books.
Do you?
Yeah.
Or are you being sick?
No, I do. I love reading rule books. It's like I throw rule books in my backpack that I take to work, and that's what I read over my lunch if I'm not like eating lunch with my wife. I just sit there and eat my sandwich and read rule books.
I like reading some rule books if they're good.
It's a really ambitious project, and one thing I'm kind of worried about is they're going to Kickstarter for it. Whereas I don't know if that's the right place to get the money.
Kickstarter is the devil.
It's interesting. I mean,
because what are you going to get out of it if you're a backer? Like, oh, I get a rulebook made, or maybe they get to pick the rulebooks they want to do. But then you're opening up the floodgates for that amount of work that you don't know, unless they know how to solve the problems that are going to come up. It's tricky. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking about it a lot after I saw their demo. Well, they didn't demo anything. They just did a presentation, right? They don't have a running demo. Yeah, they just have a pitch deck.
Yeah.
Well, Kickstarter seems wrong because this is something they should be pitching to publishers, not to gamers.
Yeah, and I think they were pitching it to publishers, but going to Kickstarter just seems like a backwards.
Yeah, you should be trying
to
go
to the publishers.
Yep.
The publishers can add it as a stretch goal on their games, like, oh, we'll create a diced tutorial or whatever for the system. So I don't know. We'll see. And I think they're also
somebody teach a game. It's going to be Rodney and Richard.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's
no. Richard doesn't teach games.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't. He says it right all the time. Do not learn how to play the game by watching him.
Don't learn it. Don't try to learn a game from Richard, man.
I don't learn the rules from Richard. I learn
that way like that. Yeah. But if they all I know is that they pull it off, and it's the equivalent of having a good game teacher at a convention. You sit down, you want to get in as fast as you can, and it's not so much about them, telling everything you know up front, but just, okay, here's what you need to know, start playing, I'll walk you through the first few rounds, and I'll be here whenever you have any questions that pop up, and that's what this does, just sitting there, being your little helper on the table. I mean, that if they pull it off, that would be phenomenal.
Yeah, it's quite a task, though.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah, you and I both know. Yeah.
They're very enthusiastic, though, and they think that they've got it beat. So I'm excited to see what they do.
To be so young and foolish again.
I'm curious how this would handle a game like Arkham or one of the more complex.
Yeah, exactly. Like the hard games are gonna.
Yeah.
The first game they should do is Infinite City.
Infinite City?
Infinite City has 2 rules.
That game has sadly been out for far too long.
That was the Carcassonne, right? Of from
AEG.
AEG, right? When they pumped out like 20 games that year. Like it's Fast and Furious.
And Infinite City was actually a very good game.
Yeah.
But but it just it I don't know what happened. It just died. I don't know. I even had like the super hard to find expansion tiles too. And then I traded it away for something because I thought I could always get it some other time, but sadly never got reprinted.
Okay, I'm going to read you the rules. Ready? On your turn, pick 1 tile from your hand, place it on the table face up with one of your tokens on it. Claiming control of that, at least one other tile already placed. Once the tile is in place, follow the printed directions.
Yeah.
Well, that's
I like those kind of games. And all the rules are on the cards, right?
That's it. No, the rules. This is it.
No, I mean like the rules of the game, like
all the actions that the tiles do are on each of the cards.
Look at the last spike. That has like 2 rules.
A little more than that, but yeah, that's pretty.
Draw a tile, place a tile. I mean,
Pay the money.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just.
Yeah, you got to start easy with this thing. You can't jump into.
And all of the rules for last spike are right on the board.
Yeah,
it's just like, and which was a fantastic game in 2015 that nobody knows exists. So.
I know it exists, but.
Oh, the last spike, yeah. How would you say that, Lance? How would you say that plays for 2? You probably haven't tried it, but what's your gut tell you? Because I looked at it, my gut told me it wouldn't. It would be okay at 2, and
you'd love it because you wouldn't get in each other's way. You could just build your own little railroad lines and be so pleased with yourself.
You could force people to go bankrupt in that game and they have to sell all their shares because you got the one piece that would pay them off.
Yeah.
And if you hold it back and you don't play it,
that's the best. When
that's the best.
They're like they're just withering on the vine.
Yeah, they're withering. They like, I got to sell my shares. Oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry, you have to sell your shares.
Yeah.
And then you play the tile that would have scored them a bunch of money.
Yeah, and that's where the game comes alive, right? I mean,
that
interaction, yeah. And
that happens,
as you watch them twist on the.
I'm not sure what happened there. I mean, I don't sense he was not disappointed with it. I mean, he did Kickstarter, right? And then you can buy it in the store now?
Last Spike?
Yeah.
Well, it's from Colombia, and they're kind of they're a niche,
I'm still waiting to play my copy. It was missing like 5 or 6 blocks.
That's good. Good quality control there.
Like Jen contacted them. I don't know if they ever got back, or this was like a month ago.
Hey! Don't complain. Get your butt hurt about the Kickstarter project.
I can't reach it. I just bought the expansion that you don't have.
No, I don't know. I mean, did anybody have like, if anybody had does anybody have a game that they may have played that they absolutely didn't like? I mean, in 2015, they played it and they're like, wow, how did this game get published?
Angus.
Oh God.
Angus.
Dice City.
Angus.
Dice City, yes. You played that game at Dice City with me. I'm convinced we did something wrong. There's so many people that love that game.
Wrong. Dice City's good. What's your problem with Dice City?
It was so.
There was no thought in it.
Yeah, it was like and it seemed like I'm convinced we played it wrong, but it was me and Barry and 2 people that I know from Minnesota at BGG-Con who are hardcore gamers. We had the rules in front of us, and we read those 2 or 3 times. We're like, are we doing something wrong? But it was it was so happenstance that you could actually, I know you could try to affect the other person's tableau, and then if they rolled that, they would then have a bad thing happen to them, and and it was just kind of so I'm using my turn in the hopes that I screw up your turn, but there's a chance I won't screw it up. So why would I even do that? You know, and just like, and then it was, I don't know, it was just roll the dice, do what it says. Okay, you go. I'll roll the dice, do what it says. Okay, you go. Roll the dice, do what it says. It felt like it was just, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be crude, but it just felt like mutual jerk off. You know, just like everybody just doing their thing. You know, I mean, it just, and we
decisions are not how to use your dice. The decisions are how to build your city and mitigate. I mean, spread those numbers around.
I understand.
Go strong on one line. I mean, I'm sure you got that.
Yeah. But the thing was, it was like we played Barry. We played like 4 turns, and like everybody at the table said, "This game is horrible. Let's just take it back and get something else." So I don't know. I mean, if I want to play a game that has dice that I'm building up my city, I'll go play Feudality, a excellent game by Tom Wham that nobody cared about, that came out like 5 years ago. But that game is amazing, and it's like the same kind of thing where you kind of have to build up the different spots of your kingdom by placing different tiles, and then you roll 2 8-sided dice, and then you figure it out and whatever. Yes, and I will agree. Paul Tompkins' Parfum was not a good game.
What was wrong with Parfum?
Just
it stunk.
It stunk.
It was the epitome of just another Euro. It was just like it brought nothing new to the table.
I have a couple that fall into that category.
Right, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. That just means it's the opposite of innovative.
Well, no, it means like you actually went to the trouble of coming up with art and playtesting something that didn't. It was just another. Once again, I'm going to be crude, but I mean, I have a friend that like he would reference like pop artists who just come out with the same album every year as just like going into the going to the studio and engaging in self gratification, and then that's what they were just churning out, and that's what Parfum was. It was just another very pretty looking game from Queen that didn't do anything special at all. So if you just walked in and you played a Euro for the first time ever, you'd be like, "Whoa, this is kind of cool." And
and you're right, and that would be the target audience for Parfum.
I think Parfum is good my first Euro.
Here's the thing, though: those games have to be keep getting made every year because all the older stuff like that's not in print. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that I didn't like Parfum. I didn't think it was anything special, but like those games have to keep getting made. They have to.
Okay, hold on, Lance. You just said a pop star and self-gratification. Were you talking about George Michael?
Well, yeah, but
okay.
he had faith.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Okay, so is the question game that was bad or game that you just didn't like?
Well, yeah, bad games. See, like Dice City for me was a bad game. It was just not good, which stinks because like I mean that was the very first clunker I ever played from Artipia. That I was just kind of like.
Are you
Does Dojo qualify for that?
Into an argument with Richard.
Hengist is the worst game of the year by far. I mean,
I played that once. I'll agree. That was not good either. That was just kind of like, what? I don't know.
I had two games that I hated and never wanted to play again, but I won't call either one a bad game.
What's that?
XCOM, the board game.
Oh, you're wrong.
Time Stories.
And Time Stories, I'll agree, because Time Stories was just... I mean, Time Stories, see, that's weird. Time Stories I actually had fun with because I played it with my wife, and we had a great deal of fun with it, and I ordered the Prophecy of Dragons because we're going to go through that one, too. I mean, it's just because it's the game that she actually wants to play. But that game is... All right, just let's do the choose your own adventure and find the answer and save my spot.
But I'm not going to call either of those games bad. I just hated both of them.
Do you think Dojo Kun qualifies in that list, Lance?
Fun?
Dojo Kun. Because I remember by the end of it, we were kind of not loving it.
That was my third play of Dojo Kun.
Kind of fun. Like it was fun the first time, the second time not so fun.
The actual worker placement part of Dojo Kun was so awful. It's just it was like there wasn't a tough decision. Yeah. The whole point in that was I mean, it was just there was no tough decisions. There was no real. There were spots that you would never use on the board. You would never go and use.
You would only do it if there was no other place to go.
Yeah, and even then you would probably could find something better to do by like just training your guys. Because you always have that ability to train your fighters. So it was always a better plan for you to train your fighters to give them more dice than it would be to go to some adventure, some quest to earn a victory point
that you might not even pass.
Yeah, it was just, and then what it came down to is that then you roll the dice, then you get to match up the dice to the different, like the blocks, take care of this, and the strikes take care of this, whatever. And the thing is that right there could be a great fight mechanism that they could transplant from that game and put into some sort of like card battling game or something.
I like the fighting. I like the fighting.
Yeah, the rolling the dice and like matching everything up and seeing who ends up with the most hits and who that's one of those things where, I don't know. It's just
the game just needs a montage. That's all.
Yeah, it totally did. I mean, and it was cute. It was cute. I mean, like the different fighters obviously were represented by like the Karate Kid and Hulk Hogan and whatever. And that was kind of neat. But yeah, it was kind of like I don't know. It is what it is. But and as my wife says, you never say it is what it is about something that's good. So.
Ming Dynasty was pretty awful.
Dynasty. I don't know.
Apparently, according to this guy, drive-through review, Blood Rage was pretty terrible.
Well, Joel's a hack, so that goddamn Joel Eddy.
Goddamn Joel Eddy. Joel didn't like Blood Rage?
Team Fuge, baby. Team Fuge.
FUJE.
Was that from? Oh, that's an old game though. Is it, or is it a reprint? Ming.
It's old. It's like 10, 12 years, something like that. But it was awful. It's just awful.
Tiny Epic Defenders.
Stirring the pot.
I said you're gonna make Richard get all upset with me. That game's atrocious.
Tiny Epic Defenders is a lovely.
That's Richard's favorite in the series. I know that.
Is it? No, I think I'd have to give it to Galaxies, but I really do like Ted. I really do. But
because you can hold hands and talk about how nice you all are and work together.
That's always fun. I like holding hands.
Joel just said Ted is objectively awful.
That's objectively incorrect. And he can certainly come online right now and debate it. Now that Nick and I have made nice with each other, I need to come up with a new enemy for this game.
Oh, you made nice? You made nice?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Actually, my plan when I was in Florida, I'd really hoped to be able to make the time to go, because he lives like a couple hours away from the Dice Tower crew, but there just wasn't time. I'm probably going to film a video with him when I get back home to make, set the record straight that we're Beagle Buds once more.
And you're going to play And Then We Held Hands in a live Google Hangout?
No, he's going to play Fog of Love. He's going to play Fog of Love with him.
But speaking of bad games from 2015, Lance, I never heard your follow-up on Mule that you were
Actually, I was going to talk about Mule. I've played Mule now approximately, I think, 8 times, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah,
so, no, I do. It's
Minnesota nice.
No, seriously, because it replicates it replicates the game, the computer game that I played to death, perfectly, and that's exactly what I wanted to do, and it does so, as a board game, and it's awesome. So hey, my local gaming group guy Paul Metcalf is on here. How did he find us?
You probably can talk trash about him on here.
Oh, whatever, Paul. You enjoy it. No, Paul brought over the pile of trash that is the Legend of Drizzt, the board game, and he wanted to play it, and I refused him. So now he's angry, and because I made him play Mule. So he's.
Paul, you come play Drizzt with me.
Yeah, you can play with Travolta over here. He'll even give you a massage afterwards. Right, Travolta?
Yeah, I'll do whatever you like.
But no, I actually really enjoy Mule. It's a very simple market game. Where, and the thing is Paul was having Paul was having a blast because he was the one that was like just destroying the market every single time. And he got to go first, and everybody needed food. I'm gonna buy all the food, just like making it so nobody can do anything. And that's what that game is about. It's about screwing people over and mining crystite. Yeah, I love it.
And yet Parfum outranks it on BGG.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, you know what? You know how many people told me I was a frickin' moron for liking Urban Sprawl? I mean, people are just like, I can handle people, now. The thing is, see, people wanted to go into Mule, and they wanted it to be like, I don't know what they wanted it to be, but I mean, but they didn't want it to be as random as it was. And people forget that the computer game Mule was completely random. You would be playing it, and all of a sudden, all my crops died, and this next turn I'm completely screwed. And all of a sudden, like, you lose because of just this incredibly poor random thing that happened. Which, and if you know that, you can accept it. But nobody plays a board game like that. Nobody is like, it just, they don't want to play that. They want to
give Mike.
Go ahead.
It was Mule, the original. I've never played it. I had a TI 99 4A. So that was denied me. Was it a multiplayer game originally, or was
you could play 4 players. You could play all 4 players. Though it was tough to do because, like, I played on my Commodore 64, so you had 2 people with joysticks, and you could have 2 people on the keyboard. So they shared the keyboard, and so that's how they did. And then that's how you would go through the whole process.
Do you think most people played the original, or did they mostly play it solo?
I played a lot of it solo when I played it. But I mean, I always played it 2 players. I had my buddy Darren Birch when I was in junior high. He'd come over and we played Mule, and we'd have 2 computer players, and we'd play that. I must have played, rough guess, 500 games of Mule on my Commodore 64. I mean, at least. And I mean, the game was just great. It was just totally beyond ahead of its time.
Did Mule just make the worst games of the year list?
Did it?
No.
Or is that why you're talking about
it? No, Anthony wanted me to think that the game sucks, and the thing is, it doesn't. I can see why people don't like it, because, like I said, it is so chaotic and so random that they're like, oh, I planned that my game would be perfect, and I'd corner the market on Smithor, and I'd be able to, cash in right now. Oh, look, sunspot activity caused my energy my energy collectors not to work, and I can't do anything, and I just lost the game in the last turn. People are going to say that sucks. That shouldn't be, and I agree. If you don't know that the game does that, then yes, I wholeheartedly agree. You're probably not going to like the game.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think to your earlier point, which I thought was really interesting, the notion of why was this acceptable in this video game but not in a board game. I mean, people are a lot more forgiving of losing to an AI as opposed to another human being. Things just went, no big deal. I was just playing against a robot. When I'm playing against another human being, it's a whole other thing. What? Oh my. Oh my.
What?
Nothing.
Oh, just.
This is what he does every night when he's alone. You just
take a big bite out of it, Aldi.
Gosh, this thing's metal, man. Straight from China.
Sweet. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, Keith.
No, I mean, I don't know. It's just one of those things where whatever. Mule is fun, and but I can definitely. It's tough to. It's a tough sell to board game players because, I mean, it's just like Talisman's a tough sell to a lot of board game players because they don't want to go to a spot and turn a card over and into a dragon or get the witch and turn you into a toad. You just, and maybe that's why I like it, just because I can play a game and just have really bad luck happen and screw me over for the rest of the game, and that doesn't bother me. So, yeah. You got to power through it.
Because if you can pull off the win even after having really horrible stuff happen to you, then that proves, that you're an alpha gamer.
Or good at cheating.
One of the games that I was disappointed didn't do well in the Golden Geeks was Tricurion.
Mm.
That was kind of special.
Well, that it's an interesting. I mean, because I remember I followed that thread and somebody was complaining, and I kind of jumped in too, that there really isn't a place in the current structure for heavy Euros. They're never going to win strategy, because strategy and thematic are just this weird holdover from Euro and Ameritrash, and well, I don't know. That's the way it looks to me anyway. But because, as you said, it's a popularity contest. Any strategic games that are on the lower end of the complexity scale are going to be more popular implicitly. So they're going to be what rises to the
They
cream
get
of the
played
crop.
more often.
Yeah, exactly. And so it does feel like, you've got heavy war games, and but yeah, I mean, that's really about that's the closest thing to a heavy. And
I guess what's the criteria for a heavy game?
I know that's the tricky thing.
That's the trick. Would Pandemic?
But you have that same problem with innovation, because you have no clear metric for what is innovative either.
Sure.
I mean, you do have the weight scale. I mean, you could say, for the heavy game, you have to be at least a 3, and it's all subjective. But heck, it's subjective, the classification, because you had a non-war game win best war game.
Looking to see what the weight of Pandemic is.
And non-solo game win best solo game.
Pandemic. I'm going to say it's 2.3.
No, close. 2.8. So it's just under. It's just under the threshold of heavy.
Yeah. Okay.
If you want to say 3 and up, it's heavy.
Yeah. Well, the threshold I just made up. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. The thing is, we can do all kinds of crazy stuff with the award. I mean, I don't have a problem changing it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty open. I added the solo game award. I mean, come on.
Yeah. There you go.
Co-op next year. Done.
Well, as a heavy co-op fan, I would love. I mean,
we could do a heavy game.
Vito Lasarda is never going to make it if he doesn't have some kind of.
The thing is, if you, I guess if I changed strategy to heavy and made it more of a criteria of the weight.
Yeah.
Be in there, then it might change things a little bit.
Paul Tompkins just said, if you put it in there, Pandemic Legacy would win heavy Euro.
It's everybody's game, man. It's a game for everybody.
Yes, reprint.
Yeah.
So except I don't like it. So is it still a game for me?
You're in the minority.
Oh, well, that's fine.
As I recall, do you remember the year? So it's even for you.
No, but because of the fact that it actually is one of those things where it's like I was able to see other people at the table really enjoying themselves playing the game, while I was just wondering, how much longer I had to sit through this, but so I appreciated the effect it had on other people.
You have 9 to 18 more games to go.
Yeah, well,
probably going to be somewhere in the middle.
Well, I look forward to 2018 when I'll be done playing. I don't know. I mean, it's just, who cares? It's like I've always said. It's just like, if I like a game, who gives a crap? My opinion isn't any more important than anybody else's, just because, and that goes the same for anybody who does video reviews. Their opinion.
This is what I keep saying.
Yeah, I say that all the time, and it's just like the only thing video reviewers of anything, or I should say, the only thing that reviewers of anything have, theoretically, is the fact that they have a wider base knowledge, where they've gone to more movies, they've listened to more music, they've played more video games, played more board games, and so theoretically, then, they might have a greater knowledge, but just
but
because.
But at the same time, it puts us out of touch with the reality of average gamers.
Not me. Speak for yourself. Thank you.
Well, there you go. Yeah, but the Parfum example, it was a perfectly serviceable game that, I mean, you dismiss out of hand because, like you said, you've seen it before, which means you're out of touch with the potential audience for that game because of your voluminous knowledge.
No. But when I played it, I said I could see if this is the first game I ever played, I'd really like this.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is like.
whatever. You can make a game like that still be fun for a seasoned gamer. I mean, like it's possible. It's out there. I mean, look at that goddamn Joel Eddy. He seems to think that he's a well-respected video reviewer, so to speak, and he still thinks that that stupid D&D worker placement game is good. And talks about how. Yeah, I mean, it's just, and Waterdeep is the most basic of basic worker placement that you'll ever play in your entire life. Go here, collect this, turn it into points. That's what that entire game is.
The worker placement is not what makes that game special. It's the intrigue cards is what makes that game special. Oh, jeez.
Well, you get in here and defend yourself if you want to there, Team Fuge. But I sent him the link. He's just not joining in, so that's fine. No, I'll say this. When you add the expansion to Lords of Waterdeep, when you add the expansion to Lords of Waterdeep, then maybe there's something going on. But the base game by itself, that is
no. What makes that game delightful is drawing an intrigue card where, okay, I want to do this for myself, and I have to choose something good for one of you. Who's going to get it? That's when the game comes alive. At least when I played it, because everybody at the table said, "No, don't give it to him. Give it." And that crosstalk is what that's the spark.
So what you're saying is it has nothing to do with the game. It's the game beyond the game. It's the conversations with the people that actually make it.
It's the social experience that the game creates and engenders.
I don't know. You can get that. You can get that from any game though, without having the game actually force it down your throat. You can have that conversation at the table, and about we need to make sure that.
Most games do not give you, as a player, the opportunity to choose one of your opponents to be bestowed a gift, and it's entirely up to you. That's a cool thing.
But
it's not the only game to ever do it, but it does it really, really well.
But the thing is that you just said that it's like if you it's the situation where you're talking to everybody and you're discussing things and whatever that makes the game fun. Well, you can do that in any game, technically.
Yeah, like a bad game like Mule. You can do that.
Whatever. Just you're not gonna wind me up. I mean, Richards pulled it off once tonight. It's not gonna happen again. But
it'll happen. It'll happen.
The thing is that that doesn't make it a good game. Just because it does that, because I can get that out of any game. I can play Formula D, and I can talk to other players about how we need to shut somebody down and make sure that I can play any game like that, and you can have the conversation aside from it.
Yes, and the reality is and that gets back to the earlier thing that you, because of your voluminous knowledge, because of the amount you played, are a special player. Lords of Waterdeep can give that experience to anybody, to a person who plays a board game for the very first time in their life. Oh my gosh, I got this card. I've got this choice to make, and suddenly everybody around the table is lobbying me. That's a wonderful thing. Particularly for players who tend to be quiet or shy or whatever. I mean, it's lovely. I think it does it really well. The worker placement is adequate, does the job, does nothing special. I mean, I guess actually the delayed redeployment of workers, which is tied to the intrigue cards, is actually a nice little wrinkle. Nothing huge, but a nice little wrinkle. But it's mostly the fact that the game just makes it so easy and smooth to have player interactions, even if you're not very good at interacting with other players.
Nah.
But, yeah. That was my best pitch. I failed, apparently.
No, I mean, I see where you're coming from, but it doesn't change the fact that it just, it's like, first of all, this is, neither, well, maybe it is. It was like, everybody was like, oh, it's going to be a D&D Euro game, and that drew me in, and then I was just like, and then it was like, the D&D is just completely tacked on. It was like my friend Craig had like the perfect response of all time. We played it, and he said, I don't remember what the quest card was. It was like this like the rogues of whatever invade the secret recesses of whatever, and we finished the game, and he didn't complete his quest, and he's like, oh no, I'll never know if the rogues of Thremball completed their quest. It's just like, because it didn't mean anything. The little name on there, yes,
it's fun though.
Actually, that's not fair either, because actually I think one of the clever, they went above and beyond with that game is the fact that there are really nice thematic ties to the resources you get out of those quests or you spend. The most obvious one being train a bugbear. Which is a question. You need a certain number of people to go out and train the bugbear, and your reward is a certain number of points, a certain amount of money, and one single warrior. Because what is that? That's your newly trained bugbear.
Yeah, but
they didn't have to do that, but they did, and it shows an attention to detail that creates fun little stories.
No.
You don't have to pay attention, but it's there if you want it.
But no, I mean, but it didn't.
I'm trained a bugbear, man. Don't take that away from me.
Well, that's fine. I mean, if you want to swallow their Kool-Aid, feel free to do so. But I mean, the thing is that like I was at Grand Con 2 years ago, and one of the things they asked me to do was
owlbear. Somebody pointed out.
They had me, because that makes sense. You could train an owlbear to be a warrior. That even makes it different. I played D&D since I was 8 years old. Owlbears have an intelligence of like 2. They can't become a fighter. So anyway, so regardless,
put him on a chain.
Stepping back, well, that isn't a warrior though. A warrior is on a chain. A warrior.
A warrior it's a symbolic replacement of the fact that you have a pet owlbear now who you can send out to other pets.
Exactly, a pet. No, you can't send an owlbear. If you take the chain off,
dude, I did it. I'm telling you, I did it.
No, so it's just. Okay. No. See, the thing is that the one thing about it was like I sat down at Grand Con and I actually got to like facilitate. They auctioned off to be able to play the game with Greenwood, the guy who created Forgotten Realms. He was there and for charity, and so they got to sit down and play Lords of Waterdeep with the guy who actually created Waterdeep.
Right.
And that was actually very interesting because of the fact that not only was he there, but Jeff Grubb, if you recognize the name, Jeff Grubb is a very well-known RPG creator and also did a ton of stuff with Forgotten Realms. He also created the Marvel Superheroes role-playing game, which was excellent back in the day. Very, very, very friendly game. And it was amazing. And I forget the name of the other third gentleman. The other third gentleman just happened to be there, who was also heavily involved with Forgotten Realms, and he actually paid to be a charity. So there's 3 guys that were like the 3 creators of Forgotten Realms and stuff, and there was of course like the 2 people left that donated the money to join. So they got to sit down and play with these people, and then both Greenwood and the 3 guys, they all had anecdotes. Whenever somebody turned over something that listed off a quest, Greenwood could like spout off for like 20 minutes a story about how he created that god and that cult and why that's significant and why that's important, and he regaled them with stories. That was cool. And so because that game exists, I had this wonderful moment where I got to facilitate that game and listen to this guy talk that long, and it was awesome. But so I guess I can appreciate Lords of Waterdeep for that, but as a game, it's horrible.
As a game, it's not what you're looking for.
Well, yeah, as a game, it's not fun. So, but regardless, well, I'm not saying for everybody. I just
there's actually a third board game reviewer in this chat. What does the beard think?
I think Waterdeep is a very painted-on theme. It's a cube that does a card that gets a point, but I love playing it because there are, like you said, so many different levels of people that are going to get introduced to a game. I have played it where I've got right into it, but I've also played it where I've just sat there on my phone, did my thing, and won the game. And people are like, oh, what? And I'm like, well, yeah, we played it. Let's do something else. So I see both sides of the coin.
If I saw you with your phone out at my table, I would just seriously. I've stopped playing games because people are on their phones. I've just said, if you're not going to interact with me, I'll go do something else, and I'll let you be with your phone.
Can we interact with you and you take 20 minutes to take a turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. You can discuss. Sure. You can talk to me all the time. But the thing is,
I played Porto Negro for the first time on Monday, and someone I timed them because I had my phone 6 minutes on a turn. I was just like, either you're playing this or I'm walking away. I was like, come on.
But that is playing it, though. I personally believe you should let anybody take all the time they need to take their turn, unless you have someplace you got to be. I mean, it's like, I have no problem with analysis
But
paralysis.
we didn't even have the interaction that I like to have, as Richard was saying. You get to interact. She was just sitting there and doing her thing. And I'm like, just.
There was nobody else at the table. It was just you and this other person.
No, there was 2 other people, and we're just like, "Come on, Rachel, go."
Well, see, that's just rude.
That's your problem playing with Rachel. Everyone knows that.
Well, I mean, also that's rude. You got 2 other people there. There's a million discussions you can have. They're your friends theoretically. Talk about the movies. Talk about the Daredevil marathon you sat through. Talk about anything else. It's like I don't know. I always think that if you're there to be, the game is there to be played, but the game is there to facilitate the interaction with your friends and have a good time. And when one person's trying to decide what they're going to do in their turn, sometimes it can be very difficult to decide. And like what seems very easy to you or very, very simple, a very simple decision, a lot of people like to maximize their turns, and I'm one of them. And the thing is, maybe that's why I have a lot of respect for it. I don't care. You take all the time you want, do the best possible. I want that person to play the best possible game they have. If I'm sitting there pounding the table, like, come on, pick something, let's go. I don't know. That's, I mean, I can't speak for you. I can't speak for your gaming group, but that's just not me. I have somebody else. If I was playing a one-on-one game, then it's like it's just I don't know. I would still have conversations with the person as I'm trying to decide.
Oh no, this was just this one experience. But yeah, for the most part, I've 90% of the games I play, I'll lose because I am there just to have fun with my friends and shoot the shit and chat and say, oh yeah, I should have been paying attention and gone there instead of you. Oh well.
But I mean, I'm serious. That phone thing, like if I see somebody take out their phone, I mean, it's one thing if the phone rings and you got to answer it. It's one thing if you're but if you're like sitting there and like, oh, let's see what's on crack.com and read something, it's like, F you, man, put the phone down. That's where
that's very frustrating. My mom actually collects everyone's phones. Like we're having Easter dinner on Sunday. She will collect everyone's phone in a basket, and you cannot have your phone while you're in the house. I'm like, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Good for your mom. Well done.
Sorry, what?
And Paul Metcalf, a Reuben is a Rachel. It has Thousand Island dressing, but it has turkey on it, and not corned beef. So wrong again. I'm sorry. People were saying, "Don't be a Rachel," and then somebody said, "What's a Rachel?" And then my friend, my gaming group friend, Paul Metcalf, said, "It's like a Reuben, but without the Thousand Island dressing." But he's wrong.
It's like a Reuben without the pastrami.
It's a Rachel has turkey on it and sauerkraut and Thousand Island dressing. And if you're really lucky, you can get one with both on it, both the pastrami and the. So
is that a Friends reference?
No, I don't know. I just for the longest time, Arby's had a sandwich that was you could get a Reuben or a Rachel, or you could get it with both, and that was very, very tasty.
And if Rachel wasn't so condescending to me, maybe I'd enjoy playing the game with her. But that's another story.
Sounds like you need new friends.
I need new acquaintances.
Well, my buddy Craig, who's in our gaming group, he is the one who he'll sit down and play a game, and he has no patience whatsoever. And he's the person who says, I'll only play this game if we have a time limit for turns. And I say, well, I guess we're not playing it then. So I'm just like, it's ridiculous. He thinks that you should be able to make up your mind in a minute.
I can't use my phone, but you can take 20 minutes to take a turn.
Well, I don't take 20 minutes to turn. That is a complete exaggeration to prove a point.
No, but you're saying that take as much time as you need.
Yeah. But do you honestly think people need 20 minutes to make a turn? Is that a common occurrence?
No. But my point is,
but a common occurrence
use my phone and play the game.
But a common occurrence
without stopping the game, without affecting the conversation at the table. You're saying that I am incapable of using my phone and taking my turn when it's my turn and being social with other people at the table.
If okay, look at it this way. We're there. We're sitting at a table to enjoy the game is the activity, but you're sitting there with a phone. If I was playing tennis with you, a foursome with tennis, and would as I'm getting ready to serve, would I be okay with you taking out your phone and scrolling through your text messages?
No.
If when you served, I returned the ball back to you.
But that's just it. That's
still
just
had
it.
the phone.
That's just it. You get done with your turn, and the person's enwrapped in their phone, and you're like, "Hey, it's your turn." Oh, crap! What did you do? What's going on?
You're saying that I am incapable of doing something on my phone and paying attention to what's going on at the same time.
I'm saying that it is very obvious that if you're sitting on your phone and you're there with your buddies, you obviously care about your phone more than hanging out with your buddies. In which case, then you might as well be at home sitting on your couch.
Or on a web show. Oh.
So
I got Lance fired up.
Yes.
Fuck you, Anthony.
He promised he was going to do it, and he made good on it.
Didn't he? He said 20 minutes ago, "You're not going to get me fired up," and I just did.
He did.
Or is he just playing to the crowd? Is he just playing to the crowd?
No, that's something I take very seriously. Fucking A. God.
What's wrong, Lance? You can fuck with Anthony about Shadows over Brimstone, but he gives you a little jab about a phone.
No, I just it's because now I realize he's probably in the same boat as me, and I got sucked into it. So
and now everyone in that picture is dead.
Hey, right.
I love you, Lance.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I got. I'll accept that. Well played. But no, seriously.
I agree with you, Lance. I think there is a time and a place for you're checking your phone, but if you're sitting there, we have a group that meets every third Saturday, and two of the people, it's like, really, if you don't want to be here and interact, just leave.
I was at, and this is, I've said this, sorry, he's a very, very good friend. He lives in Florida, but he actually comes to Connorth, Minnesota just to play with me. He's got a lot of money. He's a lawyer. But, he comes up there to hang out with me, and we were playing a game, and, he started talking to the guy next to him, Ben from Floodgate Games, and Ben started showing him his prototype, and we were playing a game, and I flat out just said, Jason, if you're going to be doing that, I'm not going to play this game anymore. And he's like, oh, no, it's okay. And I was just like, no, seriously, I'm going to go and play something else. Have fun with your prototype. Seriously, have fun playing the prototype and talking to Ben about the game, but I'm going to go over here. And I did. I got up and left. It's just, the game is the reason I'm at the table.
You play to win the game.
Yeah, the game is the reason I'm there, but the real reason I'm playing the game is so I can spend time with my friends. I talked to my wife about this earlier today. We were talking about the fact that she has this group of friends and that she really enjoys playing with, and whenever somebody tries to insert somebody else in the group, it just doesn't work. And I said because you have a dynamic, you have a thing, and then you very rarely can you draw somebody else in because they don't have the history, they don't have the background, they don't have everything else that works. And I said, look at how much my friendships have changed or everything like that. And it's like instead of the guys that I used to go out to the bar with and do that with, the people I spend the most time with now are the ones that I game with. And it's because I need that time with my friends. I need to hang out with them because I enjoy spending time with them. But it's just it's good to have the routine of every other Saturday we get together and play D&D. Paul, it's in the chat. He's at my house for 6 hours every Saturday with 5 other guys, and we play Dungeons and Dragons. Is it because we really need to tell the story of D&D? No, it's because we just want to hang out and we don't see each other anymore because we're not 20 anymore. And and it's just I don't know. It's something that bothers me because when you get older, you lose, unless you live on an island in Malta and have nothing but time to stare at the ocean. You don't have that much time anymore. You have your. I didn't get anything out of Richard on that one.
No, I waved.
Okay. No, it's I love my kids, but they eat up my time. It's
I work and I have my kids and I have my wife and I'm juggling all this stuff, and plus I'm doing this stuff that I do. And there's so little time to fit in the little places and spaces, and it's just like, but when I can reserve like my kitchen for 6 hours just to actually connect with like something that isn't part of that globe or whatever, it's pretty precious to me. And so like if somebody comes in and like and shits all over it by like staring at their phone the entire time, it really bugs me.
Cue the music. Cool in the Gang. Cherish. Cherish the time we should.
And that's why it'll be so much better if I have a lazy gamer table here coming up in in the fall of this year. So, but I don't know. That's just me. I don't know. It's like I would never ever in a million years ever choose not to be married or ever choose not to be a dad. But man, it's just like you always, and I've said this a million times, you don't realize how much time you had until you have a family.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree for sure. Because like I have 3 kids and a full-time job and hobbies and stuff like that, and I've invested like I have around 280 board games, right? And I've spent all this time.
Amateur.
Yeah. I've only been playing for 2 years, so I just got started. But like, you know, you invest all this money and all this time into this hobby, and you know, especially if you can like enjoy it every day. So like I get a board game day every 2 weeks, right? Because you know, kids and all that stuff. So like that one day is precious, like for sure. When it's board game weekend, I'm like, woo, it's board game weekend, you know, and that's like everything's on a table, and then I get to see guys, you know, I have like a revolving door of people who come play board games because, you know, a lot of them are single fellows who wants to get shacked up. Or
and
whatever.
You have a revolving table to play board games.
Right. Yeah, right. So it's a special time. So when, you know, if people are like on their phone or whatever, it does suck because it slows turns down, and you know, you don't really feel like they're invested in it. You know what I mean?
They're not connected, and a lot of games it relies on the immersion to the situation. I mean, I gave Keith a little bit of credit earlier. He was talking about how he didn't like XCOM, but I mean, XCOM was one of those games that like because it's timed, you need everybody like focused and like, and it's exciting, you know, to see if you're going to be able to pull off what you got planned. And I don't know, it's just it's tough. It's tough.
I'm just going to throw out a hypothetical for, you know, I guess a.
Of course you are.
Advocate. I mean, obviously, I think pretty much everybody agrees with you. I mean, a very eloquent statement. But is there something to be said for there is a newer generation who is used to spending their entire life multitasking? They cruise the internet, watch a TV show, and you know, read comic books at the same time. I mean, there's changing social norms where it is okay to be texting one friend while having dinner with another. Now, and obviously, that's never going to work for you because you are from an earlier generation, and like I said, you spoke very eloquently about that. But I wonder, because the whole time you were talking about that, I was just trying to think of, well, when would it be acceptable? Under what circumstances is it okay? And I guess I can imagine there are groups of people, again, who are growing up in this kind of new media age where that would be okay to.
Oh no, I was going to try to answer your question. I think for me, it was, you know, the thing is that like, and I'm gonna my wife is 15 years younger than I am, so I mean, good work if you can get it. But I mean, like she'll say, oh, do you want to watch Daredevil tonight or whatever? And I'll say, yeah, sure, let's watch it. And like I'll be sitting there watching it, and she'll be like this. And I'm like, well, okay, fine. I'm still watching the show, but I'm kind of looking over, and I'm like, we're supposed to be watching whatever, you know. And she's like half paying attention to it, you know. And then she'll look up and she's like, well, who's that guy? What? You know, it's just like, no, I'm not going to explain the show to you at this point. I mean, because of the fact that you need to be paying attention at this point, you know. And it's just, but she is a product of her generation, you know, and she's had a phone
her entire life. You know, she can't imagine. She doesn't remember a time when she didn't have a phone. Like her parents got her a cell phone as soon as they theoretically could get her one. You know, so she's always, you know, like been texting friends and being in constant contact. You know, and so it's weird that, like, you know, when I get ready to play or whatever, it's kind of one of those things where I sit down and I kind of shove everything out of the way and pay attention to what I'm doing. But, you know, I will come home and, like, she will be, like, have whatever doctor drama show she has on, and she's got her laptop in front of her and she's looking at her phone, and I'll be like, and I'll grab the remote to change the channel. She's like, I'm watching that. I was like, how could you possibly be watching it? You know, just like, but you know, it's just, but yeah, like you said, it's just it's a different world. Thankfully, I shouldn't say thankfully, but in a weird way, like the people that I'm with or whatever, my gaming group, I've known them for 30 years, so we're all kind of like in the same world, if you will. But yeah, I don't know. It's tough. And I don't know. And there's a certain level that I will put up with, but I mean, at some point, like I said, I will excuse myself from the table and I'll go do something else and just say, you know, that's fine. You can, you know. But I mean, but then I feel like the jerk too, because I'm theoretically kind of ruining it as well. You know, because like, oh, you know, it's like, you know, I'm walking away, but I don't know. It's a tough decision. It's a tough thing. Why should I be forced to sit there and be annoyed? I guess, you know.
I'd hang out with my in-laws if I wanted to do that.
True. Very true.
I mean, I like it. Like there have been times when I realized I would be much better suited, like reading a rule book for a game that I could play later than I would be actually playing a game now, because of the fact that I'm going crazy over here.
I have a question for Barry.
Yeah, go.
Does your Afghan on your chair change with the holidays? Like you got like a shamrock on there?
Oh, you don't talk about the Afghan.
I don't know.
We don't discuss the Afghan. No, that's the latest thing my mother made for me before she died. So I've never even put it on me. It just sits there.
Gotcha.
It's kind of a pain in the ass now. This new chair's leather, so it's constantly falling off. But
get some duct tape. Just it won't move again.
Scott, there was a question for you in the chat about the best RPG winning isn't even out yet. What's the deal with that?
I like that too. It's like
dun.
It was a well, yeah.
I don't know.
Where's your quality control? Why don't I have a room at BoardGameGeek.com?
I passed it through all the people on RPG Geek, and they said the nominees looked good.
Oh wait, whoa. So are you saying there's people that are in charge that aren't you?
For RPG stuff?
Does the bug stop with
I can't possibly keep track of all of it. Yeah, we have people that do RPG Geek. What do you mean?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how much influence do you have over RPG and then the video game one?
None. Zero.
Oh, really? You are not a true head geek? You're only a head board game geek?
No, I mean, the people that want to spend their time to volunteer to help RPG Geek and Video Game Geek run,
yeah,
I let them.
You defer to them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't want to step in there and be like, oh, it's got to be my way or no way, you know?
Yeah.
So I usually just let whatever goes, you know? I mean, if they want to do some stuff. There's rules on RPG Geek that I firmly don't agree with.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I don't like limitations on things. There's many rules and hoops to jump through on RPG Geek for content, like tons of rules. And I don't.
Are you upset that Pandemic Legacy is not on there?
I'm surprised it didn't win Best RPG. You know, people play RPGs outside of the world, outside of commercial releases. So I have to assume people have played this game, right? Like I'm assuming people voting with their proper.
Well, a bunch of them must, right, for it to win.
Yeah, no, it's a significant number. So I don't know. What can I say? I'm sure it'll be a great RPG when it actually gets released. But people play stuff at cons, you know. And you know, RPG Geek is a smaller community than BGG. BGG is hundreds of thousands of people. I would hazard a guess that RPG Geek is tens of thousands.
And the only reason for that is because there's other prominent
what is it? There's other prominent websites that are RPG based that were around before RPG.
Oh yeah. You know, being first into a market is definitely a advantage in the internet, right?
Yeah.
Most times, you know, Google beat all the other people though with superior technology, but they weren't first, right? RPG Geek it is what it is, Lance.
Yep, and they never say that about anything good.
No, RPG Geek is amazing. It's actually a really complicated database structure, more complex than BGG, and it took a lot of work. So I'm proud of it. I mean, I like it. But it's, you know, it's a smaller group for sure.
No, Darth Ed, Pandemic Legacy is not an RPG, so you're wrong.
So when I roleplay the medic,
card game.
But Lance, if I roleplay the medic, doesn't that make it an RPG? Like if I pretend if I'm Florence.
If you want to be that pedantic, then fine. But I mean, the thing is that it's not an RPG. You know why? Because you can't just decide to say, okay, well, we're going to. You can't do anything you want. It isn't sandbox. So, but yeah, and that's why. To answer Kabuki Kid, he asked what version of D&D I play. We actually play our own version. We wrote the rules ourselves. We took I would say it's kind of like first edition D&D, but it's got like some changes to it, and we call it ED&D because it's called Enhanced D&D, and we created it when we made our first copy of the rules when we were around 14 years old, and it's just slowly we're on version like 9.2 now, and we
you have it all written down?
Oh yeah.
Have you ever thought about publishing it, or not officially? I mean, you know, putting it out there for other people to, you know, give it a try.
We've considered it, but I mean, it's you know, it's just it's a labor of love. I mean, it's D&D. It's old school D&D with like some weird classes. Like we have like a sword master class. We have a bishop class. It has most of the core rules. I mean, it's like as far as like the spells and things like that are still the core first edition spells, but we've just changed them to be more representative of things. You know, we have a critical hit system. What was that? I'm sorry. We have. Oh, okay. We have a critical hit system. We have a what I'm trying to think. Like I remember like one of the things we decided at one point was we decided that clerics had a healing spell for every level. That was back when we were like 15. We thought it was dumb that there was a cure light wounds, and then like you didn't get another cure until cure serious or something like that. Like cure moderate didn't exist back in the day. So like basically all your first level spells as a cleric were always all cure lights because you had to have them all. So like we changed it so like second level spells did 2d8, and like we just called it cure 1, cure 2, cure 3. And because we had this really weird like critical hit system where you get broken bones, we use spells called mend. You know, like we would like amend or greater mend, so you can mend bones and things like that. So the cleric spell list is a little more larger or whatever. We don't we kind of sort of have alignments, but not really.
One pup just threw some shade your way.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. But you know, the thing is that I'm not there to. I've been running the campaign now for like 2 years. I'm not there to try to kill the players. I'm there to tell a story. And it's one thing to play like old school D&D where it was like, you know, you better not even think about going in the dungeon or else, you know, like the thing in there is just going to kill you, and like make sure you bring 17 character sheets because you're going to go through all of those. and I can understand that. I played that way and I can play that way now and I can enjoy it, but you know, I'm there to tell a story, and I'm there to like tell, and like the thing is, like I said, we have been playing this campaign now for, you know, like I said, about 2 years, and like there's still secrets that they haven't figured out. I mean, it's all written out for me. I know exactly where it's going. I know exactly, you know, ultimately where this is going to be. You know, and you know, they reached 9th level or 10th level probably like 3-4 months ago. But I mean, it's just and they earned it. I mean, they mean, I was given out, and this is like old school D&D where it was like hundreds of thousands of experience points to gain a level, and it was, you know, and so I've miserly given out experience points, and they started out as these low-level dudes that just showed up on this. They went on an adventure in this new land that was completely overrun by monsters, and they now have slowly but surely climbed the ladders in social and also nobility. And they have their own keep, they have their own society, they have a town they look over, you know, and it's like, and each one of those characters has had a storyline that you know went from point A to point Z74, and then they've each grown, and like there's relationships and followers and it's a great epic thing, and that's what I'm trying to play. So yes, easy difficulty D&D maybe, but you know what, my characters with it, the players in my campaign wouldn't have it any other way. They've loved theoretically they've loved the journey they've been on. So
sounds lovely. I am jelly.
Yeah, man. I there's nothing more that I like than being a dungeon master. I just every night when I go to bed, I sit up and I think about things. Like I actually think about what my characters, my players might choose to do, and I try to work out the NPCs and like, you know, because like I try to think of what they're doing at that moment, like if they're, you know, what they're up to. I mean, just because they're off camera doesn't mean that they're just sitting there waiting for somebody to show up. And so like, and then I track that time, how much time it takes them to do X, Y, and Z, and then I figure out, you know, what they're doing. And they've had a big bad guy. His name is Black Claw that has been following them and chasing them down and like been almost like a frenemy at times. And like he vanishes for a while and he's doing stuff. And I figure out, you know, and if they don't track him down, he's going to get stuff done. And so I just kind of, all right, well, he's done that by now, and he's done that by now, and he's done that by now, you know, and it's just like, and then eventually they come across him, and it's like, holy crap, what have you been doing? He's like, well, I've been destroying these villages. What have you been doing? You know, just like, you know, you were busy like finding some ancient secret dwarven tomb because you thought there was some gold down there. I was busy subjugating all these villagers and killing their women. So, I'll talk to you later. You know, just. So but it's been a fun ride. So I don't know. There you go. But what do you want? I mean, with RPGs, that's what you want. I mean, it's just like, what do you want? Do you just want it to be a smash and grab thing where you're just like going in and letting the dice fall where they may? I mean, that's fine. I play that way. I roll the dice in front of the players. If they get and there's on our critical hit tables, if you get really bad luck, you can just get flat out killed. And it's even happened to a couple of people. But it's one of those things where they've known that they need to protect themselves against that eventuality, because there is no resurrection in my world. You're dead. You're dead. Dead's dead. You know, it's you know, and I don't know. It's
he's only mostly dead.
I fought tooth and nail to keep a spell out of the cleric spell list. It's called Breath of Life, which is like a 3rd edition or 3.5 edition spell that was like, if you're in negative hit points that would normally kill you, if you get that spell cast on you at the exact, like on that turn, and it heals enough damage that you've taken that it'll bring you back. And I fought against that, and I fought against it, but I was overruled. And then I tried to take the hardline stance of not allowing it to be in my campaign, but the players kind of said that this is what they wanted, and so I acquiesced on that.
So you're more of a dungeon mister than a dungeon master.
True. But the thing is that like a guy in our game group, his name's Andy, he says that like a dungeon master is there to tell the story, but he's not there to tell the players how it is. He's there to tell a story and let the players, like, you know, fill in all the blanks. Like, you know, he knows. I long time ago, and actually, and I don't know if it was, I don't know whoever runs your Twitter, Aldi. I wrote a little like weird essay or something about why role-playing games will always be better than board games, and this is coming from me, obviously, and and one of the things I said is that the dungeon master has an idea, or whoever, if you're playing Call of Cthulhu or whatever it is. The person running the show, the referee, the game master, usually, in my opinion, has an idea of what's happening. You know, if they have even if they have a store-bought adventure, they know the spots you're doing and what you're doing, and so it's like you have a point 1 and you have a point 100, and everything else is there. And the thing is that there's a suspension of disbelief that the players have that no matter what they do, eventually point 100 is going to happen. It's just it's going to happen. The thing is going to progress. You're going to find you're going to search for the lost relic that will allow you to bring back to life the dead god that is the only way that you can stop the incursion of the demons or whatever. Just whatever. That's just coming off. That's your quest. That's your big giant goal. Your huge thing to save the world. And so you're going to get there. But the players actually make themselves believe that, oh my gosh, we might not pull this off. Even though, why would the DM ever create like that information if he didn't want you or she didn't want you to discover it and experience it? I have a story. I have huge reveals that I haven't done. I mean, there's like there is this mythical dragon named Lord Sleet that they've heard about for 2 years, and like nobody'd seen him. Whatever, he's like this ancient ice dragon that they've never seen. He finally revealed himself to them, even though they've heard of him. They talked to him. He finally revealed himself to him after 2 years, and 2 game sessions ago. They finally ran into him, and it was just like, and I mean, I held that secret. And the secrets that he had for 2 years. I knew exactly what he was going to do. I knew exactly what he was going to say, and I held on to that. And I was like, and it's just, there was no way I wasn't going to do that. I had that idea forever.
So what was the Twitter thing about? Someone just caught it.
Some Twitter, and they said something along the lines of it's like something along the lines of this was like this is so true or something like that. I don't know what it was, but it was
quoted for truth.
Yeah, or something like along those lines, But I was like, yeah, woo.
Okay, yeah.
Go me.
No, honestly, it's like I wish I had more time to spend in the worlds of Board Game Geek RPG Geek and Video Game Geek. But it's just I'm only so many hours of time per week that I can do.
Well,
my life is already all Board Game Geek. Like to add more on top of that would require a clone.
Can't you buy some time with that $79 million that you're worth?
Yeah, I wish.
No, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, it's the community there is awesome. I mean, they've done. Unfortunately, Dave Bernazani stepped down from his. He kind of was like informally running it. Like kind of community managing, and so he did a lot of really cool community-based things like. They did those text adventures every year. I don't know if you ever saw any of those or played any of them, but they were very, very funny, like very self-referential text adventures. And inside of those, fraughts or whatever, interactive fiction engines. And so they've done a bunch of those. They've done site-wide puzzles and quests, stuff like that each year. And they've done also the virtual con each year, which I don't know if it's happening this year unless someone kind of steps up and takes it on, but. Where they've just organized hundreds of online RPGs all through Skype, right, or Hangout, and using tools that are out there. So, But Dave is no longer doing that, so I don't know where.
Why? Because you wouldn't pay him what he's worth, or what?
No, there was no. He was doing it as a volunteer.
Oh, so maybe you should have paid him.
That was never an issue, so I mean...
peel off one of those millions that you have.
Make it rain, baby.
Yeah, there you go.
That was not the issue.
No, I believe you.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed.
You're going to bed?
And stuff,
Yes.
Well, kudos to you, Anthony.
Good job, Anthony.
Yeah. Hey, did you see that there's more expansion for Brimstone available? Cool stuff.
Did you?
Yeah, I know you text me, but every time one pops up, you text me.
Did you see all this?
You're such a wonderful person.
Apparently, they're gonna have everything delivered by December. They said that on our live stream.
They said they hope by December.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did say hope.
Yeah.
They're not gonna. Well, if they do, great. Great, because But
and Axl Rose said that the first Guns N' Roses album he put out after they broke up was gonna be the best one ever.
Chinese democracy.
Well, they are getting back together.
Axl's going on tour with AC/DC, man.
Well, the original lineup's supposed to go out for like.
Oh yeah, aren't they playing Coachella? They're playing Coachella like next week, right?
Yeah.
A couple weeks.
Yeah.
3 weeks. 2 weeks. Something.
Yeah. Exciting. They still want to keep making music. I would just say, you know what? Just forget it. Just be done.
Did you get your what was the name of that? Salem or whatever? What is it called?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Really?
Nope.
I guess if I get mine, I'll be able to see your video. I'll look for your video.
Did you hear about this, Richard?
I haven't gotten my Tokaido yet.
Yep, I've heard this sad story.
Going front door, back door, fire pit, boom.
But what if it's really a lot of fun?
I don't care.
You must care a little bit.
Some people just want to watch the world burn, Richard.
Good stuff. Well, I suppose we've been talking for 4 hours, so.
Well.
Does anybody have any parting thoughts or ideas that they wanna throw out there?
I have some parting thoughts.
What is that? A little munchkin you have with you there?
Oh, he's up late.
Yeah.
This is my daughter, Addison.
Or she.
Aw. Hi, Addison.
Well, you're on the West Coast, right?
Yeah. Well, not on the West Coast, beside the West Coast.
Ah.
So, if anybody is listening right now and you haven't done so already, go to the Lazy Gamer and get yourself a super sweet looking board game table. Giant Lazy Susan. Yeah, what's up?
I figured out what my new sign off for the show is going to be when I leave for the night.
What is that?
Well, last week I got to announce that Frank Sinatra Jr. had died.
I know who you're saying.
Now I will announce that Joe Garagiola has passed away.
Yeah. Joe Garagiola. 91 was he?
90.
90. He was. Who's Joe? If you don't follow baseball, you don't know. Joe Garagiola was an excellent baseball player and even better announcer for baseball, and he was an ambassador for the game. So, which good run, right?
90 years old. No.
Yeah, we should all be so lucky.
I won't be, but
you better be. I want to be in the same nursing home as you, and I want us to be playing board games and yelling at each other when we're in our 80s.
Can I be on my phone?
And he brought it back.
There you go.
Nice.
And scene. All right, good night, boys.
Good night, Andy. Take care, brother.
Love you, Lance.
Love you, brother.
I have a plug, Lance.
Oh, okay.
BGGCon Spring, 90% sold out. There's only about 50 to 100 tickets right around there, or something like that, left, and that's it.
Cool.
Yeah, people should go.
Yeah.
And bring your kids. I tried to figure out a way. I tried to figure out a way that I could go and bring my daughter, and I couldn't figure out how to get. She's in too many activities now. But I will. I think maybe next year I go and I'll bring my little girl with me and then play games with her. She loves going to the Con of the North. She loves conventions, so probably because she gets to spend my money. But regardless.
Yeah, now, Scott,
we had a big string of. Go ahead.
When did those tickets go on sale?
I don't remember, but last year probably.
Okay. So the one in the fall sold out in 2 hours, and this one's been going for a year. Okay, just wondering.
Not quite a year, but more like 6 months.
What are you trying to say, Tyler?
I don't know. I was just trying to get a relative.
No, it's a different con. You know,
Yep.
It's more laid back. It's way easygoing. It's not nearly the craziness of BGG Con. regular spring or fall.
No, it's going to be talking about that a couple weeks ago.
But it's
so
virtually the
just
same group of people running it, and virtually the same. It is the same library, 5,000 games, and it's the same space. And there's lots of publishers coming. We got a big string of them actually just called like this past week to sign up. So. Yeah.
Hey,
Spiel des Jahres guys will be there again. Those guys are awesome.
Yeah.
They will teach you every single Spiel des Jahres game nominee 909, and they are tireless. They just sit all day. They teach all day long.
Hey, I was gonna ask before Richard, have you played Santorini yet?
No, I won't be until I get back. I'm hoping to play it by Saturday or Sunday.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's a tight
It looks
turnaround.
Nice. Yeah, supposedly, I think you're sending me that.
Yes, I'm going to try and bang it out as fast as I can, and it's a quick one, so I imagine it'll be probably getting sent to you by the middle of next week.
All right, I just wanted to know if you had any opening thoughts or ideas for it. I'm not trying to rush you. I'm not trying to, But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It looks kind of cool. I think I showed it to my daughter. She's pretty excited to play it. So.
Oh yeah. From what I've seen of it so far, it's like earlier we were talking with Anthony. It's one of those things where the rules are pretty much one page.
Yeah.
Really, really clever. One of those. Yeah. I'm super stoked for it.
Well, Steampunk Rally is a great game by them too. So.
Which one?
Steampunk Rally.
Steampunk Rally. Yeah.
And Super Motherload was fun as well.
So Santorini, it's been around for a while, right?
Yeah.
It's been around, like print and play kind of thing?
Yep, yeah. I guess it was done by an educator or something like that, to teach logic in classes or whatever.
Dr. Gordon Hamilton, a mathematician and educator.
There you go. And he's basically just taken the game and made it very thematic as an abstract, and was just gorgeous, gorgeous pieces. I'm very excited about it. I mean, it's definitely overproduced. Not quite Brager Brothers.
Well, it's like Torres kind of style pieces, right? They stack.
Yeah.
Towers.
Yep. Yeah, very similar to that.
And then some of the characters win just by jumping off the tower, so you have to kind of block them and stuff.
Yep. It's very chess-like, very Go-ish, I suppose. It's like 3D Go, I guess. It's basically maybe a way to look at it.
Ooh.
Yes.
Very cool.
I got a question for you. Lance actually just popped in my head since. Is your daughter going to become a Melody Vassel, do you think, in her future? That popped into my head when you were talking about being 80 years old with Anthony. And I'm like, well, who's going to carry on the mantle of?
She's sleeping right there. She now has one of her favorite things to do right now is to watch YouTube videos of other people playing Minecraft. Because she likes playing Minecraft, so so she really enjoys that, and she has been bothering me to do videos with her. And the thing is that it's just time-wise, it's like I only do videos late at night. So there's actually we got I have a couple of games that we've played, and I think I'm going to have her. She actually did a video with me rather recently for the Escape Room in a Box.
The Boombox, yeah.
And then they asked me to take it down because she gave away too many spoilers. So which was fine.
Her first attempt, she was censored.
Yeah, well, no, she's done other videos with me before, but I mean, this was like the first one in a while. And then they asked me to pull it just because, like, even though she whispered a few things to me, like if you turn up the volume all the way, it was like an answer to which I fine, whatever. I took it down, and that I mean that's cool. She is it's one of those things where it's like Philip DeBerry is sending me this game that his daughter made, her first design that was like a tiger and its stripes. And it's just like, and I'm going to get that one. I think that's something she's going to want to play because it's about a tiger that you go out and it's actually kind of cool. Quick thing is like it's kind of like almost press your luck because you go out and they have to like stalk different creatures in the jungle, and if they successfully stalk them, then they collect their stripes. But if they do it too often, they could run into something that steals stripes from them, or that makes them give stripes to other tigers. And so like the whole thing is that the first you're trying to be the first person to gather all of your stripes, and it's for kids, but I mean it's beautiful art and looks really awesome. And hey, look, it's Seth, everybody, famed game designer Seth Jaffe. How did
And then
Frisbee
start
go?
on the second 4 hours.
Yeah. How did Frisbee go?
Sadly, we lost both the men's game and the co-ed game by about 2 points each to the same team. That was frustrating, but so be it.
Holy cow! Are his blinds fixed?
No.
No, they're fine fixed.
His head's
Oh,
covered.
okay. Your melon was covering it. Okay. Yeah.
Somebody, I got a question for you.
Oh, jeez.
River Horse is
Another
teaming
hour.
up with River Horse is teaming up with Hasbro to come out with a My Little Pony RPG. Now, I know there's one other RPG that I know of for kids. Are there any more that you know of?
I can think of one, and I have to go.
Toon.
What?
Toon.
Well, Toon is more adult. I mean, kids can play it. There is one. I have to go and get it because I can't remember the name of it. Hold on a second. I'll think for a second. But to answer your question about my daughter, she wants to have her own she sat up and she was trying to think of names because you're the undead Viking. What should I be? And so we actually came up with a name, and she wants to do more videos with me, and she's going to be the little Valkyrie. And so
that's awesome.
yeah, and so we're actually. That is, I always have plans, but this is my daughter, and she really wants to do it. So when I get games that are more geared towards kids, I'm going to actually. My goal here is that I will do the how to play portion of it, and then but she's going to be the one that's going to talk about the game and as far as what she likes about it, and what she and what she thinks is good. So that's the plan there. Hold on, I'll go get that RPG for the kids. Hold on.
I would love to see a 1984 G.I. Joe RPG. That would be cool.
But you'd never be able to hit anybody.
Well, yeah. Well, it's knowing the game is half the battle.
There you go. Yeah.
That'd be neat. Blu-ray lasers, red lasers.
Well, I'm curious how that would work with an RPG.
Well, I'd rather
you'd
play
have to
that
pay
than
for
My
the
Little
license.
Pony.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think it's an interesting idea to get, kids into the RPG, especially. I don't want to sound sexist, but little girls. I don't know if it's geared for little girls now like it was when I was growing up, but.
There was that coloring book. I don't know if it's still on Kickstarter. The ABCs of RPG, and they did a kids coloring book for.
I got something on Kickstarter. Hold on.
Barry, why do you ask?
What's that?
Why are you asking?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
I was wondering if you have a bun in the oven or something.
No, I got Jenna Kit a year ago to keep that conversation on a lowdown for a while.
All right, so this is the game. It's called Adventure Maximus, and this is the starting set for the role-playing game. And it even says in the back, it's designed for kids. And it's actually when I met the designer at Gen Con, he basically created it because he had a bigger like a more serious role-playing game, but he had all these kids that would come over and would want to play, and so he kind of just on the fly came up with an idea of how kids could play a role-playing game. And then somebody said, actually, you actually got a kind of a good game here. And so then he actually created it. It's tough to explain, but basically, instead of having a bunch of sheets of all these different stats and abilities and everything like that, everything is on this one pad, and then the characters are actually completely free form. The players, the kids can make it. If they want to be a walking, talking cow or something, they can be that or whatever. And then they just have cards that basically give them their abilities instead of having to have write out a bunch of little stats and everything like that to create it. And so it's my daughter has moved past it. I mean, we played it a lot. It's for a while there, when we had time, we played D&D. My wife and my daughter and we played D&D every Friday night when we had time, and they had a lot of fun playing D&D, me running the game. And I did 4 or 5 sessions or whatever of play sessions where my daughter would talk about it, and and we saved those. But that's something I want to do again. She always watches us play Dungeons and Dragons and wants to play with us, but unfortunately, like, it's just one of those things where she probably couldn't grasp it right now at 8. But I'm making a little gamer. She's a really good Pokemon player. She plays that, and she's really good at that. So I don't know.
There's another one, Mary. Cloud in the Dungeon or whatever.
Okay.
The Cloud Dungeon. That's what it's called. And everything is in here. You cut it all out. It's like a real light RPG. But as you read through, it tells you what to do and cut out and stuff. It looked pretty cool. As I'm paging through it, it's got a lot of interesting fun.
Bill Webb, the guy who runs Frog God Games, he if you ever go, like, if you check out the pictures he posts of his of his D&D sessions, he's like a dude in his 50s, a designer, a publisher, and everything like that, and his D&D groups are him sitting behind his thing, and literally the other side of the table is like 12, 10-year-old kids, and that's how he plays D&D. He says, and he plays with these kids, these like 5th and 6th and 7th graders, because he said they are more innovative, they have more fun than all the old school guys. It's like they still approach D&D as it being fantasy, and instead of being a spreadsheet. And like they're the ones that are like, I jump on top of the ogre on his back and smash his head in with my hammer, instead of like, okay, hold on, let me check my attack coefficient here. All right, if I attack with mighty blow and then add up my this and yeah. What?
Coefficient. It's a modifier. Coefficient. Come on.
Well, I'm just throwing out words. I'm doing the Rick and Morty, but it's like, but he says that's what he'd rather play with kids because they haven't lost their they're not cynical, like me. So what's this? ABCs of what? The ABCs of RPGs. Hey Seth, how's that Coliseum going?
Let's say, look. Are you talking about the amount of dollars? It's like it's $75,000. Wow, that's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Even with that ugly art?
What?
Yeah. That's a matter of opinion, and you can be wrong. It's cool.
Well, there's
a lot of comments. I'm incredulous that the level of some of the comments. It's a little more than I'd expect. But whatever.
It's the world we're living in right now, of the board game world.
Yeah.
No holds barred with the comments and the negativity. I mean, really. I faced a lot.
I feel like most of the people that are making those comments appear to already have the original game anyway, so more power to them.
And I love it. Sorry. That's all I'll say.
I actually, personally, have not ever played Coliseum, so...
I would actually play Coliseum any day over Lords of Waterdeep, because other than the intrigue, they're the same thing. You get your cubes, do your thing, move around the board.
Well, Coliseum has the wonderful... I love the scoring in Coliseum, where it's just like, you better you better have a better score than the last time. It's not like a continual like escalation.
You're just trying to get the biggest show, right?
Yeah, so like if you score 50 points in turn 2 and you score 45 points in turn 3, you still have 50 points. But if you score 65 points in turn 3, then you have 65 points. So I don't know. It's just I've always liked it, and I did a review. It's a game I played forever, and I hadn't done a review forever, and so. I actually did one, and I referenced the fact that it was like, remember when I first got into the hobby, I thought, oh wow, it's going to be about arena combat. No, it's this tri-Euro thing. What the hell's going on here? And like I didn't appreciate it right away, but it grew on me. So
that was with the old one.
Yeah,
Wait, that's what you were told. That the old art made you think it was going to be about arena combat? Because a lot of stuff. Some of the comments about the new art were saying, "Oh my gosh, I look at that new art and it looks like it's going to be a combat game because there's a guy and a tiger and a sword." And I'm like, "Okay, And so it's interesting to hear that you had the same thought on the old art. Which,
well, it's just because it said it was about a Coliseum. I mean, it was like, you know, I played. Yeah, I played games like, you know, Circus Imperium, which, you know, was this fantastic game.
Chariot racing game.
Chariot racing, yeah. Well, futuristic chariot racing with giant wolf-like beasts or whatever that pulled your carts. But I mean,
they go in a frenzy. Oh, that was a cool game. I played it once at a convention when I was a teenager, and it was awesome.
Yeah, Circus Imperium was a fantastic game, and yeah, it was a game that, like, you could die on the very first turn, and then you were just done. You know, just like, and you had to watch everybody else play. That was an old FASA game. Remember FASA, like the old publisher?
Yeah,
I do.
I didn't pay attention back then.
Yeah, I mean.
So Seth, this artwork thing, do you think it's nostalgia or just people wanting to hate? Like, people don't really like when you fuck with something that they like. You know? Is it that?
Yeah, I think a little column A, a little column B, I guess. I think it's people having seen the original art were surprised by a different style, I think. I wonder if this were a brand new game and not a reprint of an old game, and it was otherwise exactly the same, I suspect there would not be a bunch of people complaining about it, but whatever. A few people that are complaining are not saying it's because of the old one, it's because of the old one, but who knows? And honestly, the people that are complaining is a small subset of people that happen to be on Board Game Geek in those threads, and that I get notifications of them makes them a lot louder. I see them all the time versus all the people who don't care. And you know, honestly. 1,184 backers, it doesn't bother them enough to not back, so whatever. More power to them. If people don't want the new art, they don't have to buy the game.
It's interesting. What's your feeling now? Like, you guys are you guys doing stretch goals or add-ons or exclusives or anything?
TMG doesn't like doing add-ons because of, I think, mostly logistics. We don't want to get into that. Also, there's some weird stuff about, like, if you have add-ons in your campaign, then, like, the funding level isn't representative of how much you're actually getting to print the game, and that gets wonky sometimes. I'm sure your numbers look higher, but the money that you're getting doesn't really help.
Sure, you're doing another show?
So, add-ons aren't really a thing that we do. Stretch goals, well, I mean, the website or the Kickstarter probably shows what the planned stretch goals are. I think they're up to 125,000 or whatever on Coliseum. My personal view on stretch goals, and I think most of TMG shares it, is that exclusive content is not cool. And I had a sort of rant about this on my blog and on social media a few years ago, probably in 2011 or so, basically just pleading with people as the Kickstarter was kind of booming for board games. I was basically pleading with people not to do the attractive thing, which is add exclusive game content so people will back your Kickstarter. Find a different way to incentivize people. And mostly because I don't... it's not cool when you can't get the whole game. Like, I know some people who are like, I don't know, Alien Frontiers had like one exclusive card or something, and that's not much, but I know at least one guy who's like, I'm not going to bother getting that because there's no way I'll be able to get the whole thing. More importantly to me, it's people aren't going to get the same game experience. I guess if the content isn't much, maybe it's not as big a deal, but if you go play your friend's game at his house and it has some awesome like content, and then you're like, I'm going to go buy that game, and you buy that game and it doesn't have that content, that kind of sucks. And while you made, 500 or 1,000 or 1,500 people happy in the Kickstarter, if you're trying to make a game for distribution, what about the thousands and thousands and thousands of people that buy it later? I didn't like the idea of making a small handful of people happy at the expense of...
No, I mean, it's interesting how Kickstarter's changed now, like, and I'm not trying to be, like, negative and offensive here, but it's virtually just you're pre-ordering the game here, right?
Well,
you're not getting anything different, you're not getting any extras, and you're paying is this your MSRP 60, or is your MSRP like
no,
80?
my MSRP, I think it says 80.
Oh, okay. All right, you get a discount. No, it's changed. I mean, to get 1,200 people to just back a game, I say just back a game without extra stuff is pretty spectacular.
Well, there's a.
Hey, you
there's
get a
few-
sleeve. You get a Kickstarter exclusive sleeve.
You get bubble wrap.
And that's kind of the point, right? Is like if the only reason people are gonna back is because they get something exclusive, then, well,
Yeah. I mean,
Either
I'm
you
just
have
saying
to-
in this world where we just argued about for like 2 hours about how Fantasy Flight's raising their prices, and like people are very cost conscious to go pre-order a game.
I guess the point is that there are enough
For a
people
discount.
who, if everyone thought that way, if everyone thought I'll just wait till it comes out, then it might never come out because it won't get funded, right? Like that's the thing about.
No, you've gone back to
So
the
as long
roots
as there's
of it,
enough,
right?
as long as there's enough people that are willing to back it, no matter at whatever the rewards happen to be, then that's it. Like if there are enough people want it, if not enough people want to do it, either the rewards are structured poorly or it's not worth doing. Like depending on how you look at it. There are people who use it just to shop, and it's not like people say, oh, people are using Kickstarter as a pre-order system. Well, users are using Kickstarter as to go shopping on. Like, what's the point of view you're looking at it from, right? Like, yeah, it is a pre-order system, literally. But if and some people say that like it's got a bad connotation. It's just a pre-order system.
No, it's just changed since like over the past couple of years now. Right?
Everyone
less and less.
People used to say that back a couple of years ago. Back in the day, and people used to argue about whether or not certain companies should use Kickstarter or whether or not what the proper use. I remember I think I was talking about this at KupaCon a couple of years ago, where what's the proper use for Kickstarter, and people complaining about improper use of Kickstarter, and I was like, nobody complains when you pry a staple out of your paper with a hammer. The back of a hammer. Like, that's not what it's for, but if it works, right? Like, it's a tool. Kickstarter crowdfunding is a tool, and people use it, and it's a useful tool, and if people, if someone thinks it's not being used correctly, they don't have to back the project, right? And as long as enough people are still backing projects, then it's a useful tool.
I have a question.
So that's...
for you, Seth.
Yeah?
The game, aesthetically, it's just different. The gameplay is exactly the same.
The one change is since the original game came out, the designer posted a variant called, I think we called the Intense Auction variant. Okay. And again, I've not played the game, but I read about that. It has to do with the money. Originally, I believe the money was tight in the early game, and by the end, you just had a bunch of money. You were only allowed to win one auction or something anyway, so it's like money didn't matter anymore. The Intense Auction variant allows you to win something each auction or whatever, so your money matters still, and apparently that's better. And so that has become the official rule as opposed to a variant, and that's the only mechanical change, I think.
Well then, really, no matter how the game looks, like, I really like the game, so just the fact that it is being produced again, so other people can experience it because it hasn't been out forever, then who cares what it looks like?
Yeah, and I think that's the bottom line as to why the disconnect between all the haters that are complaining in the threads about the art and how awful TMG is. Some of them are really ridiculous. Like, not only do I not like this art, but you're a terrible person, and why is your logo on the game? But the disconnect between the people who aren't happy with the art and the thousands of people that have already backed it is probably because a lot of people either haven't played it or don't care, or didn't even know about the old version. And there have been a few like that on BGG as well.
I will say I am glad I have the old version, and if the new version came across my doorstep, I'd be like, oh, sweet, cool, I've got this one too. Kind of like with Bullfrogs for Renegade games. But just the fact that, again, that it's out there, then more power to you. So.
And I think, again, if you look at like Daniel's videos and some of the stuff, I think a lot of the focus is on just getting this, classic game that a lot of people haven't played out to the, there are a lot more people in the hobby now than there were, 10 years ago or whatever this game was out. Yep. And a lot of people haven't even heard of Coliseum, let alone played it. I mean, I've been in the hobby and I haven't played it. So getting it out, it's a good game. It's a classic game. People like it. Get it out there.
And if you don't know how to spell, it's hard to look up, too. Just saying.
Yeah, I frequently have to spell check myself when I type it because I don't know how to spell Coliseum.
Someday I'll fix that. I just gotta hire a couple, search.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Stop with the excuses.
Oh, what are you talking about? Are you talking about like the search function?
The BGG search where you can't type Coliseum and you won't find it.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
Well, no. We don't do any spell.
Oh, is it like when you're in Google and you misspell something and it tries to fix it for you?
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, all I know is I'm bad at spelling Coliseum. I have to every time I type it, I have to like go delete an L
two
and
S's, right? Or is it one L?
Yeah, one L, two S's. I think.
Yeah, okay.
So it's like dessert, two S's.
Because it's so good.
So,
Scott, if you had autocorrect, we wouldn't have this problem.
Just need.
Well, I don't know. You know, autocorrect's nice. Technology's nice and autocorrect's nice, but I don't know. I feel like at least half the time, autocorrect screws me up on my phone versus fixing something
Yeah.
But whatever. Technology would be great if it ever worked. For example, hey, maybe one of you knows how to do this. So I just got a new email address for TMG. We all changed our email addresses, and it's like associated with Google now. And I've got my regular Google account, and I am trying to make it so I can check my regular Google account, and it will show me all the other emails. And I got the strangest error message. It says in my new account, it says a sign in. Someone just tried to sign into your Google account from an app that doesn't meet the modern security standards. Well, that app was my regular Google Gmail account. So what the heck?
What browser are you using?
Firefox version
Up to date.
45.0.1. It says Firefox is up to date. So,
Weird. That's a weird one.
yeah, I'm like, oh, great. You are not.
So you're trying to add another account in the upper right corner where you have your different accounts.
Yep. Yep. I went to the new one first, and I said enable POP3 or whatever, and then I went to the other one, and I like checked the documentation to make sure I was doing it right, and I went to go add a thing, and I've done it before. I've added like 3 different accounts before, with no problems. But this time I tried to do it, and it's giving me an error, like an authentication error, like unable to establish a secure SSL connection to mail.playtmg.com. And
type in https://mail.
Oh really?
Yeah.
HTTPS
:// Yeah, //
Okay. We'll
and
try
then mail.tmg.com or whatever you're.
So I tried that, and it said there was a problem into that. Awesome. Anyway.
Live on Tech Talk, we have Seth calling in with a question about.
So viewers, both of you, if you have an answer to this,
is Google hosting your mail now, though? Google Sites or whatever, Google Apps?
I think so. I think that's what Mike set up. I'm not sure.
What's your domain name called?
It is called mail.playtmg.com.
Playtmg.com.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't even know how to attempt to look it up. Anyway, while Scott's doing whatever he's doing on that, what else have I missed? Did I miss anything else super awesome that I should be chiming in on?
Well, cell phones during board games.
Oh God, no! Please, let's not go that again.
I have found it difficult to teach board games to people who are on their phone and not paying attention. That maybe goes without saying, but it's frustrating. And I mean, teaching games at all. Who here? Raise your hand if you're the person who always has to teach the games in your group.
50-50.
Yeah. So, man, I'm torn on this topic. Like, I like being the one to teach the games because I just don't. I don't know. I don't mind learning it. I usually learn a game pretty easily, and then I've been told in the past that I'm pretty good at teaching it. But man, sometimes when people aren't like, I don't know if they're not interested in learning it or what, but sometimes it's more trouble. It feels like it's more trouble than it's worth to try to have to teach a game if people aren't. I wish there was like a little more like a standard etiquette of people like, oh, you're teaching me a game, I'm gonna like listen and let you do that. And apparently I've got a thing starting tomorrow.
Yeah, there's not.
That's actually an interesting point you bring up, Seth, because you'll be teaching a game, going through your motions, you're about halfway out, and then someone else, Jeff, I'm not saying Jeff Temple, but will just pipe up and just they charge right in, and you're like, okay, if you would like to teach the game now, then go right ahead. It's just some people just, I don't know, they
I think one time I did lose my temper and say, look, if you want to teach the game, I'll just do something else. But yeah, the big offenders are interrupting, either because they think I missed something, or to go into some detail I wasn't planning on going into, or whatever, sidetracking things. Another one is not paying attention, like being on the phone or whatever. One I really dislike is people. Some people learn in different ways and stuff, and but it's really tough when one person's like, let's just start playing, and you can, I'll learn it as I go or something. Which maybe how they learn, but the other 3 people at the table are going to have a problem. And invariably, half the time someone says that, you just start, and then they try to do something, and you say, that's not legal for this reason. And they say, how come you didn't tell me? Or I wish I'd known that. I would have done something different. I don't know. I don't mean to complain about this, but like, I'll try to change it into a positive. I'll say people who are learning games, the person teaching the game is doing you a favor, and they've done a lot of work to learn the game and spoon feed it to you. Maybe be a good learner and stuff like that.
I like skimming through the rules and then watching Rado runs through.
Well,
No comment.
Rado's really good at his run-throughs, but it's tricky to watch his videos for rules, because every once in a while there's a bit of a goof, and so you got to make sure it's annotated first. What's his name? What's the guy that does your annotations, Richard? Richard, your mic's off. I can't hear you.
He's asleep.
No, talking, but...
Yeah, his name is Paulo. He used to be the biggest thorn in my side. Every time I put up a video, he was just there instantly, just bombarding me with, what about this? What about this? What about this? Like, driving me nuts. You're making so much work. And so I would say, hey, if I pay you, will you just do this? And it's been a beautiful relationship ever since.
Awesome. I wasn't sure about how that came to be, actually, but yeah, you turned a negative into a positive.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a real person?
Oh, yeah. Yes. There are people in my life.
Rado's got a paid employee.
Or something.
Rado's got a paid employee. What's up, Lance? He's got you.
It's not
it's under the table.
Rodney's got paid employees. Rado's got paid employees and helpers. Where's Lance's employees?
That's me.
Lance will not turn his hobby into a job.
Yeah.
I don't. Maybe someday, but no, sir. It's a one-man show, but that's fine.
That's just the glory for yourself.
Yeah, it's pretty glorious.
All the glory and the money and the ladies that come from being a one-man board game reviewer. I hear there's a lot of that.
There is not a lot of that.
Actually,
my two favorite ladies right here, Pamela and her sister.
No, if it wasn't for my family, I wouldn't be doing this. Because the only reason I started playing board games was because I had a daughter and I had a wife, and I couldn't play role-playing games as often as I did, and so my only other option was to find something where, and I had friends that had families as well, so I had to find something that we could play in like 2 hours or whatever. And I looked into, and I had a few board games, and we played like Talisman a few times, and I was like, there's got to be something else out there. And then I found out about Arkham Horror, and I ordered it, and then I started playing that, and that started me down the trip. So there you go. My family is the reason why I do this, which is the reason why I'm up late and tired during the day, so I'm grumpy with my family. Wait a minute. It's all a circle.
Just downward spiral there.
That's okay.
Would you want to get to be doing Undead Viking full time? If you could get to the point where you're making as much as you do at the the credit office.
Oh, if I could, that's the dream, right? Make your job, make your hobby your career. But I mean, I probably would do it. I always worry about the possibility that I would like, oh my God, I hate the thing that I used to love.
Yeah.
I used to have that exact reaction when I was worried when I was getting out of college and I needed to get a job or whatever. I specifically tried to choose a career. Not people say, oh, I love what I do, I love my job. I didn't buy that. I was like, I want to get a job I can tolerate that will pay me enough to do the things I like to do in my free time. I was very scared to get a job doing something I loved because I was afraid I wouldn't love it anymore. And more recently I've had to sort of revisit that because now I'm a game designer and game developer, and I'm like, when I started doing that, I'm like, am I going to start hating this or what? And so far what I've done is I've been able to compartmentalize because the work part of that is dealing with the manufacturers and coordinating with the artists and getting quotes and editing rules, which does suck. So I can treat that like the work part, and so far I still enjoy the design and development of games. Thankfully, I was a little concerned that I was going to make myself dislike doing that by doing it all the time. So,
that totally happened to me. After 20 years of making video games, I've just totally burned out on them. I mean, I can't look at a video game like a normal person anymore, and I just can't bring myself to enjoy them.
Well, at least it took you 20 years.
That's true.
I guess that's true.
Yep.
Now, I do still like designing, and in fact, here's a topic, and I don't know if you guys will have anything to say about it, but tomorrow, sometime tomorrow, Tim Fowers and Ryan Lockett and a few other designers are coming down to Tucson to participate in a sort of game design retreat that Tim and I started a couple years ago, where we're going to basically get together and work on design problems. Have any of you guys done a similar retreat for maybe other professions or whatever? They're really cool and fun.
So it's sort of a game developers conference almost.
Kind of, but just like a private little one with like 8 people maybe, or we had as many as. Yeah, and we do it. We do it here because I've got access to like a 4-bedroom house that we can just use. So it's relatively cheap. People just have to get a flight to Tucson, which is way cheaper than sometimes flying to wherever. Gil Hova was going to join us. I was really excited about that. Gil's a friend of mine from New Jersey, who I'm sure you've all heard of him. But at the last minute, like last week at Gamma, he emailed me and he said, "Oh my gosh, I've got something's up with his girlfriend's fine or whatever." So luckily, they got some good news on that. But he was like, I can't take off for another 4 days or whatever. So I'm gonna miss him this time, but hopefully next year he'll be able to make it. But it's cool. We've had Matthew O'Malley down from DC. We've had so Tim's come every year. We've had David Short and Dan Keltner who live here in town. We got some name designers that you might have heard of that kind of get together and do this. It's pretty fun.
Will you guys do the trust exercise where you fall off the chair and try to catch them?
Yeah, what's the deal?
Not on purpose. What's that?
What is the deal? Is it like a jam session for you guys where you just throw ideas at each other, or?
So the original idea is basically to just get together and talk about design problems. Like you bring your designs you're working on, or maybe we play test them. We specifically stuff that we're having a trouble with, or we're stumped on, or we have a design issue we want to talk about. Although at the first one, Tim and I each had separate ideas about sort of an airline or an airport themed sort of management game, and we put them together and made a cooperative airport game, and we prototyped it right there, and then we played it, we tried it, we iterated, and then the next day we took it to a local sort of game day that happens, and we played it with some people, and so in the course of this couple of days we made, iterated, and edited a game which now, I've got a prototype, and it works. It's sort of a real-time cooperative game about getting passengers to the right cities, which is cool. So I thought it was cool that we could do that, like, at this concentrated sort of, weekend. But that's not, generally speaking, how it goes. We don't usually, like, create something from nothing there. Although that would be a fun thing to do, too. But
what's an example of a problem that you're taking there that you're looking for a solution for, or creative ideas?
This time, so in the past I've had like games I was stumped on, or I had like a part of a design that I wanted opinions on how to go. This time I've got a game I'm working on that I'm kind of at odds about certain aspects of it. Basically, I don't know, swinginess and balance and things like that. So I might take that out and see what people think of that. Although honestly, I played that same game last year with some of those designers and no one liked it. So that might be.
That's a problem.
And then I've got one thing I've been thinking about a lot lately is player powers, and adding player powers to a game. And I've got a few games that we're doing that to right now, and how strong do you make them? How do you make asymmetry or whatever? That might be a thing I bring up. And then I feel like there was one more. I've always been really bad with game end, sort of the end of a game, like game end conditions or triggers or when and how do you stop. That's never been my strong suit. So I might my Crusaders game that I've mentioned before, the Rondell Moncala thing that I've got is actually getting published. It's going to be published by Tasty Minstrel maybe this year. And I had a concern about the way that game ends, kind of ends. It doesn't like build up and then end a big bang or anything. And I was wondering if that was something I could address. I'm pretty sure that game's not going to get any different, but there are a lot of games that have you just play until a certain point and then you just stop playing and see you won. And it's way cooler if you can, I don't know, have some sort of an end with a bang sort of thing. But yeah, that's always something I've struggled with. Maybe I'll talk about that a little bit too.
I think a game designer conference could go over well, like on a bigger scale. Like there's so many now, so many people.
Yeah, totally. I would.
They have like Unpub, right? That sort of.
They have Unpub, which is happening next month. At this point, I'm probably not going to go, but I would love to go to Unpub and see how that is. I've been to Protospiel before, which is a different one, a few times, a few years ago. I've noticed one thing though, for all you designers out there watching this, the different design conferences or whatever. Are better suited for different stages of your design, depending on where you are. So if you have a brand new game that you're not really, like you got this starting idea and you don't really know which way to go, that is a great time to go to like a Protospiel where you've got a lot of designers that are there that everyone's going to have a different opinion about how you should do your game. And that's that. Getting together with designers is good for that. If on the other hand you've got a game you're almost done with and you just need tweaks or certain specific things, that might be a better. My impression of Unpub is that it'd be better there because you get a lot of playtesters that are just gamers playing your game. You get a lot of playtester feedback, but there's not as much designer feedback. And like I said, designer feedback's really good in the early stages when you don't know how you want your game to be, because let me tell you, each designer will tell you how they would make the game, and it may or may not match your vision. And that's great if you haven't got a vision yet, and it's less good if you have. So if anyone's watching this that's a designer that goes to Unpub or goes to Protospiel or specifically is trying to figure out either which one to go to or what games to bring, that's my advice. If you can match the type of or the stage of your game to the place you're going, you're going to have a lot more benefit out of it. So, things you can pick up along the way when doing this.
I think Richard's about to. Wow, like it looks comfy. It's got like a shag. It's got a shag pillow.
What time is it?
This is like the picture of Rado. It's like the how many movies have the camera's focused right on the guy's head and the person falling into the ground or whatever, and that's like the final scene in the movie where just laying down.
I can't do it. I was gonna try, but I'm too tired.
We're on 5 hours now. They're here, Seth. So
we're probably at the wrap her up. But wow, right. For the people that made it through, thank you very much for sticking with us and listening to us ramble. As always, thank you, Richard, for coming on. It's
I very much enjoyed myself.
If you ever wake up in the middle of the night in your bungalow on Wednesday evenings, the offer is available and open anytime. Yeah. So, Tyler, thanks for being here. Aldi, thanks for joining us.
Nice to meet you, Richard.
Yes, definitely, yeah.
And Richard, I know you're a fan of Eminence Domain. The new expansion should be out any day now.
Yeah.
I don't know if
it's the aliens, right? Exotica.
Yeah, Exotica. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Exotica, the nudening, I think was what it's called.
Ooh, there we go.
The nude colony.
Not erotica.
Oh. Dang it. Can that be a stretch goal, like the $150,000 stretch goal for Coliseum? Eminent Domain Erotica?
No. I'll make an adult version of Eminent Domain Erotica. Yeah, it's not. I am working on another expansion, though. It's going to add a politics role. It's going to be awesome. So, for those who have played Eminent Domain and know what the politics card is, there'll be a whole stack of those. I
can honestly say that Eminent Domain is the only deck builder I still play on a regular basis.
Yeah, I think I wish I'd thought of this a bit sooner, but I like to refer to it as a deck learning game. You say deck builder, and people think Dominion, and then they play it, and they're like, "This is nothing like Dominion," and they get upset. So I've been calling it a deck learning game, and if I'd have thought of that, in the first place, I would have put that on the box instead of deck building. But yeah. I'm really happy with it. People seem to dig it, so that's good.
Cool. So. Yeah, I hadn't played it for a long time. I played it on the cruise with a couple from Canada.
Oh yeah,
from Canada.
I should have told them you were there. They probably I don't know if they knew you.
You talking about like last year?
Yeah, the cruise.
What was it? What was the guy's name?
It was Ludo and.
Yeah, I talked to him
and his wife. Yeah.
I talked to them. They did find out that I made that game because we talked about it.
I totally spaced on mentioning it that you were the designer and you were actually on the cruise.
Yeah, they were. They were
one of my favorites.
Yeah, they were cool. Yeah, that was about a year ago today, right? That was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Because last year it was right around my birthday, which is Friday, and then immediately after the cruise I went and had hip surgery.
Yeah.
And and that went super well. By the way, my hip is awesome, and I just. Got back from Frisbee, so there you go. Hooray.
So how did Eminent Domain Battle Cruisers come around? What's the...
So we saw a submission from Philip DuBarry. It wasn't called Battle Cruisers. It might have been called Battle Cruisers, but it wasn't Eminent Domain themed, of course. And we liked it. Mike liked it a lot, in fact. And so we were going to do it, and then Mike decided it might be cool to set other games in the Eminent Domain universe because... It's been one of our biggest games and biggest properties, and so he decided to do that. And if it would fit, right? If it was a good fit, so we had some of the artists make the ships look similar to like the Eminent Domain ships and things like that, and we shared some art, and so a little bit of art. We got a lot of the new art, but and some of the style, and put it in the universe. And that and Microcosm kind of happened at the same time, and Microcosm being in the Eminent Domain universe, but not Eminent Domain expansion. And then we're gonna have another game or two in that universe as well,
including a reprint of your original design.
That is the plan, and I'm very excited about that.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, wow. So Terra Prime was my original first game that got published, and a lot of people don't even know about it because there were only a couple thousand copies, and we had to throw half of it away before manufacturing. But I think finally we're gonna get a chance to redo it. And I'm going to set it in the Eminent Domain universe, and it's kind of cool because it's I'll call it Eminent Domain Origins, and it's like a prequel, but it's also like a meta prequel because it's my game that I made before I made Eminent Domain. I think it would fit. It happens to fit nicely with the theme and all the planet types and all that kind of stuff. So I'm excited. I'm really excited about that. And then there's another game by Gabe Cohen, I think his name is, called Leaving Earth. I think it's going to be called Exodus Fleet now, which I believe is also going to be in that universe. And I think there's internal plans to add some other games to the universe, but in different timelines. Like this Downfall game that's coming out. I don't know if that's supposed to be in the same universe or not, but I think it is, and I'm not sure. I think there's supposed to be some internal continuity of the world, between some of these games that are coming out. So I'm not sure what the plans are for that, but Downfalls looks awesome and it is awesome. I don't know if you guys saw the preview stuff on BGG News or on Gamma, but we had a poster for it, but it should be out by I think Gen Con is the plan, and that game is pretty darn cool.
Oh, it's a 3-player game though, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It's got a card draft that drives it. I don't know if you can do that real well with 2 players or not, but and the designer, his name is John Clare. Anyone know that name or have heard that name before?
Yep, Mystic Veil.
Yep, that guy is about to blow up pretty big.
Oh, really?
Mystic Veil looks pretty awesome. And that's actually he actually made a different game, a bigger, like more complicated game with that mechanism, with the slide, the cards, the transparent cards with the sleeves. And I guess AG liked it so much they wanted to do it, but they wanted to like ease people into it. So they asked him to do like a more accessible, smaller, lighter game with that mechanism, which I guess is what Missing Veil is. And I read it. I just read about it recently. It sounds awesome. And I played the other one, and it was pretty neat. But yeah, so he's got Missing Veil, and he's gonna followed by this other one from AEG, and he's got Downfall coming out all about the same time. And I don't know if it's going to be published or not, but he's also got a really, really awesome game called Gunslingers, which is like part dexterity, part strategy. And the dexterity part is he's got these 3D printed guns that with rubber bands that like you put cubes in them and then you shoot them at like targets.
Yeah, I saw a video of you playing that.
Really awesome and really fun. And I don't know if anyone's going to be able to make these like little shooter guns or whatever, but yeah, it's neat. So that is a clever designer.
Yeah, I think that game's been around for a while in the hands of other publishers that I know, and it unfortunately I'm surprised they sat on it because it seemed so innovative.
It's very innovative, but
I mean,
I'm sure it's the sticky point is probably making the guns is probably the big, and there might be something.
I'm talking about the other game, but yeah.
Oh, the Missing Veil.
Yeah, the card crafting mechanism.
Yeah, I think the main part of that is going to be like figuring out how to make those cards, cheaply enough to do it, and also sturdy enough and whatever. I mean, you need sleeves, and I heard the AG guy say that they're putting in like a bunch of extra sleeves, so if people have a split a sleeve, they can still have extras. And I think they're using a like tarot-sized card, which is kind of cool. But they're using I think they're using a size that has standard like Mayday sleeves or whatever, so that if you need to, you can get more sleeves.
Replace them.
But yeah, but it is a really clever mechanism. And I've played a couple of his other games too. That guy, everything that guy thinks of is like doing crazy.
Pleasure.
So he's a designer to watch. He's a really nice guy too.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So it's fun being on the inside track and having all this inside information, isn't it?
Had he come to you with Mystic Veil, or had AEG already wrapped it up?
I played before he submitted to AEG. I did play not Mystic Veil, but his other game when Mystic Veil did
the deeper one, yeah.
I played the other one, and he asked if TMAG would be interested. And at the time, I was like, I didn't see a way to like that one. In addition to having the crazy cards with the see-through and the sleeves, it also had this weird sort of kind of like a dice tower, only not, where you would throw some cubes into it, and it would where they come out and land. Kind of, it had this contraption, right? So you'd have to figure out how to make this contraption, and which maybe is similar to Queen's Cube Tower. I'm not sure. And you had to figure out how to make these cards and the sleeves. And I think I was overwhelmed, and I'm like, I don't know if that's something that I can get into personally. At the time, also, I think that was even before there was as much staff as there is now at TMG. Nowadays, like maybe that would be something that we could reasonably look into, but at the time I was just like, I can't do it, and I don't know that anyone else will be able to. So passed on it. Also, AEG had a pretty good idea to have him start with a smaller game, to say use that mechanism and make a smaller game. I didn't think of that, but they liked it so much that that was a smart move, I think, because Mystic Veil looks like the kind of game that you would start that with. It's like Dominion. You start with Dominion. You don't start with you don't start with Dominion and all the expansions at once, or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I hope you learned a valuable lesson there.
Maybe. Like if something looks cool,
yeah,
find a way to make it work.
You gotta lock them down.
I don't like taking games and sitting on them for several years, though. That's at least the problem.
Oh, really?
This
game has been shopping that around a few years ago.
It's been around. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I played that prototype several years ago, and I don't know when exactly he pitched it to AEG. It was like but it's. I didn't mean to say that AEG is taking a long time on it. I'm talking about. The game I'm playing right now is one that that we signed 4 years ago or something like that, and it feels terrible. Like it doesn't seem fair to the designer, and getting back into it after it's been sitting, is tough and whatever. It's not the best way to go. Every once in a while, something happens, like you sign a game, and like other games come in and they take precedence for some reason or whatever, and then you got a bad position where you're either releasing it or you shelve it or whatever, and none of the options are really good. So I'm really happy that this one I'm working on right now art is being done right now. It's going to come out, and I'm relieved that it's finally, it's been sort of in the back of my mind saying, hey, remember me? I'm still here, and it's rough. So I don't like to have something sit there forever. I don't think it's fair to the designer. I think it's by the time you get to it,
game technology passes you by sometimes. Like
exactly, yeah. Technology passes by, fads.
There's been, or things. I remember the hype on the Martin Wallace game, that Civilization game that he had, like in 05. Do you remember that? BGG was just crazy, like popular.
Was it like something about like the 3-player only game that had like Mesopotamia or whatever?
No, it was. Can't remember. I'll have to look it up.
Struggle of Empires, maybe?
No. Before that.
Rise of Power? I don't know.
Hold on.
So yeah, that. Yeah, like if a game, especially if you've got a game that's like a hot mechanism right now or a popular thing, and you sign it, and then a couple years later, that mechanism kind of like died out, and you're like, oh, now we've got this game. Is anyone going to want it anymore? Like that's the danger of sitting for a long time on a game.
Or you could just redo the art and release it 10 years later.
Oh, well, that's a bit different, but yeah.
Good one.
Yeah. I'm actually I was a little concerned about my Crusaders game because the inspiration for it. So it's got a Moncala Rondel. The inspiration was. I read teaser information about Trajan right before Trajan came out, and the only thing I read was Moncala plus Rondel, and I was like, I don't know what that means, but maybe it's this, and I made something up, and I was wrong. I had it backwards, so I'm like, but I think my idea would work, so I made a game, and so it's been sitting. When did Trajan come out? 4 years ago?
Yeah.
So it's basically been sitting around for that long before it got published. I mean, it wasn't finished right away, but it's been a while. And
Tempest.
Oh, Tempest. Yeah, I actually like that game a lot.
But it got like this huge buzz. It didn't come out for a couple years later, and it was already dead.
Yeah, it's like
it lost all momentum.
Right.
And
I think a similar thing happens on Kickstarter when people get excited about a game and then it doesn't
years later. Yeah.
Funds and it doesn't come out for a year or whatever.
Or a game winning an award and not being out.
Yeah, that's really frustrating. Oh my god. Shoot those guys. The RPG Geek is not available. The RPG Geek Golden Geek Game of the Year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What game was it?
I don't remember. I guess it's something about vampires.
Something about vampires.
I think that's what it was. I don't know.
That should be the name of the game.
Well, what's that app-based game? Richard, if you're still with us, if you can remember, if he's awake.
He's
snoring. I remember like 2 years ago you did a podcast and you talked about some like game that was like going to have an app, and you and Joel were gushing about it, and I forget what it was called.
XCOM?
No.
Ho ho ho.
Like Continuum or no, I can't remember the name of it now.
Oh, do you mean that one by like
Consequential?
Consequential. There you go.
Consequential. Yeah, he's still talking about putting it out. He did his Gamma report from Twitch the other night. He wasn't at Gamma Trade Show, but he did a Twitch.
Yeah, Chris Cieslik. Yeah. Or whatever.
Yeah. He says he's going to do it even if it takes 10 more years.
Yeah, that's an ambitious project. That sounded cool, but
yeah, I guess he's been working on that design since college.
Oh, has he?
Like his magnum opus, he's been carrying around for years.
You can still pre-order it at Miniature Market.
I think the shortcut to that or whatever the thing that reminds me of that is these legacy games, right? Like Pandemic Legacy or Risk Legacy or even like Seafall. I feel like that's how you get that done or whatever, or at least how you get it done easier or quicker. Because these are coming out now, and that's what it reminds me of. Or perhaps like has anyone seen Red Raven?
He was talking about redoing it a little bit in the legacy style.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Or Above and Below. You guys seen that one from Ryan?
Yeah,
Hackett?
Above and Below is a good game.
Yeah. Have you seen it? Well, you probably haven't seen. At SaltCon, he had a new game, which is what's it called? No,
Islebound? No.
A new game since then
Oh.
called.
No,
it was
the
called,
new one, Raven, I think.
It was called Ruin. I think it's called Ruin.
Oh, Ruin. I
And
thought Raven, something like that. Yeah.
Red Raven is his company. So it had a lot of. It was like a lot like a Euro game. But every once in a while you have an encounter and you go to the storybook and you read the story out and you get a choice, and if you choose A, then you go up in the dark path, and if you choose B, you go up in the light path or whatever, and those paths get you rewards and stuff, and it has like an aspect of the game. He's not done with it, but like I think it'd be cool to see that have like a legacy aspect too, like where in game 1, it's all about like, does the Red King take over the village or whatever, and if he does, great. And if he doesn't, then he doesn't. But it'd be cool if, like, 2 games later, because the Red King took over, in game 1, now half the board's in ruins, and that makes a difference.
Yeah.
Like, that would be
You're
cool.
talking about Seafall, basically.
The last run.
Probably, yeah. I haven't seen
Yeah,
Seafall,
but you're describing the crux of what Davio's next legacy game, Seafall. That's exactly what he's pushing.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how that goes. But I was thinking that would be cool for that game. And Ryan he mentioned that he'd like the board for his game would be like kind of like a 504 flip book, where like the board for game 1 is here, and then you flip the page over and to a different part of the atlas or whatever, and that's the board for game 2 or whatever.
Oh, that's cool.
Which I think would be really cool. I also think it'd be cool if that stuff like had like circles cut out or whatever, so you could see things through it, and like depending on maybe a city is there, or maybe it's prosperous and wealthy in one case, or maybe it's in ruins in another case. Like that would be a neat way to get some legacy stuff going on. But I don't know. The story stuff I'm not too familiar with. I'm interested to try it. Ryan's coming tomorrow, so maybe he'll bring it and I get a chance to check it out.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a 10-game session game.
He's that guy's like a renaissance man.
He's crazy.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if someone doesn't pick him up and buy his company.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh wow.
He does it all, and he's just recently gone full time, I think.
Yeah, I was talking about it a little bit at Gamma.
I heard Asmodee's buying them.
Yeah,
any minute now.
Asmodee or F to Z, man. It's like
I saw he put a ad out for like an employee or whatever, like an assistant.
Oh wow.
And he's full time, and I was asking him like,
sometimes when the business gets too crazy, like you stop getting your. Like, he's a designer, right? A designer artist.
Well, he's a designer and
you
an
start
artist.
running a company, you have less and less time to design.
And I was trying to ask him, like, how many games do you have to do in a year to keep that up or whatever? And how many games can you physically do in a year? Like, he's got to split his time between doing the art and doing the design and running the company, right? But, yeah, and you can see he does, like, 1 game a year, right? He did, like, Islebound, and the year before that he did, Above Below. And now he's got this Ruin as his next one. But I think he's also started picking up a couple other people's games too. Like, isn't that Dingo's whatever?
Dingo
isn't that
Dreams. Yeah, from Alf Seeger.
Yeah.
And
I don't know. I think he might start. I don't know how many games he intends to do, but maybe he's looking now that he's full time and he needs to sell more stuff. Maybe he'll start picking up more games. But I don't know. But yeah, it's amazing how much he gets out. Like doing all the work himself. Crazy. And I think his games are getting better and better. Like, Islebound looks pretty. I haven't played it, but it looks awesome. It looks better to me. Maybe it's more my style than some of his other games, previous games.
I like the Ancient World one.
And this Ruin one looks really good too. To me, I didn't play it, but I watched most of a game of it, and it looked cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's almost 2:30. I actually have work to do.
Oh yeah, so
I will.
All right, let's go through.
You guys can keep talking if you want.
No. I need to go to bed. I got to work in the morning. So let's go.
It's only 12:30.
Yeah, whatever. Let's go through the thanks again. Mary, as always, ever loquacious. Thank you so much. Tyler, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
When do you start your job, or did you already start?
I go get my medical tomorrow from the doctor, so as long as my severe hypertension is in order and I'm not going to die, then I get my note and I start next Tuesday.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but you will eventually die. But I hope it isn't for many, 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 many more years. So.
Me too, brother. Me too.
All right. Seth, thanks for popping in late. Dan was supposed to come in and talk about Coliseum, but he never showed up. So.
I'm gonna ask if that happened, but I guess not.
I'll have to give him the bidness. You guys, he can show up next week. That's fine. Aldi, don't spend that $79 million anytime soon.
Okay, I'll try.
And of course, Richard. Once again, thanks. You're a good son, hanging out with your mom like that. No, I'm not making fun of you because you hung out online all night and didn't talk to your mom. But you're a good son for going to spend time with your mom. Yeah, that speaks well of you. So, for all of you that took the time to watch this, thank you so much for taking. If you're watching it after the fact, thank you as well. I'd also like to thank our buddies from the Lazy Gamer who are here. If you haven't checked out the Lazy Gamer Lazy Susan table thing, go check that out at Kickstarter. It is amazing. Like I said, nice, I backed it. I'm getting one of those giant Commodore tables, so I'm pretty excited about it. Yeah, and again, thank you for Richard for increasing our viewership by like into the teens. By All right.
You're dragging me down, man.
No. Be good to everybody, and be good to your. Don't be cynical like me. Be positive like Richard.
There you go.
All right.
You can do it.
Good night, gentlemen.